youth development, policy research, national cohesion and accountability, and assisting the youth and monitoring. We have these policies. But I think your second question is on this thing and say, all right, we have this vehicle called the National Youth Development Agency. How do we use this vehicle to tap to all problems and challenges of young people? Not all solutions of young people require the government to add money. One of them being the youth disability would require an advanced infrastructure plan on schools and on other communities where young people who are suffering with disabilities would have to have. So you'd need a huge budget. You'd actually have to have a government department of infrastructure that deals with all of that. So the NYDA cannot respond to that through monetary value. It must tap into the government funds, but in tapping into the government funds, bring a policy which is responsive to youth challenges and accept that one, there are young people who want to be participants of business plans, but also are unable to do so because they are disabled. How do you create infrastructure as the government responsive to these challenges? To tap into the free Africa trade, ability of young people into Africa to be able to trade intercontinental without the financial strains that are there. Again, you need policies that are developed by the NYDA, responsive to whether the Department of Trade and Industry currently prioritizes youth development in relation to international trade. So you need to expand the territory of the NYDA, accept that such a huge development agency needs to have a bigger space of working. It needs to have expanded relations that it can include its young people so that they are able to be developmental. Businesses that are currently funded by the NYDA, will get this from their reports, are relatively the same. All businesses, you get a funding model of NYDA vouchers, which I think, and grants, which I think start from anything between 10 to 50,000 rands. How do we say we need to have real economic growth born out of a business entity that is funded over 50,000 rands? You can't blame the NYDA for it because they are constricted in budget. But can you not convince parliamentary members such as these develop to accept the policy proposals of the NYDA to the parliamentary committee and we enact the act? It must be more involving to all government departments so that it addresses invariably the challenges of young people, at the helm of which youth unemployment firms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much to the great insights that you've provided. I must say I've enjoyed listening to your contributions. I just want to go back a little bit to something you said in one of your responses about clean audits. And you had said, and I'm not quoting verbatim, that you are quite happy with the work that the previous boards have done. And you've clean audits as a reason to why you are happy with that. And so my question goes as follows, with a contextual basis, that a clean audit is only but one indicator of a success of a board or of an institution. And South Africans in this country have on many occasions felt left behind by the NYDA, not only in certain provinces, but particularly in rural areas. And so there's still a gap that is existing between the NYDA and young people in this country. And so what I want to ask you is, from your own analysis, what have been the clear shortcomings, in your view, of the NYDA, in particular as it refers to young people in this country?
The last part of your sentence actually explains my response. The shortcomings of the NYDA have got to do with inability to touch every household, every young person, every community being represented throughout the country. But the biggest question to ask is whether this fault could be attributed to, one, inabilities of an existing board, and I argue that no. Two, can it be with the available funding capacity that they have been given, they have not done a sterling job? I argue that they have, because numerically, and I'm not the most intelligent person when it comes to maths, if the largest percentage of South African population is of young people between 16 and 5. The next statistic being that most young people who have graduated from university are unemployed. From this high level of contingent of young people who have already accepted that exist. And we say the entire funding model, they are unemployed, they are unemployable to some extent, and the entire funding model to this largest population numerically is 500 million rands. Even if we were to give 7, 8, 10, 15 boards from the time these interviews are held, still the solution would not be there if we are looking for having to touch all young people without having a serious commitment from the private sector. We need to accept that the government commitment that we seek at the moment can only take it to a certain percent. I'm calling for a 4% or 5% budget, voter that is set aside for youth development in particular departments, filtered into offices of the premier in provinces, so that we are able to expand the financial model. We go filter down to municipalities. But currently, the National Development Plan calls for regional development plans that are adherent to the National Development Plan. What it does not do is to call for municipalities to commit and make sure that what I get when I am in ORT, I get when Batman, I do get when I'm on the other side of Joburg, I do get when I'm in Sidibeng region in Gauteng, I do get the same representation of a municipality. I do get when I am in Khayelitsha, Kwalanga, because you will have a government policy that forces municipalities to say youth development can no longer be postponed. It needs to happen now. It can no longer be postponed. Put financial commitments. If you say on all municipalities, you require a 6% commitment of all government programs, the NYDA must collect all challenges, because it is a body, a developmental body, but it must go respectively from its regional offices that are currently established and go and say, regional director, there are local municipalities as well who could come on board and try to assist. But as long as we have this as a policy proposal, and we have this as something that is not biting either to municipalities, either to government departments, we're not going. Last, the private sector must come on board, and must come on board now. The NYDA is a developmental agency. Remember, it presides over aspirations of young people who want to be funded. Why do we not have banks who are the biggest consumers of fund? All government departments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maliwa. Your time is up. I'm informed by the staff how we wish to have listened more, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, we couldn't. Thank you very much. Is there any question that you want to ask the panel?
I will use my minute of asking a question to say banks in South Africa must be lobbied through the Minister of Finance. The National Youth Development Agency is a repository of all funds of young people. Banks must come on board. All government departments have all their money distributed in banks. We say we don't have a state bank, but we say all they can do for now is to make sure that the NYDA collects all ideas of young people and gives the banks to say, relax your time frames, relax your interest rate, because these are young with a projection, and they have been collected by the NYDA. We may start it in provinces, we may start it in small pockets, but the time for the private sector to come and join the party is not yesterday, is not tomorrow, it is now. The private sector must come to board. Thank you very much to Parliament for having been given this opportunity to present all the envelopes of messages that I carry throughout the Eastern Cape province. I honestly appreciate and the time and the opportunity, and I hope that I'm part of the people who are board members of the National Youth Development Agency as the only youth vehicle that can only liberate young people financially, mentally, and otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maliwa. Yeah. What is going to happen is that we are still going to interview other candidates up until, I'm sure, is it Saturday or when? Friday. And then and next week we'll be finalizing our report, and all successful candidates will be informed in due course. And remember, as members of parliament, the ones will recommend to the House, and the House will adopt our report, and thereafter the President does the final appointments. But thank you very much for your time, and fly safe back home. But before you leave, I'm sure there's lunch for all our candidates. Lunch is prepared, and keep up the good work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Chair, and also I was speaking to, I think it was Honorable Masigo this morning, I'm not sure, but just to support the point of playing it on the parliamentary channel, are we live now? Okay.
We're not on the parliamentary program, but maybe on Facebook. Let me check.
Yeah, yes, Chair, because what I want to say, I don't want it to. Or
Yeah.
We can, let me call the IT guy.
Yeah.
You Lord have mercy.
You can talk. Yes. You can talk again, Chair. You can talk, Chair.
I can.
The volume, yes. You can test. Is the volume on? Yeah.
Let's resume, honorable members. We are now going to call our next candidate. I think our IT guys have fixed our gadgets now. We are going to resume.
Honorable Gillian, if Honorable Gillian can.
Honorable Gillian, can you hear me? Gillian?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you loud and clear.
Gillian?
I can hear you, Chairperson.
Oh, yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Let me close this one. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
But it's not
Yes.
on this one.
No, you are muted, Chairperson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay.
Switch on the microphone. Just test.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Let's get the next candidate.
Hello?
Hello.
If space sakho sing for download it means you have to delete some of the apps before you can download that one because I'm trying to download.
Sorry? Is Mr. Shes? Sorry? Oh, okay. Okay.
Chair, mina ngifuna ukubuza la because mangabe kuvela ngiyavela mina but amagama akabizi mina. Akusukuba inkinga futhi lokho because it's not my
Beyibhale wena.
lapha. Okay.
Kule laptop kaZuki ibhale wena M Khawula.
Hayi ngcono ngiyabonga. Ayisiyesa. Hayi ngiyabonga.
uzame ucima ezinye ii-apps sizathu ukwazi udawunlowuda
Okay. Sesiqedile sokuthi
siyenze.
ngiyabonga sicelo sakho. Zobe singene isiqede ngo-2:30.
One, two, one, two, one, two.
We can hear
I
you.
don't know.
Khulumela phansi. Maybe they must help you with the volume.
Yeah.
Just very soft.
When I no longer have people next to me, I will.
Sorry?
Hello? Yes,
And I was saying I'll take my mic, my mask off chair once I don't have people around me.
Oh, okay.
Rather safe than sorry.
When it is safe to do so.
Yeah.
Don't want to take risks.
No, I'm in Gauteng.
So, one of them about
Okay. Okay, let me just.
I think we need
Is it
to
better?
switch off.
It's in the screen.
I'm in the shot.
Let me get the line.
Sorry.
To his right. To that.
My right is this way.
Okay, you must just check that you're in the middle
I'm
of
in
the
the I'm in the shot. Okay.
like that.
It looks like I'm in for now.
Can you hear him?
But now they have
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Leyo kukhipha ngawo lawa mic beyisebenza
1 2
beyi-right.
1 2 1 2.
Manje njengoba bengikhuluma beyisebenza beyi-right. You'll pardon us, Mr. Nguni. We are waiting for the IT people to fix the system.
Okay, Chair.
Or maybe we can continue. Let me ask Gillian. Chair? Honorable Gillian,
Yes, Chairperson.
can you see us?
Yes,
Oh,
I
okay.
can see you. I see. And
Yeah, because our screen is off. That's
Yeah,
why I'm asking you whether you can see us or not.
yes, I can.
Okay. Okay. So what I say, can we start? Oh, okay. Meaning we're no longer gonna concentrate on the big screen. Say, are we no longer gonna look at the big screen?
Interfering on the team channel is making the brightness go away.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you, our IT guys, for assisting us with our system. For IR, you know, these are the things that we are experiencing, you know, new ways of working. South Africans must pardon us. It's not our own making. Our candidate now is Mr. Mguni. And good afternoon, Mr. Mguni. Our apologies for keeping you waiting. It's because of the challenges with our IT system, but I think now it's fixed. We're fine. My name is Nontanta Ngobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. In our virtual system, we've got Honorable Kipon, who is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services and Health in NCOP, Health and Social Services. in NCOP. So you will see her on your screen, and she will be asking you questions also, and we are co-chairing. So what is going to happen now? I will allow honorable members to introduce themselves. Over to you, Honorable Maluleka.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Tumelo Maluleke, a member of the subcommittee.
Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Mguni. I'm Teliswa Mgweba, a member of the subcommittee.
Ngibonga sihlalo. Ngumakoti Sibongile Khawula. Imember yaleli committee ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon.
Malika, ukhulumela phansi.
Good afternoon. Oh, just this one. It's fine. My name is Audrey Malika, member of subcommittee.
Yeah, good afternoon, Remkuni. My name is Elegant Chivele. Belong to this committee. Thanks.
Masipulise kuwe Tata Mnguni ngumbulelo Bharha okwalilungu lale komiti. Enkosi.
Ndiyabulisa Tata Mnguni, ufikile Masiko ilunga lekomiti.
Good afternoon to you. My name is Uwadi Titi, member of the subcommittee.
Thank you very much, honorable members. On next list, honorable is Dr. Tempe, our legal for Parliament, and the two ladies who are here. The one who was helping you with logistics, Zukiswa, Francis, and then the lady sitting from next to the wall is the manager for committees, and the other one is Nelly Swanobatana, our committee secretary. You have 45 minutes with us, and then members are going to ask questions, and you might have follow-up questions from members. And then at the end of the interview, you will have also, if you want to raise anything with us, you are free to do so. And yeah. And then my first question is, tell us about yourself. And okay, just test the layer of sound is working. Your mic is. Yeah, audible. Okay, my first question is, tell us about yourself. Who are you, where are you coming from, and why have you applied for this position? And why do you think you're a suitable candidate to be appointed to serve in the board of the NYDA?
Thank you, Chair, for having me. And indeed, your apology very much accepted because of the new normal that we are all trying to work under. I am born and raised in a small village of Palasi in Flagstaff. I say born and raised in present tense because even if I'm not there physically, those who raised me remain there, praying and pushing one way in their daily life. And it is also where I go back to as my base that I call home. I applied for this possible appointment to the board of the NYDA because I believe over the years there are some activities, oriented knowledge, and practicality that I have amassed, which may seem suitable. And I'll just quickly go into these three things. First is academic level. I hold two degrees from the University of Guatemala, a Bachelor of Community Studies, and honors conflict transformation and peace studies. Both of these successfully accomplished out. I then went on to the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, where I undertook my Master's in Africa and Development Studies. And I have published a number of papers and thought pieces that I, on my web recognized that last year I was appointed as one of 5 democracy fellows for the Open Society Foundation, currently working on publishing a research report. I was researching live for in rural communities across 10 rural towns in KwaZulu-Natal. I've also had the privilege to do research in basics of the Union and presented at the World Congress of Political Sciences in Brisbane, Australia in 2018. I also one who is appointed NYDA communications must also demonstrate their social and community activism and involvement. So far as that is concerned, I have acquainted myself with the work of our democratic institutions. I have participated in entry processes such as public consultations and certain legislation. I made comprehensive submissions to Parliament on the Professional State Regulation Bill, comprehensive inputs on the repeal and utilization of the Roads Statute Act, and recently I made contributions on the deliberations of the Section 25 of the Constitution last year. I have also been invited to appear before commissions, not for wrongdoing, but to assist commissions with knowledge, expertise, particularly their on free higher education, and I was invited to appear twice. The third aspect, Chair, would probably be to say I have also dabbled in the space of enterprise. Just on a light note, my first business venture was when I was 10 in primary school and started off with 10 rands.
Tandimal.
It became, I saw an opportunity and I went for it, Chair, and I suppose I was being inventive in that space, starting off with 144 sweets that were selling for 10 cents each, and it grew. By the time I went to high school, I was using that money to pay for my textbooks and to assist part of the additional program, living store that was going to be on transparency and accountability in local governments around the US, and was going to conclude the visit to the MIT's governance lab.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mguni. Honorable members, Honorable Maluleka, Honorable Mamkaula, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Malika, Honorable Gillion, Chair.
Chairperson, you can add me.
You'll ask a question also?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, and Honorable, who's the sixth one? Honorable Masiko, in that order. Maluleka, mina sengipressile isikhathi la.
Thank you, Chairperson. Babungone, I just have one question
You are
for
left
you.
with 42 minutes. Now I'm taking time myself because they are disorganizing me.
Okay. If you are given a chance to serve as a board member of NYDA, what can you do to ensure that this agency is visible even in deep rural areas? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madeleine. What is needed to ensure the visibility, but more than that, the active reach of the NYDA in all corners of society is for the NYDA to have a strategic working relationship with SALGA and all local municipalities in our country. We have the beauty as South Africa of our wall-to-wall municipalities, which means that there is no landmass jurisdiction in our country that is not under local governments. And insofar as that is concerned, there has to be a complementary relationship between the NYDA and all local municipalities. While local municipalities are allowed to have youth offices or youth desks within themselves, these tend to suffer, particularly in the rural town municipalities like where I come from, in Musa local hill municipality, being underskilled, under-resourced, and almost neglected in the governance business. The NYDA were to strategically align itself with local municipalities and have its presence inside those municipalities, because it also talks to an important modus operandi of the NYDA, that to then attempt to shift it away from renting private buildings, but they begin center. But it is not doing so at a pace that is enough to reach as many of society. If you are in the OR Tambo district municipality, for example, the nearest place to go to is Mitata. That talks to a question of transportation and resources. And we already know that young people in rural towns and rural spaces do not have the necessary resources to travel that way. We also know, though, that they also do not have the connectivity in terms of internet connection to be able to utilize the online platforms of the NYDA. So one thing that is important is for the NYDA to make sure that it has this relationship with SALGA, it has presence in local municipality offices, because at least by so doing, a number of things can be possible, which maybe one will get an opportunity to expand on as the interview goes. But one of those that will be important. For example, in rural areas, we know that there's an information challenge where young people don't always get the necessary information that they need. One of the competencies that the NYDA is called upon to develop is youth advisory and information services. And you can only do that justice if you are present where the most needy young people are. And my suggestion is integration with local municipalities,
making sure that those offices in local municipalities are also NYDA services, which will also assist NYDA attend to its legislative to make sure that it monitors all these municipalities, whether in their IDPs they are doing
making sure that the mainstreaming of youth in those institutions is viable and is well supported.
Yeah, thank you very much. The next honorable member, just hold for Bafana Ikime. Mam Kawula.
Ngibonge Chair. Mnguni engizishithaza Mnguni unelokhuzana ihlukenani ngizothi ushithakazela nje usungena ehlathini. No, okwabilana Mnguni sinenkinga la i-challenge enkulu. Intsha yakithi iningi layo ihambile ifundile igcwele ema-university. Gcineni umsebenzi ayitholi. Okay. iPhone. Okay. Sorry, ngithi intsha yakithi ngixolisa Mnguni. Intsha yakithi ifundile masters. Abanye ugcina usukabona ukuthi uhambile wayofunda mhlambe koma-college bafundela imisebenzi. Ekugcineni sebebehleli emaduze emgwaqweni bekhanda iy'moto. Kanjalo nalana kukhona laba abenza abafundile abenze IT bonke labo bantu bahleli abawutholi umsebenzi. Yini ongabagqugquzela ngayo wena mangabe wena manje kwenzeka uyangena kule bhodi kuthi laba bantu yena ufundile unesitifiketi or unama-degree azibone naye eseqasha nokuqasha. Kanjalo nakulento yomhlaba khona la sikhuluma khona ngalento ka-section 25. Yini ongayisiza ngayo intsha yakithi siyababona emakhaya imihlaba ilele kodwa intsha esiningi ikhombisa ukuthi ukuthi ifundile yoziqashwa. Yini ongasilekelela ukuthi bathole bakwazi nabo ukulima ukuze nabo babe ne-support into zabo boyidayisa kwamanye amazwe angaphandle. Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngiyaxolisa.
While it is, I think it is also acknowledged that increase the ability of young. If you look at our that is not where we are being trained. Those with issues go to school is 80% of that. If you look at most of it is around schools graduate university in the age. That's where acute graduate unemployment is. And this talks to a where as you graduate, it is not clear how we and we have happy
Mam Kawula ngicela uvale yakhe.
And once it becomes clear that this graduate unemployment touches different sections of qualifications more than Universities, the College of Humanities, and our graduates are probably the hardest hit in terms of not finding employment. That's because in society, for a long
My apologies, Mr. Muguni. Apparently, my mic was not on. If you will allow me to repeat the question so that it can be noted. Yeah. Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to ask for Mr. Mguni to please provide 3 practical solutions should he be appointed onto the NYDA board, how he will assist entrepreneurs within the informal sector. Thank you very much.
confiscated, and municipalities can't account for it. And so we need to make sure that the law, insofar as that is concerned, is championed, and we need to make sure that there are protections. Now, the other issue is then to say, young people in the informal space which has helped a lot of young people in that country to make sure that their ideas are prototyped, patented, and scaled up to become viable, because the informal sector itself is a precarious economic model, because if you don't help people graduate out of it and scale up their ideas, they'll be locked into that system and they can't make savings. And if anything happens, such as COVID-19, they immediately lose their incomes, households lose incomes, and there's no food on the table. And that drives them into a state of poverty. And when we don't have a social relief program from for example, now, almost everybody has been targeted. But besides the NYDA, which has attempted the 10,000 rand grants to the informal sector, there is no other government response for people in the informal economy. So it's important to ensure that you also help young people in the informal economy to start having savings, where they come together and they are clubbing together and creating savings so that they can be cushioned in a time of crisis such as this one.
Okay, I want to make a follow-up on that one also, Mr. Mguni. When you look at, you've touched on the issue of the IDC, but when you how the requirements of IDC, the way they are crafted, like they are tailor-made for big business, and like that for years. And in your own understanding, or if you are appointed as a board member, how are you going to ensure that young people are not declined by those institutions, that those financial institutions that government have to assist people in establishing business? Because the manner in which those forms of the requirements are crafted, I don't think the way they are crafted, they are assisting the disadvantaged people. Can you share with us on understanding in what exactly is happening in IDC? 2 minutes, because it's a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's why my starting point is a policy document, a white paper for the informal economy, because that policy document will also articulate the forms of funding that are necessary. For example, IDC uses its cooperation with CIFA to fund sort of much more lower-end enterprises. And they have put up about 2.7 billion rands between themselves to say this is for youth enterprises. However, the problem is that without a policy framework that guides on how do you fund the informal economy, if we're talking about the most vulnerable young people who are in the informal economy, you are not going to be able to accommodate the question of how best to disperse funds, because IDC has a broad spectrum of people that it looks up to. That's why in IDC itself, you've got people who manage portfolios of business proposals of 10 million up. You've got people who manage portfolios of million, and IDC can go up as to beyond 50 million rands. So that's why you need a policy framework, because if you don't have a policy framework, then no one knows how they fit into the ecosystem of funding young people. And that is why it's an important question, because it's not only the NYDA that must provide funding for youth enterprises. The NYDA is a platform that is created by legislation to make sure that there's coordination and synchronization of all government, private sector, and civil society efforts in responding to the challenges, the needs, and in times the innovations and creative works of young people.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpiti. You were saying something?
Thanks, Chair. It's a follow-up. Thanks, Chair. It's a follow-up to the question around the assistance of young entrepreneurs. And I wanted to just find out from Mr. Mnguni, how exactly will you, as an appointed member of the NYDA, working together with local government, because there's a lot of calls that city-led growth, particularly for SMMEs and small business owners. How will you exactly work with local government to ensure that young entrepreneurs get assistance and support that is not only about disbursements of funds, but about sustainability of that particular business of the young person? Thank you.
Well, in the first instance, I've indicated that there has to be great integration of the NYDA into local governments. Local governments have their local economic development units. And one of the things that is needed there to ensure the non-financial support of young people is to make sure that, one, you can't dispense with research. You've got to research, and each local government will have its unique circumstances. Understand those unique circumstances. What is frustrating market linkages? Is it questions of infrastructure, which is at times that? Is it issues of marketing? What policy frameworks are we putting on the agenda to say, especially the big supermarkets, if they are in a particular town, where are they sourcing their fresh produce, if it is fresh produce? Where are they sourcing some of the things that are in the retail stores? How are you making sure that you are giving them incentives for procuring from the local players with young people?
Thank
and
you
young
very much, Mr. Mnguni, for your response. Honorable Gillion, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question.
Okay, you can talk, Chair.
Okay. To Mr. Nguni, what are the
Your volume is very soft.
Is it very soft?
Yes.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you, Chair. What are the key best attributes of an NYDA board member? And then the second question, what was your previous involvement on any youth project? If you were involved, highlight your video. My video is on.
Okay,
Can you highlight the success and the challenges of that project? Thank you.
The second question, I had the first question. The second question, I'm struggling.
Okay, may you please repeat your second question?
I repeat the second one. What was your previous involvement on any youth project? And if you were ever involved, can you highlight the success and the challenges that you faced in this project? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, my previous involvement there's a gap there, and then I hear that what were the successes and challenges. I just didn't get my previous involvement in what exactly. That's the gap I couldn't hear. That part I didn't hear from your honorable co-chair.
Chairperson. Honorable Chair.
Youth programs, is that?
Mr. Honorable Nchabeling is trying to help. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Gillion. Okay, let's pass that one. We'll
Maybe let me go at least for now with the first question, Chair, and maybe she might text it through the chat.
Yeah, can you get that?
The NYDA board member, where I am seated, is a person who demonstrates good qualifications, because that means that they've dedicated themselves to growing in terms of knowledge and acquiring certain expertise. The second one is somebody in their life have demonstrated good conduct, ethical values, so that they can be trusted with public responsibility, particularly public funds, when we are often so worried about unethical people rising to the seat of office. And lastly, I think a person who demonstrates having been involved with the life of our country in its multifaceted existence. That means not only just uniquely just at a university, but in communities you have a presence, you've played a role to support the democratic institutions of our society, and you come across as a trusted individual who can champion the ethos of our constitution, but more so somebody who carries a vision for young people and how to deal with some of the challenges that they are facing. The second one, Chair, if I am to go with the assistance given by Honorable Chabileng, would be to say I've been involved in a number of youth initiatives, some looking something that we called Give Back Initiative, which we started in our former high school. There we were looking at giving career guidance and career mentorship, not just what careers are there, but what is life like post-school, and we made sure that it is young people who deliver that service to young people. As indicated, I was involved with the organization called SIFE, Building Social Entrepreneurs, and there the successes were helping people in communities scale up, particularly their informal services, but in the recycling space. We're working with people doing can in the year I was involved, and we found ways to fundraise successfully so that they could build backyard storage facilities. I am involved as a lecturer every day with young people in terms of mentoring them, in terms of helping them where I can. There have been successes where one is able to help a young person rescue a situation where they can't study because of the conditions in their neighborhood, and you find them accommodation in the university and funding to further their studies. The challenges, of course, are always that there isn't enough time, there is a lot of demand for youth assistance, and by far and large, I believe the resources aren't always forthcoming because our institutions, particularly those tasked with service delivery, are not always doing what they are meant to be doing. So we don't always see good governance in public institutions. And I do think that that's something the NYDA needs to focus on, making sure that there's good governance across all institutions tasked with the delivery of service and public goods in society.
Okay, we go to Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, Mr. Mnguni. Mr. Mnguni, we are now on day 122 of our lockdown. How do you think we can better cushion our young people from the adverse effects of COVID-19? And I'm speaking specifically about the young people who are coming from the remote areas like Abo Balas, where you are coming from, Emampondweni, Drama. Those that are really
in the deepest of the rural areas. How do you think we should, use some of the NYDA programs to cushion them from those adverse effects of COVID-19?
Thank you very much. If you're talking about young people who've already been hard locked down, one of the things the NYDA programs have to do is to focus on the quality of education that young people from those areas are receiving. So come back to schooling, which has been disrupted, necessarily so, because of attempts to suppress the virus. How do we make sure that programs of the NYDA intervene on literacy and numeracy, which is a serious demand for young people who are in those areas? And it frustrates their prospects for growth, even if as entrepreneurs or as people who want to further their studies. That's the first, the quality of education, and that can be done via some services that the NYDA is already doing in terms of information services, life skills, and so on. But of course, the NYDA can also create new programs that attend to that issue. The second way in which we can cushion young people, where I come from, I see a lot of young people who have skills or a trade. They can build, they can electrify, you call upon them, but they have no certificate. They have no qualifications. How do we work with some of the SETAs, with some of the TVETs, to come up with, we certify them without necessarily making them write an exam? So how do we find oral ways and popularize them to reach these areas? Because a lot of young people in those areas have trade. We haven't tapped into the arts. The NYDA hasn't tapped a lot in terms of the arts. So what people who are into fine art, who are into crafts, how do you support them? There has to be platforms for exhibitions. There has to be platforms for marketing their work and ensuring that you have a way in which they can come together and demonstrate their expertise, come with industry experts who can tap into those skills and popularize them. We have seen in some instances choirs coming from rural towns and going all the way to perform abroad. But that is because there was an effort made by somebody to discover that talent. So one of the things that young people who are in vulnerable spaces is to tap into their talents, to tap into the things that they can already do, and make sure you give support financially and otherwise. And there isn't quite a product that talks to those issues at the NYDA. And I think it is high time that we see a product of that nature that attends to those people, some of the most hardest hit in Eastern Bondoland, but definitely not peculiar area, but many other rural provinces in our country. Yes, it is, Chair.
On your CV, where you write about your health and languages you speak, there's a line in brackets where you say you are semi-literate. I'm really interested in the knowing what's this semi-literacy that you have. There are multiple views in society, as you know, that suggest that the NYDA Act needs to be reviewed. You know that this Act has been in existence for the past 10 years. A process has already been started to review the Act, the NYDA Act. What will your input to the NYDA Act be, such that it can be more effective for your development? Should you be appointed as the board? What will you do?
Ke lebogile ntate Chabileng, a ke re ke semi-literate, ke hona go bua Sesotho se senyane. E seng haholo. Mara o hone go Sesotho. A ke mo ntlong. That's what I mean by semi-literate. the debate is on about the amendment of the NYDA Act. I've tried to immerse myself in this debate, but I find the point of departure a bit misplaced. Because one way, there's an argument that the NYDA Act is a Section 75 Act and not a Section 76, which then cripples the ability of the NYDA to coordinate provinces, particularly youth desks and premier's offices. The NYDA Act vests power for the NYDA to do work with organs of state, which are quite clearly defined in Section 239 of the Constitution, and they encompass all spheres of government. The other part of the discussion seems to want to elevate the South African Youth Council within the imagination of youth development institutions. In fact, the proposed National Youth Policy 2020 to 2030 even makes a suggestion that the National Youth Council should become the apex organ or apex organization for young people. Again, I believe that debate is a bit misplaced because the Youth Council exists for youth in civil society space. There's youth in business, there's youth in politics. That is why legislatively the NYDA is in actual fact the apex body of youth development in the country and should so remain. Where I think there is need for amendment, a big debate is whether or not the chairperson and deputy chairpersons of the NYDA should be executive posts, and whether that doesn't compromise the oversight responsibility of the board into the operations of the NYDA. That for me is a debate I would like to have insofar as amendment of the Act. But the terms of the Act are broad enough to allow the NYDA to be a platform for young people of all walks of life. And I know in this interview we focused on vulnerable young people. But some of the young people who are not finding expression in the NYDA are young professionals who want a space for their own ideas, who want a space for their own development, who are dealing with issues of discrimination in the workplace. But they don't find a voice of young people that is talking on their behalf. A predisposition of the NYDA towards the most vulnerable, rural, unemployed, not in education and so on. But the NYDA must be much broader. It must take, in fact, the entire youth experience. And it is there in the Act. So where I'm seated, the biggest question for me would be that of executive chairperson and deputy chairperson, because what does it mean for a board to have executive chair and deputy in terms of fulfilling in earnest its fiduciary duties? But insofar as the other debates that I've canvassed that are there, I don't feel that they are misplaced. They are well placed, and probably my input would be to argue against those debates.
In fact, I want to make a follow-up on that one. In relation to the Act, you know, what do you think what do you think about the composition of the NYDA? Remember, like, for instance, now, the Act allows only 7 board members. So do you think 7 members are enough to serve in the NYDA board? And if not, why do you think they are not enough? If maybe we were to amend the Act as lawmakers, what advice will you give to us?
Thank you, Chair. 7 board members is enough. The board of the NYDA legislatively has 2 principal functions. Is to of the NYDA, and it can do that by allowing for greater participation. And I want to come to this question of participation soon. The second one is to make sure that it exercises control over how the NYDA uses its power, resources, and make sure that it reports on that. So for me, 7 board members to do that legislated work is enough. What is missing in the NYDA and in its operations is being participatory in an organized way. So for example, where is a structure of youth political formations that the NYDA consults regularly to move away from this perception bias of it is seen as representing largely interests of one political formation over others. So you then bridge that gap by making sure that you've got these consultative forums that are perhaps that would be something that needs to be explicitly put in the act. But insofar as the number of board members, if you look at a section, chapter 9 institutions such as the IEC and how many commissioners you appoint to assist the IEC to undertake its work, it's quite that you do not need a choir of board members, but you need a complementary cohort of board members that can do the oversight work on the NYDA, assist in determining its operational policy, so that that operational policy articulates all the 9 objects of the NYDA, and that the people who are the executive management, because the NYDA is a huge staff complement, has an executive management, and now if you're going to have a big board, which is meant, by the way, to meet in intervals of about every quarter, that board is there to make sure that the work is done properly. Once the board becomes too big, and I've sat in a few boards, the problem with a too big a board is that it can deliberate to no end, and that it may open up space for a variety of lobbying that cripples the work of the board itself. Whereas at 7, I think the number is sufficient if you complement that work with these necessary forums of consultation: youth formations in politics, youth formations in business, youth formations in civil society, and that they be standing items of consultation for the NYDA rather than seasonal consultation if and when the opportunity arises, because that will create greater for the NYDA, and it will also create greater ideas harvesting for the NYDA and begin to close the gap that is there between young people and the NYDA in our society.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mboni. Sorry? Okay. 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been going through your CV and I see that you've done a lot of work, including your undergraduate in community development. In 2 minutes, can you just tell us what your thoughts are on the professionalization of youth work?
Professionalization of?
Of youth work.
Is this in terms of, just for clarity, Chair, is this in terms of qualifications within that space? Because I know, for example, you're talking about community development studies, there's a big debate on professionalization of community development.
Yes.
It's a long overdue. It's a long overdue issue. It does need professionalization, and because professionalization creates standardization of curriculum offering, accreditation, creates professional respectability. And so we don't find people who get out of these, their certificates, for example, in youth development, in some institutions, community development. Once there is that professionalization, it will allow space for people who graduate to be taken seriously, because then the professional is held accountable by a professional body, as we see, for example, in the health sciences, in social work, which is a sister program for community development. And that is why it's a very big, but it's a long drawn down conversation. You might be aware of it as well from a professionalization of monitoring and evaluation. Those debates are still happening, but I think it is necessary, as also for the benefit of those people who graduate out of those programs, to have a standing in society that is respectable, but also to be accountable in the work that they do. Because if we are talking about youth as vulnerable, it means that the people who work with the youth must be adhering to certain codes of conduct so that they are necessary compassion and integrity that is required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mnguni. Thank you very much, Mr. Mnguni. That was the last question. Is there anything that you want to ask the members?
Chair, mine would be probably around this process, and given how some people in society have already in one way or the other challenged, particularly when you're doing the shortlisting, there was a letter sent to yourself. One would be to say, for purposes of transparency, would the committee be open to the idea that it publishes its scoring of candidates?
You see, that question, it's a very difficult question for us because, the manner in which we deal with the appointment of boards in Parliament, what we usually do, we deliberate on each and every candidate. And it's not like when we're dealing like in employment. But in terms of openness and transparency, that's why one of the reasons that make us to make all our interviews live for each and every person to watch, so that people must not say at the end of the day, we haven't seen this candidate, and people are able to even themselves listen to what candidates are saying, and there is information. Hammond, assist now. Because it has never happened before that information of candidates in terms of scoring that we publish it has never happened, because that is information that is meant for the panel. Yeah, so what we publish, it's the outcome after the deliberations. So I can't promise something that has never happened in Parliament before. It's unlike in the employment, what do you call, at a workplace. I'm not even sure whether they publish the scoring of candidates to the public or to the unions, because each member of the panel scores individuals according to the way, because of your articulating your answers, and how you respond to questions. And then remember, what we're checking also, it's many things that we're checking. It's not only, we're not only basing it on, but there are many things that we've got our own things that as for appointing people to serve in boards. Remember, it's a strategic appointment. So there are things that you assess to individuals, whether this one can rise up to the task is fit for purpose or so. So all those elements is what we're looking at as members as we score each candidate. So I don't think the scoring will publish. Yeah, and that will be my answer. And then Hemen can also add as our legal person. Kofagule yakho the
I'm not connected. I'm not connected. I'm not connected. If Chair, if I'm not mistaken, I think on the CGE, I think the scores were published, if I'm not mistaken. But if not so, if not so, then that's access to information in 1932 of the Constitution. So that is the request. I think Mr. Mngoni is making that request. So it's for the committee to decide on that one, because he has made a request before the committee.
I think, Chairperson, the answer that you gave is the correct one. I've never seen anywhere where scores are being publicized. We only publicize the so your answer, I think even Mnguni understood it, and it's a correct one. We don't have to go and engage in other things. Thank you.
Members, Mr. Mgundi, thank you very much for coming. I think we have tried to answer you. That
No,
we are
absolutely,
not
Chair.
publicizing scoring of people, but we are open for deliberations on all candidates according to our expectations for people to serve in the board, as per whether the candidate is fit for purpose, can rise to the task, can be able to deliver, can provide other things of like about leadership and so on. And there are many things that we look at. That's what is critical and important for us, rather than numbers, because numbers is just numbers. So, but we want the analysis and the assessment that we do individual per individual. Yeah.
No, thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
And I must apologize to Honorable Kaula that I had not been initiated on time. I always sit when you are debating among yourselves, and I never got to the heart of the matter that you love, which is land. But the solutions are there. I can entrust you. I already told you that as young people there back home, we are working on the land with sheep farming, and that we are developing a model for young people on how to utilize land that is lying fallow to fight poverty and unemployment. But that said, I was willing, but thank you for having me, Chairperson.
But why because protect mabathi shortlist abantu abangalokhujana abanganama qualifications kanti nikhona na?
Tina? No, sometimes, Chair, we are invisible because some don't want to see us. But also, you know, when you are part of the process, I was accused on social media of doing something unsavory. I was told that I'm doing a funny dance because I'm trying to get it as critical on the president. It starts with a T. Those who know. So when we are part of the process, and I think your deliberations had said you are all happy. And when all political parties, when you asked and rounded up, when you were shortlisting, and everybody said they believed that the system process you had undertaken was fair, was just, and was transparent. That meant among yourselves, there was no contestation. That people will always say you have done this or that. People will air their views, partly because of how politicized the appointment of the NYDA has been over the years. And that is why I wasn't fighting. Dr. Tambo, I wasn't even asking for myself the question that I asked, but it is a question that is to try and cushion this process from unnecessary skepticism that it is about favoring others because they belong or are affiliated in a particular way. And that indeed the confidence, because that's where the first crisis arises, that if the people who are appointed, having been sifted, and I think this time around the shortlist is even too big than the last time, 37 posts. Now when people say you or you sifted in a wrong way, that becomes a bone of contention, and it immediately places aspersions on the credibility of the board. And that's why I asked that question. It's just in the spirit to assist this process to say how much more transparent can it be, how much more accountable can it be, so that whoever makes it into the next board isn't seen as a proxy of one thing or the other. And I think all members are quite aware of the debates that happen in society about the NYDA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mguni. We'll finalize our process by next week because during the week, there are other days that we won't be conducting the interviews due to our parliamentary program. We are having a three-line whip, and we had to vote for some of the things. So we have rescheduled other candidates. But thank you very much for your time. We know that you are busy. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come for this interview.
No, thank you
And
for having
we
me,
wish you
Chair.
good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you
Fly
to
safe.
your honorable colleagues.
Oh, by the way, ubalekile wena emakhaya. So we are not flying anywhere.
No, I've been here. I missed my grandfather's 85th birthday. I miss my livestock. And there's umthembu ndiyakuthanda ekhaya. No, nguche on the
Balekile emampondweni. Sorry?
Huh?
I want to say the decision we just had. Check I don't know. Yes, yeah.
Yes, ngibona uNtshabeleng uthi uNtshabeleng maka
Why are we using these mics instead of the actual mics in our gadgets?
We left this one and we concentrated on our gadgets.
No, some of these people do us
no, we stopped them. You know, how would I say? So essentially now you say the laptop.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I'm calling out to many, but it's a laptop. Maybe I'm to a rate. You don't see the rate. Ne, what was the laptop here? Listen, no matter how serious laptop. We need the iPad and it's mobile. People didn't check the business 2 minutes. Back and I'm going to use a lady, the money to be a laptop. So, but now PT were using your laptop.
I was, Chair, but like, for example, if you can go to the live stream on YouTube, I'm just going to read the comments. The audio is so bad, sound is bad, you cannot hear the candidate. The IT must sort out the sound, sorry. Sound bad, so frustrating, trying to record it. Sound is bad. You know, like, those are all the comments. And also on Facebook, it's the same. So I'm just saying that maybe we just need to relook, because there's something, at the end it was fine, it was working. But at the beginning is, I don't know what was wrong, but there's a problem with the sound.
Because we were using lines, and we were not unmuting.
You mean in the beginning, or candidates?
They couldn't hear him, but also they couldn't hear some of us.
Oh, yes.
So either we were not unmuting on our own devices, or using this mic was perhaps not enough. I don't know what could be wrong. Like, Chair, you can check the comments.
I'll check the vacancies. We'll see the problem. On the basis on that.
Because it's across the because
Mamela speech, which is that I came out to be yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Say that again, Michael.
Maybe it was the mics before.
Yeah, before.
But yeah. So we should love money. It was before, especially cookies. They eat.
They didn't have cookies anymore, but they have the second that one on the
because Nami that's why I was able to talk to Bioliso. Good friends, but it's not in the gadgets now. Okay, let's go to the next candidate. Or as it's like yeah,
How long check?
in 8 minutes, that's enough.
I was 70.
Yeah. Ushezi akekho ke bafowethu unoshow siyetha laba bakhonela flight charges yamshi the flight yakhe izeya nokunjani sorry.
Yes.
I am disconnected. Oh yes. Yeah.
I think the gentleman in front is talking on the desktop microphone, but the other ones are using their laptop. Yes. But I take these ones off the table.
Take them off the table and leave the one that's yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay, sure.
But did you call? So I just called someone saying that I must take you to the doctor because the vomiting thing needs to be monitored, like you need to get it tracked. This. Okay, just keep monitoring because it is a symptom that's called yeah, I'd like 2 points.
Good. Are you back? Did you find a solution? Well, we are leaving it as it is for the last half an hour. It went fine. So he's talking on this microphone and on the laptop microphone as well. So they're cancelling one another out. So for now, it's okay.
Okay, so do they still need to see each other?
The lady who I spoke to just now on the phone said, just leave everything as it is for now. So she'll let me know as they go on. Obviously, it's a work in progress, so she can phone me when they are finished with lunch. She can phone me in an hour or two and say there's something.
UP, I can talk to you if you can hear me.
It's out of my hands.
So the DSTV lady?
Say again?
That DSTV lady?
Yes.
I was just the one.
Yeah.
UP, colleague, you able to hear me?
On the screen whenever they're speaking.
Yeah, did you speak to her again?
No.
Okay, but I spoke to her now. She said, but after lunch, when they start taking, that's the most important. See that everything is going live again and it's integrated. Is Michael here?
Yeah, he spoke.
Okay, so if there's any issues, I'll just ask Ishmael just to quickly call you guys to come. But after lunch, if you're here after lunch, that
I'm still here. I just signed in
okay.
to. Actually, I'm taking over from Michael.
Okay.
They just signed me in right now to covering this site. Oh. So is this Michael?
Sorry. Change automatically.
Hey. Yeah.
Exactly our point, so that is why we ourselves. Just follow back, just to say after several question for a question this time.
But this is exactly.
So now you think someone needs to be here for themselves. So they said, related from that, the last that we have done
Is also going to be to assist us. Sometimes the people press the mute button and it doesn't go on mute.
So what we are going to do is, once the session starts again,
Yes,
so you must be there.
You will be in the
Yes, for the so it's okay now.
Yeah, it was a fun thing. It was supposed to go like this.
And apparently on social media, people are going on and on.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They are going on and on. This thing is so tricky and it's so, you know, problematic. I say, so that is why we must make sure that everything is active.
No, we do this.
We have to
Yeah. Next one will also be in the
Oh, they don't give a bit. That's why you said that. Oh, there are no separate congratulations for us. I'm sure very breakfast for this kind of and you see, we go after lunch, but we on board, and then we're coming back, but one time, past 4 lunch, then even because she was supposed to be, and so I said, in the morning, we only informed the first 5 people, we started very late. So she couldn't change people's, she couldn't call because she did not have as many time. So that is why yes, so We are actually trying to catch up. So we no time at all to this interview is one of us. Yes, so we try our best to get one of us. I do have the names of the house. I'm going to speak to I saw the right, some of the professor that recorded on. You can go ahead and actually.
Just keep imagine there's 4 people before me, so they're going to be accommodated.
Yes, people who are going to be accommodated.
Yes, one, the one that is
you see that behind. Yes. Oh, here they see that. Okay, Shanta, explain to
I don't see 5. If there's 4 people before me, I don't see. Yeah, not like yeah.
Hi, Philip. I'm fine. How are you? I'm in a Zoom meeting, but can we talk tomorrow, or is it rather urgent? Yeah, let's talk tomorrow, say at about after 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks, Philip. Bye.
Okay.
Ngoku mase try non-stop.
Batshelele abantu abangale ukuthi siyaqala. Ungamkhawula uphi? Thank you very much, honorable members. We are resuming with our interviews again. Now, Chair, I'm going to hand over to you to chair this session. The next candidate will be on visual platform. So you are going to chair now, Chair. The next candidate is how when now man touching incwadi yami. Maponopono.
Is it Susie?
Chair, the next candidate is Miss Maponopono.
Okay, Chairperson, is the candidate.
We don't see her on the screen.
I'm here, Chair.
I'm not sure where is she.
I'm here.
Can we check if she has already logged in? Oh, there she is. Okay. She's. Where's Makula? Sorry. Okay, let's wait for Makaula, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, she's coming.
Is everybody ready, Chairperson?
Makaula, we're waiting for Makaula.
Okay.
Eish, incedile ichaza yakho yo. Ichaza yakho incedile yo. Makaula is back, Honorable Chair. You can start.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sezi. Are you relaxed?
Yes,
You are.
I am.
Now, you can start by telling the panel a little bit of who you are.
Okay.
Yes.
I am relaxed, but this is nerve-wracking because it's such a big thing to be called for. So yes, I'm a bit nervous, but as I start talking, I think things will become a bit easier for myself.
Chair, why is Ms. Maponopono talking?
Chairperson,
Why is Ms. Maponopono talking?
because I already asked her to introduce and tell us a little bit about herself.
We can't hear her. Have you introduced yourself, Chair?
Okay, sorry, Chairperson, sorry for that mistake. Ms. Sezi, please forgive me. You must relax. Just relax. Okay, my name is member Marensha Gilly.
No, it's not Mr. Shezi. It's Ms. Maponopono.
Isn't the surname Sezi?
No, jump that one.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Let me check. Okay.
My apologies, Chair.
Okay, my name is Marensha Gillian. I'm the co-chairperson of the subcommittee. I'm the chairperson of Health and Social Services within the NCOP, representing the Western Cape. The chairperson of this subcommittee is member Naba. And then maybe she can just give an introduction of herself and all the members that's present. I am doing this committee meeting virtually, and the others is all in Johannesburg. So, member chairperson, can you please introduce the rest of the team that side, or allow them to introduce themselves after you have introduced yourself to our next candidate?
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Maponopono. We have Mr. Tembe, Dr. Tembe, who's our legal person from Parliament. Ms. Nomvula Iba, the committee manager. Ms. Neliswa Nobatana, our committee secretary. And Ms. Zuki France from NCOP. And now we can hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. Over to you, Honorable Maluleka.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Guilherme Maluleke, a member of this committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Telisom Gweba, the member of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sibongile M. Kaula, member of the committee. Ngiyabonga, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Audrey Malika, the member of the subcommittee.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Alec Nchabele. I belong to this committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Igama lami nguMbulelo Bhaga, lilungu lale committee as well.
Ngibonge sihlalo ngibingelele. Igama lami nguFikile Masiko, ilunga lekomiti.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Luyo Lompiti, and greetings to Ms. Maponopono.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think honorable members have done the introduction. We can now hand over to you.
Thank
I just want to check if Ms. Maponopono can hear honorable members.
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope you are relaxed now. Now you can start by telling us who Ms. Pono is and give us a little background. Thank you.
So my name is Naledi Mabonopono, but if you say my surname in the correct Sesotho pronunciation, it translates to a word which means lake in Sesotho. Hence, I like to say Mabonopono instead of the correct pronunciation because then people start picturing me in that type of way. I was born and bred in Cape Town. I grew up in Khayelitsha. I was born in Khayelitsha, grew up in Khayelitsha till I was about 12 years old when my father was murdered for a cell phone in Khayelitsha. So we had to move as a family. I was born to a mother who was a domestic worker and my father was a security guard. So when he was being robbed for a cell phone, he was murdered and shot. And then when I was 12 years old, I moved to a small township called Westlake, which is in Lower Constantia, close to Tukai, very close to Portsmouth Prison. I stayed there with my mom and my brother after my father passed away. And when I was about to enter high school, I got a scholarship through the K Mason Foundation to go to high school at Westerveld High School, which is one of the top state schools in the country. So I did my high school at Westerveld High School from grade 8 till matric, which I had 4 distinctions, and I was third in the province for isiXhosa, first additional language. And then I applied to the University of Cape Town to study a Bachelor of Social Science. I majored in Public Policy and Administration, Sociology, isiXhosa, and Language and Literature Studies. So I had a triple major degree. And when I entered university, this is when I became very conscious of my surroundings, my oppression, which I couldn't really explain at a tender age, but which I've always had questions about. So I joined the Young Communist League as a first year, which I was elected as a deputy secretary in my first year of the branch. And then I moved to becoming a branch secretary of the ANC Youth League when I was in my third year of study. And I was also elected as a PEC member of SASCO as Gender and Transformation Officer in my third year of study. When I finished my undergrad, which by the way, I must add this, I managed to maintain a GPA of over 70% throughout my undergrad, and I was funded by NSFAS, this National Student Financial Aid Scheme. So without it, I could not have entered university. I then moved to lead SASCO at provincial level and later elected as provincial secretary of SASCO during the Fees Must Fall moment in 2015. And then I left school in 2016 to work at the National Department of Public Works, where I was working with the head of the property management trading entity to track, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of the EPWP program in respect of youth development and how, whether the program was creating jobs for youth as it is envisaged to do. And then I came back to school in 2017 to pursue an honors degree. I found my calling that I'm actually a linguist. I'm a person who is very inclined to linguistic studies, but I'm also passionate about education. So I did my honors in African languages, and my research was based on language policy implementation in basic education, which I must add to the committee that I passed the first class pass. So I maintained a GPA of over 70% and I received a distinction for the dissertation. And then in 2018, I started my master's degree. I also had a baby boy in my honors year, but I also went on to do my master's by 100% dissertation. I continued the same topic of language policy implementation in basic education. And academically also, I still maintained my over 70% GPA and I have multiple class medals which relate to the fact that I topped many classes while I was doing my undergrad and I received a lot of entrepreneurs. And then currently, I completed my master's by 100% dissertation. I'm waiting for my grade. I submitted the final dissertation in February, and I look forward to receiving my grade, which I know will be maintaining the same GPA and the same standard that I've held academically. And I've been accepted for my PhD at the University of Cape Town. I've been appointed as supervisor, but it's a conditional offer pending the marks of my master's degree. And post my schooling or in between my schooling, because of my positionality as a Black woman, I also have to manage school and work because I also have to provide for my family. So I found my passion, which is teaching. So I became a primary school teacher. While I was doing my honors, I taught from grade R to 7. I taught isiXhosa, and it was very critical because I was researching on language policy implementation in basic education. So it was helping me to actually do my research and being an active player in the field. And then I moved to teach in high school, where currently teach from grade 5 to 11. And I developed the curriculum, the isiXhosa curriculum at the school where I currently teach. I'm the one who's spearheading isiXhosa at the school. I also lecture at the South African College of Applied Psychology. I lecture 3 courses. One, academic literacy. So I teach first years, I teach a cohort of first years who are starting to be psychologists or counselors rather. Um, the world of academia, how to write essays, how to structure academic arguments, and so on. I also lecture a course called Language and Communication Skills in isiXhosa, which teaches incoming counselors or the future cohort of counselors about cultural limitations that they might have when they deal with African language speaking people. I also teach a course called Diversity in the South African Context, where I teach on different topics such as gender, race, inequality, and so on, to make them better understand the type of clients that they're going to get. I also lecture adult basic education and training. So with adult basic education and training, I teach at level 4. I lecture a subject called SMME,
Thank
which
you
is
very much,
okay.
Ms. Maponopono. Chair, are you gonna check time or what?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair, for taking that
Okay,
initiative.
so I will keep time for you. It's okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
very much, Maponopono.
Can we now have the hands of members who would like to pose questions to Ms. Maponopono?
Okay. Honorable members, over to you. Honorable Malika, Honorable Bacha, Honorable Maluleka, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Kaut. Honorable Whoever is fine. In that order.
Can we continue with number 1?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Mapunapuna. I want to check with you. As we know that the NYD funding grant program offers both financial and non-financial support to qualifying young entrepreneurs. If you are appointed as a board member, how are you going to monitor the implementation and accountability of the grant or funding?
Thank you, honorable member, for the question. I think it's very important that we realize the purpose of the grant itself towards up and coming entrepreneurs. So it would be very important that when we give a grant to a particular business owned by young people, who are able to monitor and evaluate whether our grant is achieving its intended purpose for that recipient. So when monitoring and evaluation, we are unable to check whether our efforts to assist young entrepreneurs are actually having the desired outcome. So I think that each and every grant recipient from the NYDA should be tracked and monitored whether how are they using that grant and is it assisting their business to fully function in the manner that they would have motivated to the NYDA to support them in that manner. And I think this is a very important aspect because it is not feasible to just give people grants or support them financially, but then not check if your actual support is having the desired outcome that you have for them to succeed. So I think as a board, we should be hands-on in terms of getting reports of all grant recipients and whether they were able to use the grants in the manner that we envisage, that the grants are supposed to provide a certain relief to them to be able to have successful businesses. So I think as the monitoring and the board of directors being a monitoring authority over the NYDA as an entity is able to say, what have we achieved by giving certain number of people these grants, and have their businesses grown, and have they been able to alleviate unemployment within their communities, having supported their efforts, what is the outcome of us having given them those grants? So I think it's very important for us to have a hands-on approach, noting that there are employees within the NYDA offices, but we should be up to date in monitoring and evaluating whether the grants are actually being utilized in the manner that we envisage that they would be utilized, and are they assisting those businesses to actually achieve what they said they want to achieve when they applied for them. So that's what I think would be our approach, to constantly monitor and evaluate when we give out funds. Does that have the desired outcome that we have as a board? And does it also correlate with what the businesses said they needed the grants for, and what is the output after they've gotten the grant itself from the NYDA?
Any follow-up question? Okay. The next honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is maybe you might have touched a bit in trying to respond to what I'm going to ask, but I would like to get the fuller details of what it entails. What is your understanding of the key challenges that our country faces in terms of youth development? And what will you do to address these challenges if you were to be appointed as a board member? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. So I think we have a very complex situation or phenomenon of youth development in our country, because whilst we have a youthful population, the burden of unemployment rests on the youth itself. So there are many issues that relate to this. So for instance, we have an inequality in an education system that, because it's so commodified, it allows those who have the means, i.e., those who can pay to afford an education, to have a better chance at achieving their goals in terms of educational and academic goals that they would have set for themselves. So the structural problems that we have, firstly, at ECD level, that the quality of early childhood development training centers is not the same for those who have money and for those who don't. The quality of basic education is still skewed. And when I say this, obviously, I am relating back to a country that we inherited from a history of racism and inequality. So we also have a skewed higher education system which favors the over the have-nots. So most young people find themselves unable to have the dreams that they want to have, because as they try to enter the education system, they are unable to, as a result of the inequalities that exist there. And so much of the youth problems that we face is that when these youth drop out of school, they become less desirable in the economy. And as they become less desirable to function in the economy, so do they give up on their dreams and tend to turn to alcohol or drug abuse to numb the pain of not being able to do anything for themselves. We've got child-headed homes, and those are structural inequalities that this government and this country has inherited from a history of colonialism as well as apartheid. So we have a very deep problem of inequality that makes young people so vulnerable, and especially the group that is not in employment, not in education, and not in training. And when we look at the reasons why, when we look at the research as to why do we have such a large group, we've got nurses, we've got all these beautiful policies, but we still have a large number of youth who aren't able to access these to access education so that they acquire the necessary skills to be able to compete in the market. So I think as a board member, because I'm coming from a position of I'm very passionate about education, because I believe even myself coming from a home of a domestic worker and a security guard, I was able to be liberated through education. It gave me the skills that I could just also walk in a room and be able to have confidence and also be able to sell my labor, because I can be able to say, this is what I have. So therefore, in exchange for this, what do you offer me? Because I've been able to get up to level NQF level 8. Because of my education, I'm able to be competitive in the economy amongst other people. So I come with a passion for education. This is what I bring to the board. And as I've said, I lecture adult basic education. I lecture in the private sector, and I've lectured even I've tutored at the university. So I believe education is the key fundamental thing that we should be driving our youth towards. And also as the board, ensure that the education system itself and these educational institutions are bringing out the necessary skills that are needed in the market, so that you're not producing a redundant number of skills that are not actually being absorbed by the market. So I think that is what I bring. And I say this understanding that it's a very complex issue, because as I've said, we've inherited a country with deep inequality. It was capitalist, it was racist, it was sexist, and it was ableist. So when we talk, we also talk about the vulnerable groups. What about people who are living with disabilities? Do we envisage them when we talk about youth development? That would be my answer, honorable member.
You're right on the dot.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Who's next? Next member.
Maluleka.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Maponopono.
Maponopono.
Maponopono. I'm sorry for your surname being mispronounced, but I think you will pardon me. Ms. Maponopono, can you tell this committee what is your understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the NYDA board? Thank you, Chair.
Can I add on that one, including the mandate? What is your understanding? So when you respond to that one, also add the mandate of the NYDA.
Thank you, honorable members, for the question. So in my understanding, the board of directors act as an accounting authority. So they play an oversight role in the entire National Youth Development Agency program, which is initiated through the NYDA. And they ensure that the mandate, which is set out for the NYDA to achieve, i.e. to alleviate inequalities in education, to have a sustainable youth development program that is filtered throughout the country, through all government institutions, and also aligning with the private sector. And I think that the role of the board, as it is as it is stipulated in the Act, is to ensure the smooth functioning and the well functioning of the NYDA, to ensure that all the objectives of youth development are met, not only by the agency itself, but also through lobbying other government institutions such as departments, local municipalities, and other government entities, to ensure that youth development is at the center of each and every corner of the government. And not only the government alone, but to also lobby the private sector to come on board in alleviating the struggles which are faced by the youth. And the board, they act as accounting officers in respect of the PFMA. They are the accounting officers who ensure that the program which is set up for the NYDA happens, that they also complete the required financial statements of the board, and that they ensure that those financial statements of the board are audited by an independent auditor, and that everything that happens financially within the board is presented in its true form, guided by accounting principles which are outlined. So I think yes, that's how I would answer the question.
Thank you. Can we have the next member, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairpersons, and greetings once again, Ms. Maponopono. A couple of weeks ago, when addressing the nation, President Ramaphosa referred to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide as a second pandemic. In your view, what interventions can the National Youth Development Agency, working together with different stakeholders in society, introduce to help fight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member, for the question. And this is a topic which is very close to my heart. Of course, as a Black woman in society, I'm close at any point in time as being a statistic of that very gender-based violence. So, in my view, here we are dealing with a very complex issue as well. So, for me, gender-based violence is an outcome of the toxic masculinity that is that men are socialized into being. So, in that respect, we are dealing with a psyche problem. So, how men's minds or socialization happens to the extent that they believe that they are the superior, beings over women, that they have a, you know, they have this given authority over the bodies of women, how they move, how they dress, how they talk, and that happen in society. So we are dealing with a very deep problem because it runs from generation to generation. So I want to say, in answering this question, there is no quick fix solution that I think can happen, but I can say that the agency has a role to play in ensuring that we change the male psyche that currently exists, to move away from this toxic masculinity that also oppresses men as much as it oppresses us, because toxic masculinity forces them to become these unfeeling beings of people who can't cry, who can't show emotions which are considered soft, who constantly have to fight, who constantly have to be aggressive and show this masculinity in a quite an ugly and competitive way. So to the extent the NYDA has a duty to re, to change the socialization of men, firstly, because we've all established and research has shown that it is men who are creating these atrocities against women. So on that we can all agree. And with the resources the agency has, it has the ability to start the conversation with young men, who are youth, to say, to unlearn the things that they've learned, which have led them to become these violent beings against women. And when we say these things, we're not demonizing men, but we're trying to show them that the socialization that they have, which is inculcated in them through many institutions such as culture, the church, such things that creates this toxic masculinity, that those things they need to unlearn. And the agency has the power to change the narratives, because we need to change the narrative and the way that people think. And when I draw from sociology, unlearning is far more difficult than learning. So we have to teach someone to undo something which they've thought is correct for so long in their lives. So the agency has the power to go out to communities and raise awareness about gender-based violence and how it occurs, because we need to deal with the root of the problem. And not only deal with it on the surface when someone has already slapped you or someone has already killed you, and then only we deal with the tip of the iceberg, whereas we need to check what caused you to act in that manner in the first place. And this is a difficult process for everyone, including ourselves as women, because some of us don't even understand or don't even comprehend that things that happen to us are sometimes abusive. Some think it's a normal occurrence because it happens every day. And as I say, socialization is very powerful. So the agency ought to have conversations with young boys and have programs and have workshops where men also talk among each other, but the problems they have and the problems that surface and resurface to the mass murdering of women. And the agency as a whole needs to take women, for them to understand what does it mean, what is consent. We need to go back to that language for women to also understand the basics, of understanding what is consent. Did I agree to this? Did I not? Because it's so painful that even women themselves don't understand sometimes what is happening to them. They can't explain it. So I think the agency, with the muscle that it has, it can create awareness about gender-based violence through workshops, and through going to communities and talking to them and having conversations, and also bringing in healthcare professionals, psychologists, talking about gender based, what is it, what causes, so that we create a conversation of undoing the problem that we find ourselves, that is an outcome of gender-based violence. Because many men also don't understand that their actions are wrong, because so long we've been socialized to live in a where you live in an area where it's okay to touch a woman's bum, it's okay to whistle at her when she walks, such that you think it becomes normal. And even myself, growing up in a township, I thought that was normal. When I walk in the street, someone can whistle or touch my bum and so on. So it's a deeper problem, which I think the agency has power to get into communities and be able to spread awareness. And not only spread awareness, but also work with NGOs as well. In terms of alleviating the scourge of gender-based violence in society.
Yeah, thank you very much. I left her to speak because she's got 3 minutes. The other questions she finished earlier. So remember, she's got 45 minutes. So that's why I left her to speak, to continue. Now she's left with one minute extra. Okay. We can then go to the next one. Who's the next? Honorable Mtiti.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and good day to the candidate. There's been much talk amongst young South Africans regarding the NYDA and its historical politicization amongst the appointment of board members. Further to this, there's been a lot of talk about the amendment of Section 10.1 of the NYDA Act to include a section that will speak to stopping the politicization of members who hold senior positions, either in political parties, from being appointed from the NYDA board. I would like to have your view on this matter. What do you feel should be the case? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Indeed, this is I very much. Let me is an institution, a constitutional institution which exists, which is it would be naive of myself or any to have the conclusion that politics are not at play in any decisions that within Parliament itself. So what I would like to say to that is, I believe that no deserving candidate should be judged or preconceived based on not person is based on objective criteria set by yourselves as a committee, which if I might add, has representation of all the political parties that exist in Parliament. So the process itself and its integrity is dependent upon you as our representatives that we have voted for, but also not downplaying the political aspect of everything that happens in Parliament, because it is a political environment, and therefore political decisions do get made because people are members of Parliament are affiliated to different political parties. So the outcome of such a process and the integrity thereof is dependent again on yourselves as members of Parliament. But I believe that any deserving candidate from any political party has a right to apply, has a right to come to the interview when shortlisted, and should not be scrutinized even before the opportunity for them to come and present themselves just because they are affiliated to some political party. And the other point I'd like to make is that it's difficult in this process to have a conclusion that indeed a political influence has had play, because at the end of the day, we are guided by the democratic principles that a majority decision will win. And as we know, that the political majority in the is the African National Congress. So naturally, in a political environment, a political party would have a view on what happens and the issues that they would want their particular you know, their particular policies to be carried out by the people whom they think are capable in carrying out those mandates. So I think I would say that I would not want to say that a candidate must be disadvantaged because they are not aligned to the majority party. But in the same vein, I don't want to be naive and say that this process is immune from politics, because as you are sitting there today, you all represent political parties. So it then becomes difficult to remove politics from this particular process. But in the same vein, the integrity of this process, again, we will send it back to you as the committee to ensure that the process itself has integrity. And it's up to you to prove to South Africans that this process has had integrity, even though you represent political parties in parliament. But when you are there, you represent the whole of South Africa. And even a person who has not even voted for you must still feel represented by you. That's how I would answer the question, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Can we have the next member for the question? Chairperson, who's next that side?
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Ms. Maponopon. My question to yourself is that if you were to be appointed as the NYDA board member, how are you going to allow the youth access to active support information and work readiness training to increase their employability and match themselves to opportunities to close the gap of high levels of unemployment that is affecting our youth across the country? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. I think, again, I'd like to talk about the complexity of this situation, which is youth unemployment. And when I talk about this, I'd like to say our problems, because I'm 27 years old, I'm a youth myself, and I feel that the things that affect the youth affect me directly as well. So I would say that coming from my background as a person who was born in a home of a domestic worker and a security guard, and having studied through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, and having had the drive that I had to push myself beyond my circumstances, I would encourage.
Sorry, Ms. Maponopono, may you please increase your volume?
The volume, okay.
Because I can't hear you.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
It's on. Can you hear me now?
You're speaking very soft.
Am I still soft?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a person,
you can start.
I can start. Okay. So as a person myself, having come from nothing, which is what I always say about myself, having come from nothing and made something of myself amidst my circumstances, it is possible for other youth like myself to dream and have bigger dreams and come out as successful young people. And how do we do this? We need to encourage youth to finish their basic education and enter into the TVET sector or the higher education sector. I think it's very important. Education for me is the pillar where you get a lot of skills that you can be able to use in the world. Without education, there are certain doors that you cannot open. And for centuries, our parents, because of the apartheid and colonial times, couldn't access education. And now our government has made it possible for us to be able to access education. So the board, the NYDA, should be able to support the National Student Financial Aid Scheme to the extent that it is able to open doors for those who cannot otherwise afford higher education or to attend a TVET college. And the Department of Higher Education must also ensure that community colleges exist in all communities so that youth who dropped out in basic education are able to finish their levels and be able to go on to TVET colleges or get into universities. So I think that I would encourage each and every young person to get an education or acquire a skill, because without these things you cannot participate in the economy, because in a capitalist system you have to sell your labor in order to survive, and to sell your labor is commodified according to what do you have to offer. So if you don't have basic education, you are less competitive. If you don't have higher education, you are less competitive. So if I might have an honors degree and someone else has a master's degree, and that person becomes more competitive than myself. So the issue here is ensuring that youth have the necessary skills that they're able to sell in the market. And how would do this? Because now I have a drive and a passion for education. So what I bring to the board is solutions that will help open the doors of learning for all. So the board needs to play an active role like it's doing now. We commend the previous board for allowing young people to apply through the NYDA offices for nurses. What do we need to do to create more accessibility so that youth knows, where do I go if I want to access money to study at a TVET college? Where do I go if I want to do a learnership? Where do I go if I want to acquire higher education? And what do I do if I want to be an academic? There's never been a person in my family who's been in a university, but I feel like I want to be an academic. So we should extend our scope far beyond only but also to extend to youth who want to be in the academic field or who have technical skills that they can use to sell in the economy. So I think that I would encourage, and now I'm a foot soldier, I'm very passionate. I'm willing to go to every corner of this country to send the message to you that there is hope. Our government has provided things that will help us even beyond our oppression, to help us navigate, such as myself. If we were to look at a young black woman, for instance, my grandmother, she never had the opportunities that I have today. But because I have had
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But I still have a follow-up question. In relations to the Act of NYDA, it's not specific about qualifications on with regards to people who must serve in the board. So there is general understanding that for a person to serve in the board of NYDA, somebody must have acquired a higher qualification. But now the question is, in a case whereby the act is silence, what is your take? Because you see, I can see that you are a person that has passion in education, and you are saying most young people, they are in a disadvantageous environment where, or at secondary level, or at TVET colleges or universities. So, in your understanding of the Act, what do you say? What is your take with regards to the criticism? Because as the committee, when we were busy with the shortlisting, some young people were even tagging some CVs of other people. What was worse, they were not even sensitive because they were even, taking information of individuals, and they never respected the privacy of individuals. So I want to hear from you. What is your take on that one?
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I think, as I've explained, that the education system in South Africa is quite complex, since we've inherited an unequal society where access to education is a problem. In that light, Chairperson, I think the board itself is should be a reflection of a variety of young people. So while someone might not have acquired a higher education yet, or a degree, or an honors degree, or a master's degree, or a PhD at this point in their life, I don't think it's fair to condemn that particular person, understanding the intricacy of the education system we have in South Africa. There are many issues that have led to my peers, which I've led with in SASCO, that have made them unable to complete their qualifications for a variety of issues. And if we are a youth development agency and we start to condemn young people who have not yet completed their qualifications, would mean that we ourselves don't understand the complexity of the inequality of education in South Africa. So I would say that, because I think, when a law is enacted, there's a lot of thought process that goes into that. And the reason why, perhaps I'll assume, but I wasn't part of the promulgation of the act, but I think that particular requirement was not explicitly put because it was understood that the complexity of youth development means also that a 28-year-old might not have completed a university degree, but might be in the process of doing so, or might have had to drop out because it's a child here at home and they had to leave school, or they had to drop out because their mental health, they were not doing well, So I don't think it's correct for the act to outrightly say that a qualification should be there, in light of understanding the complexity of our society and why some young people might not complete their qualifications even in record time. Understanding that NSFAS also, while it's while it's a key to open to higher education, has limited fundings. Has limited funding, and also has rules to say if you don't pass a certain number of courses within a certain year, you are not going to be they're not going to continue funding you. So such issues do exist in the higher education system. Within TVET colleges also, students face a lot of challenges, where the companies they have to go and do their in-service training in order to get their qualifications don't give it to them on time, where their funding doesn't exist anymore, and all those issues. So for me, it would be a very narrow way of looking at what a board of youth needs to have, and it would be also serve as discriminatory, because on the basis of someone not having a qualification does not mean they have nothing else to offer. That's my view, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maponopono. The next member was who? Oh, well done. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Maponopono. Chair, over to you to to close the interview of Ms. Maponopono.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Maponopono, is there maybe any question that you'd like to ask the team?
I just want to know if you fully got my profile, because I understand it's quite long, so I was cut, while I was talking. So I just wanted to know if you fully got to understand who Naledi is, because I know it's long and I'm 27 years old. Just if you understood that this is Naledi, if you did, want me to continue, then I
get a clear picture of
Man.
you are. Outline it to us.
No, we heard you very well.
Okay, but
we heard you very well.
Okay, Ms. Maponopono. So good luck.
Hey, Maponopono.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Wishing you good luck.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. So our next candidate is Mr. Malan.
No, we are going to jump Mr. Malan, and we are take Mr. Mate. Because
Mate.
Mr. Malan, we've booked for Mr. Malan, he'll be sleeping here in our hotel.
Okay.
So Mr. Mate is the one who's not booked in.
Okay.
So we're going to take Mr. Mate now. Mapodopodo. Chair, Mr. Matt is in. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Mate. My name is Marinsha Gillian. I'm the co-chair of the subcommittee, and I'm also the chairperson of the Select Committee of Health and Social Services in the NCOP. Chairperson of the subcommittee is Member Naba, and welcome to this interview that you avail yourself to attend today. Thank you very much for availing yourself to attend to this interview. I will ask the chairperson in the other side to introduce the team, and then also that members introduce themselves as part of this panel. Thank you, chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to you, Honorable Maluleka. We're out. Can the IT guys assist Mrs. Maluleka? You joined again. Okay.
And good afternoon, Mate. My name is Tumelo Maluleke, member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Mate. Igama lami ndimtheliso Mgweba, ndililungu lale committee.
Awuzwakalanga mamkhulu. May you please check your mic on your gadget?
Thank you, Chair. Igama lami nguSibongile Khawula, ilunga laleli committee. Ngikubingelele nawe Mhlonishwa Matha. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Audrey Malika, ilunga le subcommittee.
So if you may try to raise your voice so that even Mr. Mate can hear our honorable members.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If I were you, I was going to say yes, of course. Okay, thank you, Ramat. My name is Elekin Chabelin. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Mate, feel free, relax. If you feel that you have anxiety, drink water. There's a bottle of water there, but relax. Ne? Honorable Papa.
Inkosi Sihlalo, igama nguMbulelo Bharha, lilungu lale committee. Enkosi.
Babumathe ngibingelele. Igama lami nguFikile wakaMasiko, ngilunga lekomiti. Ngibingelele Babumathe. Igama lami nginguFikile wakaMasiko, ngiyilunga lekomiti. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Luyolo Mpiti, and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Duze nakubabu Mpiti, Babu Mate, udokotela uTembe, okuyena omele uParliament. Ngani kumele uyazi ngesizulu idgosh abameli baseParliament. And then abo sisa babili bahlila umama uNomvula Jiba or one of the community managers, Mamnalisa Nobatana, who secretary unobhala wekomiti lethu. Ukhona omunye usisi omncane uZuki naye, one of our staff coordinators sase NCOP. You have only 45 minutes with us. Yeah. Amalunga eParliament are going to ask you questions. And then where maybe you didn't hear the question very well, you are free to ask the honorable member to repeat the question. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Mate. Welcome to you. I will ask you to introduce yourself to the panel by. Can you hear me?
Can you hear the chat?
Can you hear me better now?
I'm increasing my volume.
Yeah.
Member Chabalek, switch off your mic.
Maybe somebody has reduced the volume. Nah? So if somebody can, you did it. Or from the other side. Okay.
So, Mr. Mate, if you can, Member Chabalek, can you switch off your mic, please?
Chabalek, make it higher.
Higher.
Oh, you're working on it.
On the other side. It's fine. You can't put it in your hand. And it will give feedback.
But it was loud and clear all along. What is the problem?
Yeah, you sure. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mate, if you can introduce yourself to the panel and tell us more about who Mr. Mate is, please.
Mr. Mate, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh. Okay. Let me first greet the panel and thank them for the opportunity afforded to me. My name is captured in my curriculum vitae. I'm Elias Tsepomte, who hails from a small town in Mpumalanga called Delmas. I have completed my matric in Skila Secondary School in Leidenberg. Then went further and studied for financial management, obtained a national diploma in that. Further studied a public administration degree and also an honors degree in public administration. Over the years, I have been involved in youth development programs, having headed the South African Youth Council at local level in Delmas, as firstly as an additional member to the local committee, then went on to be a deputy secretary of that committee for 2 terms. I've also participated in many youth development programs in my area and also participated in the ANC Youth League at various levels. Up to this level, I'm serving in the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC Youth League in Mpumalanga. I have gained a vast of experience working in the finance department of a local municipality for a period of over 7 years, working in various departments from supply chain, revenue section, reporting and all that. And currently I'm the office executive mayor in Victor Kanya local municipality as the manager of that office. Over the years, I've gained enough experience in interacting and engaging with young people. I know their struggles, I know their pleas, and I think I will be an asset to this board if appointed due to the experience that I've acquired, and I bring also academical skills in the form of financial management and also in public administration, which I think will be an advantage for the elected members of the board to have one person who possesses two skills in two different fields. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mate. Chairperson, if you can assist me with the names of the members who want to pose questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Remate. Youth unemployment is the most challenging issue facing young people in South Africa. What mechanisms from a policy and implementation perspectives outside the NYDA are already in existence to support youth and reduce youth unemployment? Why do you think these policies or programs may not be working? We have them, but we cannot turn the poverty. We cannot change the conditions of the youth. What is the problem with our policies? Is there something that could be done?
Can you repeat the question, sir? The echo is somehow making me not to hear exactly what you're saying.
Youth. My question is about youth unemployment.
Okay.
That it's a challenge to all young South Africans. The most unemployed people are young people in the country. Now I'm saying, what mechanisms from a policy and implementation perspective? Eh? Oh, the pampas. I say, what mechanisms from a policy and implementation perspective outside the NYDA that are in existence? What kind of what will you do, for instance, to make sure that the unemployed, that is the plight of the unemployed youth, it's turned around. It improves. But in terms of policy opportunities in the outside the NYDA.
Okay, thanks. The issue of unemployment, we need to accept that it is not only challenging young people because of its origin. Unemployment in South Africa has been characterized by first, the social injustices of the past, two, the low margins of growth in terms of our economy, which will enable the economy to create work and accept many young people coming into the economy. On the policy perspective, I think we need to have policies that promotes industrializations of many of our economic drives. It is said that the NYDA has a responsibility to have a directive on the policy channel for each year. We need to have a policy directive that will say to the government of the day, one, post this COVID, we need to have more young people coming into the entrepreneurship space in terms of manufacturing products that are being produced in this country. Because most of the products that we are utilizing in this country are imported, and that in the long run reduces the chances of employment. We need to fund businesses that have a production character in themselves more than any other thing, so that they can be able to employ many people and incapacitate those businesses to be able to be sustainable on a long run. I think that will be one policy directive that needs to be taken by the board of the NYDA in making sure that young people start manufacturing things. They go into manufacturing more than heavy import manufacturing product like a simple t-shirt that will come from foreign countries, while we can be able to produce it in this country. But the NYDA role in that will be making sure that they make the avenues available in its research mandate that it needs to do. It needs to go and do proper to what is it that can be brought into this country, what is it that is matching the skills that are available at the disposal basically by young people to form those industries that will start to manufacture products that will develop employment for young people in all corners of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and a very good evening to Mr. Mate. My question is simple. If you are appointed to the NYDA board, how will you champion the issue of gender-based violence in the LGBTIQA plus community? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. One of the functions of the NYDA board is to promote social cohesion. That means we have to create or to instill the character of young people into voluntarism and understanding and being able to live around with different people from different backgrounds, religion, political affiliation, and all that. We need to create that group of young people who have this spirit of Ubuntu, who have an understanding of living with every person irrespective of his background or his character. In that way, we will have young people who are able to advocate for the LGBT group, and also it will give us young people who are more responsible to be able to speak about gender-based violence, whether it is their friends who are instigating it or it is done to them, because majority of cases of gender-based violence are not reported until they've reached a peak stage wherein a person has died and all that. But as it happens from the start, when there is signs showing that this person possesses an ability to be abusive to either a child or a female, whoever, those cases are not reported at that level. So it needs a community that is conscious about these things, knowing the danger of it, so that we can be able to deal with these problems when they are still minor, not wait for them until somebody has died and then young people start to go to court. That I think that's a program that the NYDA board should emphasize on, making sure that young people are conscientized in how to live with people with different backgrounds, different spiritual life, have that particular tolerance among young people, while there is a cohesion of working together to fighting the triple challenges that are there and facing everybody. I think that will be the way to go, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to quickly follow up on the question, to say, based on the current programs of the NYDA, as they relate to gender-based violence, as they relate to the LGBTI community, what exactly, specifically and practically, will you introduce as a board member in terms of guiding the institution of the NYDA in these programs? Practically, if you can just give one example for gender-based violence and one example for the LGBTI community.
Okay, one example that a practical example that I can give to fight gender-based violence is to have session with young men, because we know that majority of this gender-based violence is instigated by males or young men. So sessions wherein we call in young men and try to build them up to have some conscious of taking care of our sisters and women in general. We will also have a program that will try to instill the idea that a person who is also of transgender and LGBT is also a person to be accepted by society. They are humans like us, and all those programs should be downstream to every part of this country, so that we have a generation of young people that understand the way of living with other people from different backgrounds and different sexual orientations. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And good evening, Mr. Mate. My question to you is very short. Can you please brief this committee with the NYDA Act, its mandate, and its functions in terms of youth development? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. The mandate of the National Youth Development Agency is that one, it must create an integrated youth development strategy. After creating that strategy, it must develop policies to drive that strategy and report to the President every 3 years on the youth programs that they have done over that particular period of time. It also has a responsibility to give direction every year of what is the key priorities in terms of youth development in the country. It also have to develop and research over the policy of the youth development in the country, coordinate all sectors from government sectors, the private sector, non-government organization into one directive of youth development. It also has a responsibility to make sure that there is social cohesion amongst young people in the country, and it should also communicate and give information in terms of the youth development programs that are available at a particular point. And then to the second part of your question, ma'am, which are functions. The functions of the functions, ne? The second part. Yes, the functions of the NYDA includes, amongst other things, to initiate, coordinate, monitor and evaluate youth development programs in the country. It should provide research and development over youth development programs. It should provide governance and leadership in development in terms of the youth development programs. It should oversee the use of the National Youth Fund. It should also, what is the last one? The last one will be, it should be driving the National Youth Service and social cohesion. Thank you.
Follow up on that one. And in your understanding, because you are saying it should drive social cohesion. And during the past months, we have seen that it's like the element of racism is starting again. So how then, if you are appointed as a board member, are you going to assist NYDA to promote social cohesion?
The responsibility of the board, as stated by the King 4 reports, are formulated by 4 pillars. One, which speaks about the issue of a reputable institution. The NYDA board has to build the institution to be an institution that is viewed by everybody, to be an institution that is directing youth development for everybody in the country. It should instill the culture of inclusiveness for all people to see the NYDA as an institution for change and for everyone. In that essence, on all our programs and all our initiatives that we are driving as a country should not narrowly be for a particular race or a particular section of young people, but it should be so inclusive that everybody everybody as a young people following the policy drivers, which is the NYDA, know that as this country, we are for everybody, not for a certain minority, and we should try to have all the democratic represented in our programs that we are doing. If we are having an imbizo somewhere, we should be able to have an inclusive audience in that particular imbizo. In our programs of assistance and interventions that we do as an NYDA board, they should be the reflective of the democratic of the country, making sure that every race is represented. In that way, everybody looking at the NYDA will be able to see that this is an inclusive organization for all young people in this country. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I just want to get a few words from you that what can be done to change the negative perception of young people? What is it that you can say to the young people to attract them to what the NYDA stands for and what it is that it's about?
Okay. Before I answer your question, maybe let me give you this smaller issue of the NYDA. One, the NYDA is a Section 75 bill, the NYDA Act itself. So it means it doesn't go into provinces. So it's a national thing. That's one. Two, the NYDA is underfunded in the sense that it cannot, even if it's opening offices or satellite offices in very rural areas, it can't reach the majority because of incapacity of the staff. Sometimes they have to come once a week or once in fortnight to attend members of the community in that particular area. I think if those two things, one which is legislatively can be addressed, the NYDA will be able, the work that they are doing is very fine and they are running a clean governance there for the past 5 years. So actually the institution itself has cleansed itself from its inception, where it had a lot of media attention of misuse of funds and everything, to the past 5 years, wherein it has started to show that, in fact, it is an institution that is capable, and what is good over has been run by young people, showing that young people have got the capacity to lead this institution. But the fact that it is underfunded and can sometimes be able to reach out to every young person in this country, or where they reach it in smaller scales. So the perspective of young people will always be negative, because reach off to the door cannot be assistant to their expectation because of the financial constraints that the institution is having due to underfunding. Another thing that can be done to make the NYDA functional is to intensify the interdepartmental and intergovernmental relations of the NYDA and other government departments, to not run parallel programs like having the bursaries that are being given to different departments allocated to the NYDA as a secretariat, maybe, so that the NYDA can be the one reaching out to kids to say, apply for this bursary, go to schools in this time when it's still open for application and all that, assist young people to apply for bursaries that are within the departments, but be the driver of those programs. Having youth development centered in many different places sometimes plays a challenge, because the NYDA, underfunded as it is compared to other institutions, to say, but you have given bursaries, whilst the Department of Health is giving the necessary bursary for over 400 people in one province. So that is the challenge that the NYDA is facing. To change the perspective, I think there should be a national dialogue as to how can we integrate all these youth development budgets that are allocated budget to making sure that they are administered, or their secretariat, if I can put it like that, their secretariat is being run by the National Youth Development Agency, so that the agency can be more appealing and be seen to be doing more to young people, more than what it is currently doing. Thanks. Okay, the PFMA is made to guard or to guide how public finance are utilized in institutions of government, government departments, and all. Now the board of directors have got mechanisms that they utilize. They have a responsibility to monitor the use of money by creating committees that will help them to play the oversight role on how finances are being utilized from time to time, like your internal audit committees, and all other committees that are permitted for the board to establish. And what is good about those committees is that if the expertise of the board members doesn't reach out to fulfill that role of oversight over the administration of the agency, they can be able to appoint people who've got skills from outside of the board to come in and assist them in those subcommittees of the board to make sure that monitoring of performance and financial use using the guides of the PFMA and its regulation from the Treasury to make sure that the NYDA is using finances, public finances the way it is supposed to.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Ngiphinda ngibonge mhlonishwa uMathe ngokukhombisa ukuthi kukhona ozamayo ukusikhombisa khona ngentsha yakithi. Kodwa-ke mina bengifuna ukuthi nje ukusitshela kancane la ukuthi sibona isikhathi esiningi manje intsha ingenelo ukuzibulala, abayikhommitha lento okuthiwa i-suicide. Abanye mawuthi uyabheka uthola ukuthi basuke sebeney'nkinga ze-stress, ukuthi ufundile uqedile akasebenzi akaqashwa. Okay-ke, noma senguphinda lo mbuzo, yini ozoyenza ukuthi intsha yakithi emnyama nayo ike ifunde lesi strategy esenziwa ayilaba abamhlophe noma ama-China, siyawabona la, ekwazi ukuba namabhizinisi nabey'vulela bakwazi ukuy'mela. Like mhlambe nabasikwazi ukuthi endaweni ethize kwakhiwa ifenisha, kunoma silosi into zonke thina esiyizala eSouth Africa, ngabe yingubo yintoni ziqhamuka phesheya, even nama-cellphone, even konke lokho esikuphethe, ngoba ekugcineni labantu yonke le youth iyafunda ngaseSouth Africa, but kodwa ekugcineni gcina kuyi-theory. Yini ungaqiniseka ngayo ukuthi zonke nalezi zinto abafunda ngazo la bayakwazi ukuthi bazenze amanye amazwe okungenani nawo keze ukuzothenga la? Ngiyabonga.
Ngibonga umbuzo Mama Khawula. I think one of the biggest narrative that is around young people, especially those ones who have went through to post-matric education, our education system teaches us to be employees than to be employers. But I've got a different view, because once you are educated, what you do with your education, it's up to you. What I will emphasize or try to drive to young people who are graduates in particular is to stop the narrative of moving into employment, but start doing things that will create employment. I will cite an example. If you can have 3 BCom graduates coming out of university today, take them to one small town and establish their consulting that will do books for the many SMMEs that are on tenders and everything, and assist them to do their books in the correct manner. Eventually, that business will bloom because the COVID-19 relief fund for SMMEs has shown us that our people are struggling with these things of compliance and gathering papers, paper trail and everything to make sure that their business are run in a correct way. But we have students who have studied these things up to a degree level. Instead of finding expression in that space, they will be looking for employment in other companies. I think that is one other aspect of youth development that we'll need to look into. I mean, in the IT space, people today are moving to the IT space. People are encouraged to work from home. We've got challenges with these Zooms and everything. If the developers, IT qualified people who are developers of apps and everything can develop a Zoom type of an app, South African app, which our government can support and say all municipalities or government departments are using that, they will be creating employment for young people, and we will have a less number of graduates standing in corners having placards saying they are looking for jobs. But instead, we should encourage them. I think somehow even our education system should include entrepreneurial modules that will bring that mind into our people to say, once you have studied, lawyers for many years, doctors have been doing it. After that particular period of study, they go into their practices. But many other professionals in South Africa are lacking behind in that, and I think it's an avenue that can be explored by young people in creating employment as economy to grow. And in the long run, having more entrepreneurs, because if our people can start to have their books in place, they will be able to qualify for big loans in the banks and expand their business. Whilst they are doing that, it will create more employment for young people. The program, maybe the National Youth Development Agency should be running now after they are graduates of those who have been the beneficiaries of the bursary schemes, is to take them into this entrepreneurial course that we always take those who want to go into it. Try to instill that thing of going and creating employment rather than going and seeking employment. I think that Mam Kaule will assist at a great deal in dealing with a number of graduates who are on the streets and not working. Thanks.
Upon the same a question, though it may differ a little bit, but I heard you understand the mandate of the NYDA. You understand the mandate and the functions of the board. But in relations to lobbying, remember when young people apply to NYDA, especially small business, and young NYDA, their budget is not adequate, and they are offering grants that are not so much. But in doing lobbying, they do take applications of young people to IDC, NEF, and other financial services institution for development. But, as the chair, I've been receiving letters from young people who are saying they've been declined by those institutions because the manner in which the requirements are crafted and in their system, the way it's crafted, it does not allow innovations and creativity. It's tailor-made for big business. If you are appointed as a board member, of NYDA, how are you going to ensure that young people who are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, they benefit from those financial institutions?
Thanks, ma'am. As it is stipulated, the NYDA has got a mandate to make sure that there is uniformity in how youth development is addressed. The issue of red tapes and requirements that are making young people to be stagnant in their development has been there for a very long time. The lobbying that can be made in this regard is to make this funding on phases based. One, at a certain particular phase, there should be a range that says, because we are a startup business, we still need to monitor you. We are going to give you a mentor. We can fund you for this, but it should not end there. Once the business has been seen to be functional and there is seen to be progress and there is willingness to grow it and there is potential out there, it should not be only the responsibility of the but the research part of the NYDA, that's where it should come and play its role. When the business is being initiated and there is seen that there is progress, there should be people from the organization itself doing research as to how can that business grow further to that people into that direction, so that when they make their second application, which will be of a bigger scale, they can be able to access those funds that are available in other institutions of financing. Also, the issue of compliance in terms of bookkeeping and all these records and financial statements, that is also key. When you give a person the time frame that you give him the mentor should be exceeding 1 or 2 financial years, so that you can be able to see him or her or the business developing in that particular period and develop financial statements that will be credible and acceptable by other financing institutions around the country. Because at NYDA, when you come in, you can come in with a business that has been opened yesterday, present an idea, taken to a training for that particular time, because we understand the majority of the people, they are still wanting to enter. But once you have entered the business space and there is progress, when you advance to those, role that the National Youth Development Agent should play in overseeing that the businesses that have been funded are not dying after the NYDA funds have been depleted, but it's also increasing and growing, so that it can also assist in the question of creating employment in the future. And then the success stories will be written when one of them has grown own company and has got created many jobs for young people in that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Marty, thank you very much for participating in this interview. Is there any question that you would like to ask the panel?
No, thank you. I don't have a question.
So then, thank you very much and good luck for the future. Thank you very much. You are excused. Chairperson, over to you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mate, for your time and for honoring our invitation. Wishing you good luck. Please keep safe. Drive safe. We are going back to Mpumalanga.
Yes.
Yeah, please drive safe. Always observe social distance like we have done it, you know.
Yes.
And thank you very much, because I can hear that the chair was asking you if you have anything to raise with us, and you were saying no, you don't have anything. So we'll be finalizing the interviews on Friday, and yeah, I think we're finishing on Friday with the interviews, and we'll be deliberating on our report next week. So all successful candidates will be notified after we've presented our report to the House and the President have appointed people who are going to serve in the board. You know, it's not us who appoints, it's the president that appoints. But
Yes.
we are the ones who make recommendations to the House. And then it goes to the president. It's only that time whereby individuals will be sure that they are appointed because the president is the one who appoints board members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And you've been here from morning, ne?
No, I
You
came
after-
around 2. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Who's the next candidate? Oh, okay. The next candidate, Chair, is Malan.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm comfort break for 5 minutes. Fine. Go to the so that they can come and see the tables. Chair, they are we're having comfort break so that they can also clean our tables.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Is it for 5 minutes?
Can I mute this? Okay. Again.
Then this go down automatically. Whenever there is any question unmute, then when he wants to speak, he will unmute. So that if there's any issue, so I want to take me to okay.
Yes, yes. I'll try it again.
Feedback. Thank you. Is it coming right?
Amamember wePhalamende awazi umuntu afuna ukufonela kubona ukuthi busy abakubenzi vini abangazibhizi bacaba ukuthi nathi asisebenzi.
Hi, how are you?
Masiko kithi nguwe imiphela ngefonini asifone ngiphethe igadget asifone ngiphethe igadget Sasa umshadwe. Onde a família disse já. Logo um dia que não para mim. At this weekend, tomorrow weekend, yeah, Saturday. That's why it's Chair, we are going to resume in a few minutes. We're just waiting for Honorable Maluleka to log in, and then we resume. Are waiting for next candidate. Our next candidate is Malan. I was looking for the real Malan.
Make it on. You can take off your mask here, Gauteng.
All right. Honorable Gillian.
Chairperson, are we ready?
Yes, you can start. Our candidate is here.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, Mr. Malan. My name is Marinche Gillian. I'm the chairperson of the Select Committee.
Our candidate is here. May you please raise your voice?
Okay, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Malan. My name is Marinche Gillian. I'm the co-chairperson of the panel and the subcommittee.
Can you please increase the volume? Volume of your laptop. Sorry. Because I got volume. And it so for what I call this candidate. Yeah.
Are you ready?
This is Joyce and Zaya Cosmo.
Ready, Chair?
Let me see if I do mine. Okay.
Maitabasa. Yeah.
You can hear me. Okay, let me close mine again. Kuluma. Angifuna indlela into ngifuna ukuthi iyenzeke kahle ukuthi candidate khona ukuthi you can speak.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now?
I can hear it, Chair, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle because it sounds a bit low from this end.
I want that one.
Is the audio better?
So I switch it off now.
Thank you. Can you hear me better now?
I'll cope with it, Chair. I'll cope, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll cope.
Mr. Malan, Mr. Malan, just relax. Good evening. My name is Marinsha Gillian. I'm the co-chair of the subcommittee who's doing the interviews for NYDA and the whole process. I'm also the chairperson of the Select Committee of Health and Social Services in the NCOP. The chairperson of the subcommittee is member Naba, and she is present there. I will immediately ask the chairperson to allow all members present to introduce themselves, and also the technical team who is that side with her. Is the chairperson there? Let me start with member Maseko.
If I can't hear you, it's even worse with other honorable members and Mr. Malan. We can't hear you totally. Yeah, can you speak, Chair?
My machine is on the highest level here, chairperson. Let me start. Let me start again, chairperson. Can you introduce the members? The members of the panel, can they introduce themselves? Ms. Maseko, can you start with you?
Oh, let me go.
Right, Madam. Okay.
Should I switch it off? Yeah,
Yes,
mine.
switch off. Yes.
Mine is switched off.
Angifuni ukuthi ngizizwe ngikhowisha. I-right manje. Singaqhubeka ne? Oh, okay. It's okay now.
Okay, must I start from the start, chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Malan. I hope you're comfortable and relaxed. My name is Marinsha Gillian. I'm the co-chairperson of the subcommittee who's doing the process on the NYDA board. The chairperson is member Nava, who is the chairperson of the portfolio committee in the National Assembly, and with us we have a technical team, and we also have other members who's present that side, who is doing this process with us. They members of all political parties represented within the National Council of Provinces as well as the National Assembly. I will ask the chairperson to then allow the members to introduce themselves. Over to you, Chair.
After Mr. Malan and honorable members, over to you, Honorable Maluleka.
I'm just going to introduce myself on this one because they are still busy with my gadget. But I'm Mrs. Maluleke Buitumelo, the member of this subcommittee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Mr. Malan. Ndingutheliswa Mgweba, imember yale committee.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele umhlonishwa uMalani. Ngusibongile Khawula, imember leli committee, ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Mr. Malan. My name is Audrey Malika, a member of the subcommittee.
My name is Ellen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malan. My name is Mbulelo Baha, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairpersons, and good afternoon, Mr. Malan. My name is Fikile Masiko, and I'm a member of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Luyo Olompiti, and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Malan, feel free, relax. If you feel that you are becoming more anxious, yeah, you may drink your water. And if there's a question that you did not understand very well from members, you are free to ask the member again. And next to Mr. Mpiti, Honorable Mpiti, is Dr. Tembe, our legal person from Parliament. And here next to the wall, Ms. Nomvula Chiba, the committee manager. And the lady sitting next to her is Ms. Nobatana, our community secretary. And the young lady who was busy with your logistics is Ms. Zuki France. She's a coordinator from NSOP Select Committee. You are having 45 minutes with us. Members are going to ask you questions, and there are follow-up questions. Sometimes members will ask you follow-up questions, so you must just relax and respond accordingly. And at the end of your interview, if there's something that you want to raise to us as honorable members, you are free to do so. And over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Malan, take a deep breath and relax and tell the panel who is Mikalo Malan. Give us an overview, introduce yourself to us. Thank you.
If I heard correctly, Chair, what the co-chair Morencha Gillian has said is that I should introduce myself
Yes.
to the committee, nothing else
Yeah,
after that.
tell us about yourself and,
All right.
and why you think you are a suitable candidate to be appointed to serve in the board of NYDA.
All right. First and foremost, Manbonge Slalo, Mamnontlantla, Ngubendaba, Manbonge Tuban and Pelona, of interview process. Gegroet is jy ook voorsitter Morencha Gillian, voorsitter van die gekiesde komitee op die portefeuille vir sosiale dienste en gesondheid. En die bulisa kunonke bahlonitshwa abahleli apha kule ndawo. The name is Mikalo Lulami. As confusing as it may be, I fully understand. Even my cab driver walked past me today, not knowing it was me standing at the airport. But igama ngumikalo Lulamile Malan. I was born, bred, and buttered in the old location of Nyanga East in Cape Town. I am the only child of a woman of strength, a woman who has opened doors for me, was passed on when I was only 7 years old, my dear mother, a struggle icon in the work environment and the life of clothing workers across the country. I am the only child born to her. As I said, born, bred, and buttered in the old location of Nyanga. And because of her blessings and who she was and the people she had in her life, and I mean, I sit here amongst Makoskazi, who were close to one another. She had friends who were able to stand together, raise me, and allow me to rise above the circumstance. And as you will see on my CV, I indicated I then moved and my life took me to Atlantis, where I grew up in Atlantis as a young man, still attending high school at that side of the world. I'd like to communicate to the committee that I also classify myself as a mother and father because due to circumstances that are not to our control, yet we do not question these things, but they happen because they're part of life. I was given the responsibility, not by people, but by life itself, to raise 3 of my own cousins. When we all at all, and from the age of 19, I had to be a father and mother and stand in for 3 of them. My youngest one now is 14 years of age. I say this not to pity myself in anything. I say this very profoundly and proud because above that, I was able to rise and become something great and be able to sit here today and be amongst you honorable members. Mikalo Malan is indeed a young man who speaks 3 languages. He loves being around people. He loves the environment. He loves the environment of youth development, where there is a call to develop young people and to see young people grow above their circumstances, for young people to not look at themselves and ask themselves the question, I am that kind of young person who says, look, we are here, young people ought to be developed and ought to be given the necessary strength and tools to grow above and beyond the conditions that they find themselves in. Mikalo Malan is also a young person who loves being an entertainer, host of events, but especially events that benefit young people, where it's a platform for young people to showcase their talents, showcase who they are, and this is all part of facilitation. I'm also a facilitator from a very, very young age. Started facilitating young people through emotional intelligence, project management, skills development, community development, leadership development, and various other key factors that aid and they play a pivotal role in developing young people. And I think that is where I could pause, Chairperson, and voorsitter, on who I am. Moving over to what Mamu Nubendaba had put forward as to why I see myself as part of the NYDA board. Am I correct, Chairman, on the right track? I see myself as part of this board for so many reasons. So many reasons that I could try to end the list, but however, due to 45 minutes of time, I have to try and speak slow and ensure that I just consolidated as quick as I can. It is the love and the passion for development. When I grew up in Atlanta, never did I know I would one day be a youth developer, a community activist, and more importantly, even politically affiliated within the community. I then my capacity building and training and facilitation and community activism at a very young age. And that is what brings me here, Chairperson. That is what brings me here to the National Youth Development Agency. There's a passion for young people to grow and rise above their circumstance. I'm a facilitator who occupies various spaces and works with diverse groups of young people. And I believe that is what brings me here because I believe I can offer that to the National Youth Development Agency. More than anything, I believe that I applied because I believe that there is a huge gap out there, a huge gap that I believe that the National Youth Development Agency can fill with its abilities. Not because it's thumb-sucked. No, because even the National Youth Development Act is very clear in terms of Section 3, where it outlines the objectives of the National Youth Development Act. What I like about the act and how it actually reaffirms my passion and why I believe that I'm suited to be here and be party to a committee, a party to a board and committee of young people who are willing to work with one another, share ideas with one another, not for ourselves for the sake of young people, is Section 3, subsection 2, that in summary says that there's no numerous clauses, no closed list on what can be done and what cannot be done for young people. It clearly says that the agency can indeed take initiative and take strategy to develop programs and to develop initiatives that will seek to indeed make sure that the objectives set out in Section 2 are met. Now, I'm the kind of person who believes I do not like to be going about in terms of legislation and always quoting legislation whatsoever, because at the end of the day, the moment you become more legislatively witty and speak too much about these things, you lose that young grouping of people who need you to actually assist them and take them forward. One of the things that draws me close to come to NYDA is also the fact that as a young person involved in the community, I too was constructively critical of the lack, constructively critical of the spaces that NYDA may not occupy. But I'm a kind of person who believes in the committee that it's not about criticizing. It's about constructively criticizing a certain organization or structure or way things are done. And if you believe you can present change in it, that is what brings me to this Chairperson. I believe that I can be an asset, not because I would be above the committee, Not because I see myself as standing out compared to other people, but because I believe in one simple reality that I've learned through my youth development days, and also now still as a young, at the age of 28 years old, even now, always willing to learn and learn from people, is that we're never too big to learn. We are never too big to learn from our senior citizens, to learn from older people in our communities, and to learn from younger people who seek the guidance from us as individuals. But what also brings me here today is the fact that there's so much that I can do and offer because I've offered it so much throughout my lifetime at the community level. By being a representative council of learner chairperson from grade 8 to grade 12, serving at high school level, by being a radio presenter at the local radio community station in my community where we discuss youth challenges and youth issues on a daily basis from 3 until 6 o'clock, by being a young person in the school said it's time for us to call the police to order and ask them to, with us as young people, to combat the social challenges that young people face. When I was, and what brings me here is that in as much as we live in a society where there are complexities, we know that unemployment is one of the greatest realities that we face. One of the greatest tools to fighting that unemployment, the greatest tools to alleviating that poverty is what I believe is building initiative. Capacity building initiatives that are bordered around the social consciousness and realities that young people face in and around their communities and in their social environment. What brings me here today, as I just sum it up, is also that young person who's part of the LGBTQI plus society who has no voice. That young person who wants to speak out, a young person who wants to see NYDA involved and party to who they are and who they are in pride and in happiness, and so NYDA may occupy those spaces. I'm here because of a young person who may be allocated in Bizana, who may be allocated in Kanab, Darni, Noorkap, Deep, who would want to one day go to study and perhaps cannot do so. And I'm here to say I want to be a board member who's part of a committee that says we have ideas to deal with social challenges of young people beyond what we believe and what is. And one of my criticisms towards the agency has always been the fact that what the agency does is that it borders a lot of its initiatives along entrepreneurial realities, along young people in business. However, if we're dealing with young people in business, we are only dealing with a certain grouping of young people, because there are three to address in our country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm nervous. Sorry to just reward. I tend to run over. Apologies, members. And I was warned. I was told to just breathe. Apologies.
No problem. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks very
Chair.
much.
Can we get the members? Can we get the members who want to ask questions?
Sorry? Oh, okay. Chair?
The members who want to ask questions, Chairperson, can you help me with that names, please?
I don't know whether it's your volume or you are speaking soft. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are better now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can you assist with the names of the members that wants to ask questions?
All right. Honorable Masiko, Honorable Mkweba, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Malika. In that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons. And thank you very much, Mr. Malan. We can see that clearly sometimes you are paid to talk. It shows. But generally, you've said quite a lot in terms of the work of the National Youth Development Agency in terms of the Act. In your own assessment, do you think that the agency performs its mandate? If yes, how so? If not, what are the shortcomings?
I would love to choose one of the two, but let me put it as is. I would want to believe that not much is being done to satisfy the prescripts and prerequisites given by the Act. Why would I say this? The reason why I say this is that if a lot of the prescripts and objectives, such as the cohesion, social cohesion within the communities, integrated programs for young people, developmental and strategic initiatives put together and programs to uplift young people, that indeed speak from the National Youth Development and National Youth Development Agency Act and is in line with the National Youth Policy and speak to one another, I would believe that many young people out there would have the National Youth Development Agency on their lips. I speak of the experience in build-up to this moment. Many young people have asked, I hear you are nominated. I hear you are shortlisted. For what is this? And I think that has been the one sad reality, to having to explain to young people, what is this National Youth Development Agency? What is it about? And I think for me, that is where that gap lies, Honourable Member, where we have to then take the weaknesses that are not there and the lack of being holistic in dealing with all young people in all spheres, and not simply in a silos of only looking at business realities and looking at what could be developmental for them, but looking at how we can use the Act to really meet each and every objective set within the National Development Agency Act. I thank you, ma'am. Does that answer you? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Mr. Malan. You know, the NYDA has approved a number of applications in the past to fund young entrepreneurs, young men and women, and persons with disabilities. If you can be recommended and appointed, what can be done best to have bankable proposals, sustainable business when approved? Can you then give this committee examples of those business in terms of your suggestions? And that can help better, you know, the work of the NYDA, and make sure that in terms of these young entrepreneurs, whatever they apply, wherever they are, in rural areas, in townships, in farmers, become successful. Thank you very much.
A functional and practical example would be one. As a board member, I would like to sit with the board so that we can be able to plan strategically how we'll go about indeed dealing with such realities of young people out there. Be it rural, be it urban, be it Lokshini, be it Malalini, how we can be able to uplift the life of the young person. How do we then do that? It is important that we create a database of young people by going out there and being an agency that does not sit as a consultative body, but is able to go out there and reach out to young people and say, look, we want to be able to uplift you. We want to be able to give you opportunities to grow beyond this business you have. Because if you look at the rural areas, there's a young girl who sells chips, but she has a vision of one day becoming something greater. There's a young man who decides to take dishwasher and just open a car wash and run a car wash from the community. There's a young person who wants to be a designer. Let us come together, National Youth Development Agency, get all of these young people, develop a database. In database, let's then have a workshop on entrepreneurial skills, proposal writing, presentation skills, so that we not only look at it in terms of business, but we holistically put that young person in a better position to be able to present themselves, even when that proposal is put together. So even in that workshop session, that workshop will look at the writing of a proposal. How do you present a proposal to a bank? What is put in the proposal? What is to be done with the proposal? In that way, the National Youth Development Agency can also be able to monitor and evaluate with success how it has made inroads. Because not only do we bring them to a session and say goodbye, we bring them to a session to keep their names and surnames so that we can follow up and find out how far have they come and where else do they need the assistance. I believe that that becomes much more sustainable because in it, we have a base of young people and we have a base that we can make a reference to. Singabe siqwebina nenhloko sithi hayi kukho abanyana abathileyo phaa kwelala elithile bancedwayo kukho umntana othileyo phaa kwamashu who runs a business. We speak in fact and we speak in what we have in database.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malan,
Hello? Thank you, Chair. Yes, okay. Angibonge Shem. Umbuzo wami nje uzothi qaphu qaphu. Mhlonisha Malani, kunentsha eningi, iyouth eningi enama-cooperative ayirejistile. Register ngemali ngenxa yethemba lokuthi azokwazi ukuphila nawo akwazi phinde futhi aqashe abanye abantu. Baze bangene naku-database. Kodwa ekugcineni mase kufanele bathole umsebenzi abayitholi. Ngifuna ukusinike isiqiniseko ukuthi le youth esuke irejistile kodwa ekugcineni uthola ukuthi kunabantu abathize abatholayo kodwa uzothi laba bakhona bangatholi lokhu beshoniswa le nale yini uzosiza ngayo. Omunye futhi omunye umbuzo ubula kulento yomhlaba. Yomhlaba ngiyayithanda ngoba kunemhlaba le elele yamakhosi othola ukuthi youth ihleli kuleyo ndawo ize idlalele ibhola ngenxa yokuthi ayikho into ezenzayo ukuthi yini enizoyenza ukuthi youth ibone iphathi and parcela kuleyo mhlaba ikwazi nayo ukuthi inikeze ama-project mhlawumbe inkomo. Uyazi abantu bakithi our culture sisebenzisa kakhulu imbuzi nenkomo, bayazi balime baphinde badayise bafuye nemfuyo. Ukuthi wena usithembisa kanjani usuzosabalala iyouth ukwazi ukuyiqoqa na?
Umbuzo wakho Mamkhawula. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the question, Mamkhawula. And I'm more thankful for your question, Mamkhawula, because it takes me back 3 months ago when the committee was having a meeting, a report back meeting with the CEO of NYDA. And I remember Mamkhawula raising a similar question, and that is where my passion lies, is what happens to that young person who is destitute? Senjanjani, what programs do we run? Mamkhawula, I believe that even within the Act of the National Youth Development Act, as I said, it allows us to do a lot of things. It also speaks to policy change, and it also speaks to engagement with departments. I believe that as a board member of NYDA, Mamkhawula, irrespective of where deployed, it is important that we as that board become that voice of that young person inside of government, because the young person uses us as the link to be that voice inside. It is then up to us to speak to the Ministry on Fisheries, Forestry and Fisheries. It's then up to us to speak to the Ministry on Small Business and have bilaterals. Bilaterals that will seek to do what? That will seek to bring about an engagement and a conclusion that says, for every cooperative developed by a young person, can we at least try to give preference to a certain reality of young people in order for us to emancipate and to uplift these young people and ensure that that money that they've spent, that they are able to look back and be able to say, I did not spend that money for nothing, because the National Youth Development Agency was able to assist me. Because our duty does not just stop in getting them to, when they have the cooperative. Our duty doesn't just stop there, Mamkhawula, where we now go to government and say, can let and lie cooperative or can let and lie amathuba for abantabach. We must be able to monitor and continuously go back and find out how far are they doing, and we must be able to, Mamkhawula, through capacity building initiatives from a social stance, be able to bring about a great level of thinking for that young person, for them to think on their feet. In terms of Mamkhawula, one of the things that I always thought about, and I see the battles in South Africa, I see the battles in terms of white farmers feeling victims and always saying that, you know, there are killings, there are this, there are that. I've always had this belief, Mamkhawula, that the older person and the senior person in our society who comes through the struggles and has been the struggle as fought for our freedom, it's as if that senior person still has a lot to want to offer, a lot to want to give, but however what they want to give doesn't perhaps fall in line with what the young person has here today. And because of that, we then are unable to bridge the gap of divide. We then are unable to bridge the gap of division. And what do I mean by that, Mamkhawula? What I mean by that is that if we can take that person able to have land, we can engage with the Minister on Rural Development and Land Reform. Find out what can be done by the National Development Agency to advocate for these young people. It's because we are their voices, we are there for them, so we can help them to get that land. However, it doesn't end there. That land needs to be worked. That land needs to have cattle that grow on there. So they to lead up with the needed entities or needed trainees to assist them and to give them more skills in terms of how to nurture how to nurture that cattle, how to grow those eggs from those chickens and become great farmers within the communities or wherever they live.
I want to ask you something. You know, after the short after our shortlisting of candidates, there was this myth in the social media that, most of the candidates that have been shortlisted, they don't have any experience, qualifications, and so on. In your own understanding, according to the Act of NYDA, was that criticism constructive or destructive?
Chairperson, I've indeed seen it across social media platforms. I mean, I'm a young person in society and we see these things. I believe the word constructive is perhaps the wrong word in this context. I would say it was not informed, Chairperson, because many of these young people acted too much on emotions, one. And apart from acting on emotions, the class of young people who are raising this concern and saying that there's this, there's that, are young people who are perhaps associated with a certain organization or a certain youth movement who also do not have that developmental background that is needed within the Act. And I would believe, Chairperson, in terms of looking at the list of young people who were shortlisted, I would want to believe, and I want to state openly, that I believe that the committee did the best that they could in consolidating, because even I took my time out to lay in bed at night and watch your committee meetings and how you're robustly engaged on shortlisting the names on there. For me, Chair, what matters, and I'm a person of this nature, Chair, I cannot entertain who comes to me and says, this thing is not right, Honorable Peter should not be whatever, Honorable Mamkaula. No, I cannot entertain someone who has no knowledge of what they're engaging about, no understanding, or have not concretely applied their minds to what is there. But I can rather give time to someone who gives me a justified criticism that is really informed by something. So I think, in my view, Chairperson, the committee did the best that it could in terms of consolidating that. And I think what is important is not what the shortlisting is, the outcome will be, whether that outcome will truly be a demographic representation of all young people, a representation in terms of diversity and in terms of race and culture, diversity of sex, and whether our different spheres will be represented, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malan. Sorry? Okay, fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malan, for your contributions. I think they have been insightful. My question is a follow-up on what the chair is saying. So there's been a discourse amongst young people that is saying that for the past couple of years, the NYDA has not been effective or successful enough in meeting young people's challenges on the ground. And so the discourse has shifted to say the NYDA must be scrapped because it's not meeting young people on the ground. So I want to ask, what is your view on that particular idea that is amongst South African population, at least amongst some of the youth in our country?
Thank you so much for your question, Honorable PT. In terms of the first part that you raised, I think I've answered that one when I raised the inception of coming in here. I raised in the interview that what draws me here is the fact that I do believe that the National Youth Development Agency has perhaps not really done much and a lot in terms of uplifting young people. And when I use the term holistically, I say holistically because there's a lot of opportunities and a list that is long within the National Youth Development Agency Act. So the moment you act only on one certain sphere, which is entrepreneurship or business, you then fail to be holistic and fail to meet all the standards and needs. In terms of whether it should be, and I mean, I saw a post also a few days ago that says dissolve, the National Development Agency. I do not mean to be condescending or so, but I cannot entertain populists who come at a time when there is a shortlisting process done by committee members of parliament, and these very same populists are not even youth activists on the ground. They're not even involved in initiatives that speak to the development of young people. They do not even know what it is if I have to speak about community development and strategic sessions for young people. All they have been is aligned to a certain theory and a certain narrative. And now when this time comes, we have to now hit brakes, insult the committee, insult people who are working and trying to find young people who are hardworking to take neither further because a certain populist group has now a certain narrative and agenda. If you are someone who comes to Facebook and says, we must dissolve the National Youth Development Agency, do not just come with the point and say we must dissolve. State why we must dissolve. State what are those and how we got to that. But if it comes to an idea, like you've said, Honorable Mpiti, that simply says, remove Honorable Mpiti from the committee basis. At the end of the day, logic must play its part. Understanding of what's going on is important. I am driven to be here and to sit here because I love the passion of youth development. I'm a member of the ruling organization that heads this government. I'm a member of the African National Congress Youth League. That is not a secret. However, what is important is that in fulfilling one's duties, one is able to differentiate between when one is really politically dealing with matters and when one is doing it for the purpose and the upliftment of young people. I'm hoping that answers you to an extent, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malan.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Facha.
Thank you, sir, for your inputs. I think they show how your standing is in terms of what needs to be done for young people in our country, especially when young people are looking at all sides for something that would come and be of help to them. Now, what I want to hear from you is just, in a few words, how are you going to ensure that the NYDA leadership will consistently abide and be guided by the principles of youth development without prejudice? That's just what I want to know in a nutshell. It says will consistently abide and be guided by the principles of the youth development without prejudice.
Honorable Apakhandabulela, for your question, I could almost say it depends as to where one ends up in order for one to give really a factually true answer, because you can be a board member, part of a collective, and you can have a concern, and you can have the push to ensure that we are guided by regulation and maintain what regulations want us to do and want us to achieve. And when you're in that position, you become sometimes a minority. And when you're perhaps in a different position, you're able to have a stronger hold and authoritative leadership that says, we are guided by regulations. We are guided by acts. But before we are guided by acts, we are guided by civil society. We are guided by moral standpoint. Before we can go to acts such as the public management financial, the PFMS SA, my apologies. Before we can go back to that act and speak about that, let us first deal with the matter in a moral standpoint. How did we get here? Do we not allow ourselves to apply our minds in terms of dealing with the issues of young people? Are they not the main concern here? Is it about luxury? Is it about uplifting ourselves? Or is it about the upliftment of young people and then being blessed, receiving reality and uplifting your own life for what you are doing? So I think for me, it's about putting down an iron fist, engaging within the community, not being partisan to wrongdoing, and most importantly, having it noted. If I do not agree with a certain reality within the board and the committee, I would like to have the board secretary, whoever is there, to please note my disapproval of that. Because at the end of the day, then reaffirms the commitment I've made to this committee to say that I will remain truthful to the office, and I will ensure that there's no prejudice or anything that is done to impede on what is put in place for us to be guided and to go forward for the purpose of developing young.
So meaning you are going to promote ethical conduct?
Manutanta, are you speaking to me?
Yes.
And I think you were just behind the.
Listening to your answer, I'm saying that means you are going to promote ethical conduct amongst the members of the board.
Indeed, Chair, because there are some things that just need for us to do things because we are leaders and we are capable, not because there's an act that guides us. And my experience in being a leader of an intergovernmental organization that I previously was chair of, which is run through the local City of Cape Town municipality, which was once launched under the leadership of Mamnama Indiam Fegetu. It's known as the High Schools Program, a program similar to NYDA, nothing different. Also guided by youth policy, guided by acts and regulations of the City of Cape Town, also with huge amounts of money to uplift the lives of young people. It was the responsibility of mine, even at the age of 16 I was elected as chairperson, to ensure there's that unity, that ethicalness, that passion to continue being for young people if we can, and to ensure that we make a difference in the life of a young person.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the last member. Yeah. Chairperson, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And let me take the opportunity to thank Mr. Malan for honoring us with your presence and commitment to arrive at this interview. And I want to wish you well. And I want to ask Mr. Malan, is there any question that you have for the panel?
Baie dankie voorsitter. Daar's definitief nie 'n vraag nie, maar is net geleentheid om net dankie te sê voorsitter, en dis wat belangrik is. So to the committee that is before me, I think for me it's not more of any questions to ask, but to simply say thank you to this committee for being able to look through my CV and be able to see that there is a passion for young people and do what I can to strive to develop the lives of young people. My only hope is that indeed after today, I may have rubber stamped any potential thoughts and any potential reality you may have had in the back of your mind. I apologize for disappointing you. I know you expected someone white because it's Mikalo Malan, but I apologize. But no, orthopedic apologies. No, I don't know. I seem to be looking the direction all the time. But thank you for that because it's not a white person to get
Yeah, it's because one of my lecturers is a white person and it's a Malan.
So, Diabella, and if I had to ask any questions now, that would be me possibly doubting, indirectly sending the message of doubting this committee's work. I leave it up to God's will, and I leave it up to the conscience of this committee to fulfill its process. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malan. We're wishing you well, good luck. We will finish our interviews on Friday. Yes, it's this thing. It's because send banding and keep our marks, and you are going to contaminate us. So good luck. Yeah, you must wear your mask because banding then the contamination. You are no longer observing social distance. We'll finalize our report next week. Yes. You have booked for him, wasn't it? He's sleeping here. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Kiyabonga kuwe sihlalo. Baie dankie voorsitter Morenche Gillian aan jou ook. Ndiyabulela kakhulu.
Keep safe, eh?
No, I will. Can I have a switch?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Even a sanitizer. Thank you very much. Levanta venga. Before young man.
No, u-4 because uMalani bese simkhiphile.
Sesenze 8. No.
Yani bengithi bengibala la sibalo bese amkhohlwa.
Chairperson, who's the next
candidate? We're calling Unkate or
not us.
Kate. Malbongwe, you're the first woman that we're going to interview. We've been interviewing male candidates since morning.
Mapuno.
Oh, by the way, no. It's because she was on visual.
Okay.
So all the other candidates were here. No, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying in terms of those who came physically, she's the first. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me take the opportunity to welcome Ms. Carter. I am virtual. You won't see me. You will see me on the screen, madam. Ms. Carter, let me take the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Valentia Gillian. I'm the co-chairperson of the subcommittee who's dealing with the process of NYDA. The chairperson is member Naba. Then we've also got a panel of members of the National Assembly and the NCOP, which I will allow the chairperson to take the opportunity that members can introduce themselves, and the chairperson will also introduce the technical team. But welcome and relax, my dear. Thank you, chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, honorable chairperson, honorable members, Ms. Nkate, Mutwa Bukoni Bupirima. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
Thanks.
relax. Feel free. I don't see a bottle of water.
Yes, I was about to ask.
Yeah. 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 Just feel free and relax. You know, it's an interview, so you must be free so that you are able to respond to the questions that members are going to ask you. The chairperson is on visual. That's why you were just looking around. Where is this person talking now? So you are having on 45 minutes with us. And I will start with Honorable Maluleka.
Thank you, Thank you, Honorable Chairs, and good evening, Ms. Nkati. Telisom Gweba, a member of this subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair. Igama lami uSibongile Khawula, member leli committee. Ngibingelele nawe Mhlonishwa kanti siyakubonga ukuba khona njengembokodo.
Malika.
Afternoon, Chairperson. Afternoon. My name is Audrey Malika, the member of the subcommittee.
Thanks, Chairperson Mengate. Lebitso la ka ke Elegant Chabeleng. Ke lolokala committee ena. Ke a leboha. Thank you.
Abantu baseMzantsi Afrika bathi nikhulumela phansi abanizwa.
Oh, my name is Elegant Chabeleng. I belong to this committee.
Igama ngumbulelo Bharha, ulilungu lale committee. Enkosi kakhulu.
Gibonge Kosihlalo, and greetings to our second female candidate. Igama lami uFikile wakaMasiko, ilunga lekomiti.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Luyolom PT, and I'm a member of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. On my far right, next to the wall, is Ms. Nomvula Jiba, the manager for committees in Parliament. And Ms. Nobatana is our parliamentary committee secretary. And next to her is Mr. Dr. Tambo, our legal person from Parliament. There's one other lady was here, the one who was dealing with your logistics, Ms. Uzuki France. Those are our staff members that are present today. You have 45 minutes with us. I will now hand over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Kate, can you please give us an introduction of who Ms. Kate is and why you are interested in serving on the NYDA board?
Chair, I can't hear.
You
She's
hear
not audible enough. No, I can't hear. Sorry.
Ms. Kate, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Kate, can you tell us who Ms. Kate is? Give us an overview of who you are, and then also why you are interested to serve on the NYDA board. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, you, Chair. Chair, my name is Kiba Abed Nkate. I am 29 years old. I hail from a village called Nkutada in Mahige in the Northwest Province. I'm a socio-political activist. I've cut my activism tooth 11 years back when I joined student activism through an organization called the South African Student Congress, which I led provincially. It's an organization that deals with student interests, championing student interest in institutions of higher learning. I equally was elected as the Student Representative Council of Northwest University, whereby I was exposed to student governance and dealing with student issues at large, which majority of them were young people. Chair, at the height of my student activism, I demonstrated the ability to balance, for I graduated my degree in international relations and further graduated my honors in development studies, both from Northwest University. I went further to further my studies in University of Pretoria, where I graduated my master's in town and regional planning. Post my student activism, my youth activism intensified, whereby I'm a member and a national leader of an organization called the Young Communist League of South Africa. It's a youth organization that is concerned with issues that affect young people in general and is biased to poor. I'm equally a member of an NPO called Resurupetse. It deals with issues of gender-based violence and child-murdered homes. Chair, I had the opportunity to be exposed to work environment through an internship program in Office of the Premier, International Relations Directorate in the Northwest Province. I went further to work for Planning and Monitoring Directorate in Department of Public Works and Roads Provincial Government. And I became skills development facilitator in the same department. I later joined Services SETA, Sector Education and Training Authority, which is a skills development champion. And majority of the constituents that we service is young people. Chair, given a brief history of my life, I can say that I am able to interact with young people on daily basis to actually understand their thinking and perspectives around the youth development agenda. And equally, I've learned how a skill on how to get buy-in of young people. I equip myself with leadership skill. I have been equipped with interpersonal skill, communication skill and financial management skills, which I believe that as and when I'm appointed board member of the NYDA, they'll positively contribute to the functioning of the agency. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kate. Chair, can we continue? Ms. Kate, my first question will be, what are the reasons for high youth unemployment in our country?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I would like to believe that the reasons why we have so much unemployment within young people is because there is no concerted efforts to ensure that young people issues of unemployment are directly dealt with as a sector on its own. Chair, I believe that the government must have set aside that speaks to addressing issue of young people of unemployment amongst young people. Let there also be annual targets that speaks to addressing the issue of unemployment amongst young people. Let the issue of youth enterprises and youth cooperative chair be taken into consideration as and when the planning of a department done. For instance, Chair, I can see that during this COVID-19, there are departments which have been receiving PPEs as and when they open, but we cannot account for how many young cooperatives have been given chance to produce masks, because we have majority of young people which are in cooperatives that are suing. That is just as an example, Chair. So I'm saying there should be a direct effort that is translated to ensure that it deals directly with issues of unemployment amongst the youth. It must not be a stick issue amongst targeting the entire citizenry. Yes, we take cognizance of the fact that they also need to be attended to. But as a young person myself, I'll be advocating for young people to say that let there be targeted approach on issues affecting young people. Let there be exposed to business opportunities that are there. Let there be investment on youth so that they may be able to themselves become job creators more than job seekers. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
What is the best method of investing in young people?
I think the best method of investing in young people is through mentorship. Let there be sufficient mentorship of young people. Take them from, for instance, I'll say let's target the informal business of young people. I'll make an example of, for instance, saloons, majority of them are informal, but we do not want to take note of the impact that they have on the economy of this country. So let us take those informal businesses, which majority of them are run by young people, and formalize them. Help them take through to how to become formal, how to apply for a business application so that you become an approved business person. Let us ensure that we introduce them to the model of how to service your own customers, take them through until they are fully fledged businesses operating, and then later you can equally say that they must employ other young people themselves. So that one is also job creation in the long run.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkiti.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and a very warm welcome to Ms. Ngete. I think we are excited to be having you here this evening. So my question is just on a point of clarity in regards to your CV. Please correct me if I'm wrong. You worked for the provincial government of the Northwest in 2014 as initially as a receptionist, And then the subsequent year, you then were appointed the assistant director in integrated planning. So I just want to understand the process, I guess, if I can put it that way, from 2014 to 2015, from being a receptionist to then being an assistant director.
Oh, yes, doing something. The process, Chair, the post is advertised, you apply, you go to an interview, and you are appointed. That's how simply it happened. I was working in office of the MEC as a receptionist, and there were posts that were advertised like any other young person. I applied for those posts. I was called to an interview. I went to the interview. I passed the interview, and I was appointed. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Masigo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the responses that you have provided so far, Ms. Kate. I heard you mentioning your work experience in terms of monitoring and evaluation. How do you think the NYDA can better improve its monitoring and evaluation of funded youth projects to ensure maximum return on investment? Thank you.
Can you repeat that?
How do you think that the National Youth Development Agency can improve the monitoring of the funded projects? You know that the National Youth Development Agency administers grant funding to youth projects. So how can we better monitor those programs so that you can get better return on investment?
Okay. Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the patience. I get the question now. I think what is important, Chair, is to ensure that we have monitoring that is systematic. Before you can proceed to the next step, you must first pass this step so that you may be able to go to the next step. If a program, you can give it, for instance, like 12 months and say that to monitor it every 3 months. You check these 3 months, and then for you to continue to the second phase, you must have completed all the necessary procedures that we would have given you for the 3 months, and then so forth, and pass on to the second month, to the third month, and so forth and so forth. We develop a strategy. We say within these 3 months, this is what the business should have achieved, or this, and also flexible in terms of guiding it to say that there are other factors that takes place into that, because you cannot want to monitor a business happening in eThekwini in the same way a business happening in Witwatersrand. The population there is two different and so forth and so on in the economic standing thereof. So you structure it according to where the business is located, and you check within like location what possibly the strength and the weaknesses of such a project. And as and when you give such guidelines, you give it accordingly so that we can fair onto the different factors that take place within such businesses. Thanks.
But when you look at how government processes are, remember, in government, all departments and entities, they are reporting to Parliament quarterly, even in the legislature. And then if you are saying we must treat them differently, you meaning how? Because if they are projects of the NYDA, that should be standard. The thing of monitoring and evaluation, or whether you say you assess and evaluate the performance, because obviously it should be in their strategic plan. So being a board member, remember you must also comply.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think perhaps my wording was not correct. What I'm trying to say is that they all will report within the same time frame, but the factors that are taken into consideration in terms of reporting must vary to accommodate the social factors of such a place where the business is nurtured. I think I'm clear enough. The reporting framework and timing must be the same to meet that standard as previously alluded. But I'm saying let's take into cognizance social factors that may affect the growth thereof of the business and the service itself and so forth and so on. Yeah. Thanks.
And
Thank you, Chair. Ngibonge Sihlalo. Now ngibingelele Honorable Kante Hlonishwa. Sibonge ukuthi nawe sorry ube yiphathi ukuthi uze sikubone nawe ungena siyabadinga abantu besifazane especially youth. Owambuzo la uthi Nkosazana ukhuluma nge-Northwest umhlaba o-rich onezimayini nemihlaba nje elele. Inini la sobona khona? No. Uzokwenza kanjani ukuthi sibone i-youth mangase kwenze kungena kule bhodi? Sibone i-youth nayo nabakhubazekile be-ona izimayini. Kanjalo la sikhuluma nge-COVID-19 pandemic ukuthi yini oyizosilekelela ngayo ukuthi njengoba kunale COVID-19 sibone nathi youth nayo ithola umsebenzi ikwazi ukuthi ifakele indawo lezi ezibhizi mhlawumbe njengasey'mayini inikezwe amathuba ukuthi bakwazi bafakele ama-sanitizer, ama-gloves kanjalo ama-mask. Nasey'bhedlela sibabone ukuthi nabo sibabone ukuthi nampaya banikeza ithuba lokuthi kulezi y'bhedlela ezakhiwayo kuthiwa ayenze noma mhlawumbe amashidi amakhethini. Ikuphi kuzosithembisa sikhona ukuthi i-youth sizoyibona iyakula e-South Africa nayo ikwazi ukukhipha kulesi sifo njengoba sesifikile. Akufanele sibone uhlangothi olulodwa labantu nabakhubazekile sibabona bekhona laphaya. Kanjalo nakuyimali bangagcini ngokungena khona bayosebenza. Yini osithembisayo ukuthi uma ungena kula bhodi uzokwenza sure ukuthi i-youth yala e-South Africa nayo isizibona iy'phathi and phasela ingalokhu ibuyela lokuthiwa uzoqashwa kodwa ekugcineni ingakwazi ukuthi one kuba abantu bangaphandle kuphela abazo-ona emhlabeni wakubo. Ngiyabonga.
Chair, it's unfortunate I can't hear Zulu or Xhosa.
Okay.
I couldn't capture the question. Okay.
Okay. How are you going to change what's being done currently for the benefit of the betterment of our youth and their legacy? How are you going to ensure that women, youth, and people living with disabilities in the Northwest province are afforded opportunities to own mines?
To own the mines?
Yes. Instead of being just employees to the mine owners.
Nasibhedlela bakwazi ukuthi bakwazi njengoba kunale COVID-19 bakwazi ukuthi bafake babone nawo bethole ukuthi befake ama-sanitizer into zokuvikela zasemaklinikhi amashidi kanjalo.
Okay. As you are aware that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, most companies are closing down and others are retrenching. So what is it that you're going to do differently to ensure that most youth, women, and people living with disabilities in the Northwest province get job opportunities in places like hospitals, where they can distribute sanitizers, participate in different activities to accommodate the pandemic-related activities.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, leyo yamajob yokuqasha yona engihambisana ngithi mina bakwazi bona nabo babe part and parcel ukuthi bafake ama-sanitize nama-mask kanjalo bathole amathenda ake babe namabhizinisi abo bathengele umshini bathunge banikezwe imali baqale nabo bayibone bengalokhu baqashwa yiloo nto engishoyo.
Yeah, Mom Kauli, but I'll
Okay, so I think what she's basically trying to say is that she wants to see more opportunities offered to different suppliers, especially now. We can give them different opportunities where they can supply sanitizers, masks, and everything else that is essential during the COVID pandemic.
Okay, thanks. I'm covered now. I think I understand the question. Chair, the functions of NYDA is advocacy and information sharing, and by advocacy we speak to advocating for youth interest across all sectors. And in 2013, there was a youth accord that was signed by all social partners, inclusive of private sector, which made commitment that it shall contribute to the youth development agenda of this country. So through such advocacy, we were able to engage the minds, like Mam Kaula says, to say that in the SONA statement of the president, he mentioned 1,000 jobs for 100 days of youth, to say that such institutions like mines must be able to accommodate young people in terms of ensuring that they benefit through this process of the masks and the PPEs. Because really, NYDA must be at the forefront of advocating for such. And then including of the issue of social relief package, as and when the president was addressing on such issue, the NYDA was to be at the forefront of ensuring that the youth component is taken care of in the whole area of social relief fund of the COVID-19. And then land, I'll say that part of advocating for economic activism of young people is to ensure that we advocate for rural development and land reforms for young people. To say that, particularly in the rural provinces, land what we have. Let young people have access to land so that they may be able to contribute to the economy. We have seen we grew up eating lengana and when we have flu, but we have never seen such indigenous knowledge significant that it can contribute positive to the economic setup of the country. So let us wake young people to say that take the opportunity that much as COVID-19 is bad, but it has presented us with some of the opportunities that business can come from. Just last week, there was a young person doing tea bags of Lingan. I don't know what the English Artemis, I think. There was young people making tea bags of Lingan. We never thought that such can be a business, but now it's business and it's thriving. Second thing is that it has made us to realize that we need to be self-reliant at local economies. Let young people be assisted in terms of agricultural space so that they can operate at that level. For instance, check myself, I'm a product of agriculture. For me to go to school, my dad sold cows so that I can be able to school. To this day, I never buy veg at home because my dad has a garden that has beetroot that takes out bicycle and so forth and so on. Imagine if young people can take such opportunity and ensure that they produce that for benefit of ensuring that they make a living out of that. So NYDA must be at the forefront of advocating for that, and they must be engage the traditional leadership to accommodate that, because where I come from, 18 years or old, if you are not married, they are not giving you access to land. So we think NYDA must be seen at that level to advocate for young people to ensure that they're able to take up such opportunities. Because Chair, NYDA service different youth sectors. So even unemployed youth sector who wants to venture into agricultural business, they are part of the constituency that they must be taken care of. So I think that. Thanks.
Honorable Mkweba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. And thank you, Nkati. Indicators of poverty, unemployment, and inequality show that women still bear the brunt of exclusion, especially in rural areas, deep rural areas. My question to you, how can you assist government to mobilize resources, making sure that these young people become direct beneficiaries of a liberated society, using the vehicle of the NYDA board, especially as a young woman, to achieve youth development, women emancipation, and their development in an organized way, working with all the levels of government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, one of the objects of NYDA, as per the NYDA Act, is to take into cognizance social factors such as gender and disability. So, as and when the NYDA perform one of its functions of advocacy, it must take such into cognizance. But to speak specifically to the target, Chair, I will say that as and when the president signs a performance agreements with ministers, let there be a factor that speaks directly to beneficiation of women and young children at that level. Equally, as and when we present IDPs and LEDs at the local municipality level, let there be direct targets that speaks to emancipation of women and children at such a level. Let there be set aside to say that this is what this department wants to achieve in terms of ensuring that we incorporate young women and children to benefit out of this thing. So equally must engage other social partners like private sector, because the youth accord says that any company that is employed of 20 people and more must contribute to the development agenda. So we can equally use that to say that show us how you contribute to youth development, and equally how you contribute to women development. But also let's encourage the culture of cooperatives amongst women so that they may be able to plow back by taking care of the kids, which are the children in the target that we spoke of. So I think I'll leave it at this. Okay. Thanks.
So with the, I hear you're talking about cooperatives, but what about introducing women or allowing women to participate in other big projects of government? I want to set an example that with all the announcement that were made by the president during his State of the Nation address in terms of investments, don't you think that now it's time that women participate in the economy, in the economy, the real one? Like, for instance, about SAA, ESCOM, rather than always we as women reduce ourselves to cooperatives that we know that tomorrow they will die and they don't even benefit women holistically in terms of the real cash, mula. You know, why are we always as women looking at smaller yana things, not thinking that we are entitled to participate in that space of mining and any other business where there's real money?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Chair, perhaps it might have came from a point whereby and addressing the issue from. Oh. Oh, I was coming more from a point of a community level point, whereby we understand that the past injustice has also played a factor in terms of underdevelopment of women, which we are trying to correct currently. So as in when we speak of development, we must also speak of those that we advance to the level that you spoke of, and those that are still at the level at which we still need to be taken through the stages to get to the advanced level. However, I'm in full agreement with you on that particular one. Hence, today I'm seated here as a woman and I'm interviewed in Parliament by you as a woman.
It's bound to be some misunderstanding. If of the borders, how are you going to solve a conflict in the agency if it arises?
Mrs. Joyce, may you please repeat your question?
I said, in every working environment or organization, there's bound to be some conflict or misunderstanding in that organization or working environment. But if you are appointed as one of the board members, how are you going to go around making sure that you solve a conflict in the agency if that arises?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. It's better that one has served in an institution like the Student Representative Council, because we have gained a commitment skill at such a level. There are policies that guides as to what should happen in the agency, and such will have to be taken into cognizance when we evaluate what is the source of conflict. However, we must approach the issue with an issue of resolving and ensuring that it works in the better of the agency, not in a way of who's winning and who's not winning. So we must always put the interest of the agency first and seek to check what is the fundamental issue that brings the conflict, and solve that particular issue with regards to the conflict that might be there. And if it persists, you may take disciplinary actions that will ensure that they understand the wrongdoing, and before you arrive at the disciplinary action, you would have taken efforts to try and rehabilitate those who are causing the conflict. So to reach that particular point, you try all these positive steps to try and contribute to bring harmony into the agency, because at the end, it's about bettering the lives of young people. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think that was the last question. Ms. Nkate. I now hand over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me take the opportunity to thank Ms. Kate for honoring the invitation for this interview and for your presence. I'd like to wish you well. And sorry, I will hand over to the chairperson now. Before I hand over to the chairperson, Ms. Kati, do you have any question that you want to ask to us as the panel?
Yes, Chair. May I? Oh, okay. Okay. I just want to check with the panel chair to say that NYDA is one of its custodians. What contributions do they have in ensuring that it's fully function and it address issues of young people there and service young people efficiently? I'll just need to understand that.
Thank you, Ms. Kati. I'll hand over to the chairperson.
Garrett, we think.
Huh? No, I was checking to say that NYDA is custodian of this committee. So I was checking what is it that you assist the agency with to ensure that it's efficiently servicing its constituents. I don't know if it's a wrong question, but if it's not, but
No,
it's
you're right. We are doing oversight.
Yes.
Whenever we do our oversight as the portfolio committee, we advise the NYDA on things that they need to attend to, those that are agent and those that are not agent. Also, in terms of financial management, we also check how are they utilizing public funds and whether there is compliance or no compliance. So each and everything, where there is a need for us to advise NYDA that maybe they need to start establishing new innovative ways and be in creativity, we also advise them as the portfolio committee. So far, when we started with the NYDA, even the way they are now drafting their own report, it is this committee who guided NYDA on how must they write their reports. Because initially they thought that they are a private entity, and we corrected them as the portfolio committee to say they are a public entity. So they are not a private entity. And then they had to go back and redraft their strategic plan and the APP according to what the DBSA guidelines are saying and according to National Treasury guidelines. That's what we did.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's why now you can see, can see what is it that they're doing and so on. We're able to do our oversight.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin, for your time, and hopefully you are booked in because you can't drive at night back to Northwest. Our staff is taking care of that. Nah. So and now you showed her where is she getting? Or you, I'm told you were oriented in this hotel. Where are you going to sleep and where are you going to eat your breakfast and your dinner? But thank you very much. We wish you a good luck. You'll be informed. All successful candidates will be informed after the president have made the final decision of appointing who are the 7 members that are going to serve in the board. But we, as the subcommittee, what we are going to do, we are going to present the report in the House, they both in both houses, in the NCOP and in the National Assembly. Yeah. So thank you very much. We wish you good luck.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, by the way, yes. So we can just might be
I don't know what piece.
We are going to break for dinner due to Chairperson.
I can hear you.
Yes, we are going to break for dinner, and due to the hotel staff, they have informed us that they would like us to go for dinner now, so that they can be released before 9 o'clock.
Okay,
Due
so
to the COVID regulations, because it's only our candidates that have got permits to travel late. So we are going to break now for dinner, and we'll come back at 9 o'clock. We'll come back at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll resume at 9.
Okay, thank you.
I guess today we're going to know off before 3.
We are left with 3 candidates, Chair, for today.
Afowethu asambe siyozamazama ukuthi sibone ukuthi sidonsa kanjani ethunjini, and then we'll then come back. Yeah. Masiko, can you choose one? Mawuthi ngiyithileyo ufuna ukuthi uzokolapse wakakolapse umuntu omnyama baka akandaba nawo lapho uzosera bangakawi usese-right bese umuntu omnyama athi okay, so
Yeah, now I think just TV or whatever who's in charge of the Parliament channel, they have changed to play whatever they're playing right now. Because I just saw it. The government was Ishmael's office. Just one.
I want to change any settings now. Could you talk on the one microphone? Let's see if I switch
Yeah,
off.
it's not the direction.
No. I like the spotlight, it's really nice.
Yeah. So it only reflects on the left cheek.
Yeah. Actually needs to be in front.
And when it's in front, that chair, was this sanitized? Okay, when I'm sitting here, there's no way that they can leave there. They cannot keep in front because it will block the view.
Yeah. But
It's fine, we'll just test it tomorrow and see
Yeah.
what is what. Mr. Ishmael, where did Sam buy this light?
Some, it's a very big fan of builders, eh?
Builders.
Yeah. Very, very, very big. I think he bought them from builders.
I'll ask him tomorrow how much
he pay. Yeah.
He buy them. They're nice.
Very nice.
And I think it's not, are they all connected or this, or also this one, this middle one, this. You see this one?
Yeah.
Are they also supposed to be connected to?
Oh, I don't know. Powerful, eh?
Yeah.
I think I check this inside.
It does not look like they need a lot of electricity. You can use maybe.
I think you can run them off a battery.
The battery, yeah, for this emergency light. That's what I'm thinking. Because now, if the way that they are, can have one sitting room, one just your backup emergency light. I had a like someone.
Yeah. Test.
Somewhere here.
Test. It's probably the microphone.
Test?
Yeah.
There's a PC somewhere. I believe it's the window is up. No, I mean on one of the devices. That's why it's picking up the feed from that microphone. Here.
Tambo lying. See.
ngabe akusisiso makhaza ngabesimasikelele ngizobe ngiyayisaba babethu bathi yeah next week bathi yi-peak next week asikuyithi la That's listen to it. And that's my conversation like in the character. And that's not enough. I hope so. You warm up. What question? I was.
Or not for.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Chairperson, we are free now.
Yes, Kalisa zakho.
Jabuleng akithi wena ujive baningi or ujive uduzi. Busiku. Ah, hey. You must scare me with. My members can start. Good evening, Chairperson, honorable members. Let's resume. Chair, Honorable Gillian. We are starting, my darling. Okay. Will you please call our next candidate? Fabuskak. Uskak, Kenneth?
Yebo.
Oh. Utheni ngapha? Yeah.
We're starting. Okay, Chairperson, we are starting with our candidate, Mr. Sikake is here. All honorable members are here. You can start with your introduction.
Good evening. Welcome back, members. Good evening. Is it Mr. Sikake, Chairperson?
What was she saying?
Who's the next candidate? Is it Mr. Sikake?
Yes, it's Mr. Sikake.
Thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Mr. Sikake, to the interview for the NYDA board. My name is Merensha Gillian. I am the co-chairperson of the subcommittee, and I'm also the chairperson of the select committee on the health and social services. The chairperson of the subcommittee is Member Daba. I will hand over to the chair, the other side, to introduce all other members of the panel, as well as our technical team. Member, you can do the introduction.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Sikake. I told you that when I come in,
Yes,
right.
I can see.
You have 45 minutes with us. Honorable members are going to ask you questions. If maybe you didn't hear or understand what the question, okay. You are free to ask the member again, so that you can get your question correctly. And then at the end of your interview, you can raise whether you want to ask at the panel any question, you are free to do so. And yeah, and then I will now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves, starting from Mr. Mpiti.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Louis Olompiti, and I'm a member of this committee.
Enkosi Slalo, a very good evening, Mr. Sikake. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of this subcommittee.
Masibulise Mhlonishwa. Ngumbulelo Bharha, lilungu lale committee na. Enkosi.
Babu Nchabeleng. Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mina ngu-Audrey Malika, ilunga lale committee.
Mamkhawula.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Ngikubingelele Mhlonishwa Sikake, mina umama uSibongile Khawula, ilunga laleli committee. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Mgweba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs, and good morning, Mr. Sikake. I'm Teliswa Mgweba, a member of this subcommittee.
Teliswa, ufuna ukuthi siqede ngo-1. Alright, good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Maduleka. Mgweba ufuna ukuthi siqede ngamasa. Next to Mr. Honorable Mpiti is Dr. Tembe, our legal person from Parliament, and we have Nomvula Giba, Miss Nomvula Giba, who's our committee, is the manager of the committees in Parliament.
Okay.
And then Uzuki, the one who was busy with the logistics. And then Miss Neliswa Nobatana, where is she? Because we are recording. You are recording. Oh, okay. Who's our committee secretary? Feel free. Yeah. So that's to pay to phuza amanzi. Awazi amanzi mawaphuza ayakwazi kwehlisa uvalo. Yeah. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. evening, Mr. Sikaki. I will ask you to tell us a bit more about yourself and also why you are interested in becoming a board member of NYDA. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Mr. Skagit didn't hear anything, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Let me start again.
Yes,
Mr. Sikake, if you can tell us more about yourself, give us an introduction of who Mr. Sikake is and also why you are interested in becoming a board member of NYDA.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Over to you, Mr. Skagit.
Okay, thanks very much to honorable members of the portfolio.
Which mic is working? Is it the one on his table or the one on the...
Is it proper? Ne? Thank you very much. Greetings.
Yeah.
Okay. Greetings to honorable members. My name is Molaudi Sekake. I'm an activist, a passionate lover of young people, an organizer, an academic in my own right. I have worked with young people across all the board, in literature, in civil society, in NGOs, and in many other political structures of young people. And I have worked on research and policy making to youth development institutions. I hail from Claremont, which is the theater of oppressed young people, who it is an area that is surrounded by an industrial area called the New German. And in the process of my activism and me working with young people, I have been able to cultivate my research and policy making capacities. And that is why I am capable enough to be in the board of the NYDA, because I have been on the ground working with, not for, and not on behalf of young people. I'm a writer as we speak. My 2 volumes are in the process of publication, which are going to be published this month, and I'm an art critique. So that's why I feel I am better positioned to be in the board of National Youth Development Agency, because I have this vast experience. I have worked in research institutions and civil society formations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hear that in your introduction. Okay, we'll take hands, but I'll be the first one to ask you a question. What are the legislative gaps identified in the Act, and how they can be how can they be rescinded or be amended?
Basically, the National Youth Development Agency
Or
Act.
be remedied.
Yeah. It can be okay. Basically, the National Development Act speaks about mainstreaming youth development and making possible young people's access into the economy. But the question that we have has always been a challenge is that while access is necessary, it is not sufficient, and I will explain why. It is easy for young people to enter the labor market. It is not always sustainable, particularly in the context in which there are inequalities. For example, women can enter the labor market, but there is always a question of the pay gap, which dogs the entire developmental trajectory. The other problem is that the National Youth Development Agency Act fails to factor young people who are not only entrepreneurs, but also young people who are in art and literature. And this is reflective in the reports of the National Youth Development Agency in terms of the funding strategy, where the art and literature sector is less funded compared to many other sectors. And that is where we need really to work on, so that we provide a comprehensive development trajectory for the empowerment of young people.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Nchabeleng, Honorable Pacha, Honorable Mamkaula, Honorable Malika.
How, if you are to be appointed as a board, how will you use the budget and use it as a tool for oversight, using the Public Finance Management Act as one of the instruments? How do you see yourself? How do you see the board playing that role?
Okay, thanks. First and foremost, public finances are very important, and they must be used in such a way that they are responsive to the priorities and programs that are outlined. One of the things that I will mention, two things that will have to be a priority, is to focus on what I refer to as the community of entrepreneurs, and I will qualify my point. Community of entrepreneurs. Community of entrepreneurs, one. Two, cooperatives. On the point of community of entrepreneurs is that one of the constraints which the NYDA has encountered is that it has funded entrepreneurs in isolation. You fund an entrepreneur, they are going to source some material somewhere else, whereas they could have sourced it from another entrepreneur who was assisted by the NYDA. When you create a community of entrepreneurs, you create the possibility for whoever is going to be funded as an entrepreneur to be self-sufficient, but also to source whatever they are going to use from any other person who has been assisted. And by so doing, we're going to be able to quantify and track progress instead of funding one entrepreneur who is going to source some material from either a well-established corporate entity, and then it goes. So once you create a community of entrepreneurs, you are making it possible for young people to control the entire value chain. You don't have finance, you're going to buy somewhere else, and money circulates somewhere else, not amongst yourself. And that we can link the question of, let's say NYDA funds one entrepreneur in KZN, where I come from. Then we have a database that, okay, we are funding you on questions of probably sewage. We have funded another entrepreneur in, let's say, Northwest, whom you can source your equipment from. So by so doing, you are creating a community of entrepreneurs instead of creating basically creating a fiscal burden on the NYDA, since you have to fund everyone else. And the entire process is going to create self-sufficient entrepreneurs who source items of one another. And that is what we fail to do. On the question of cooperative, this is money that is used on cooperatives, and it will assist this way. The notion of self-sufficiency again comes in. You lessen the burden of the National Youth Development Agency, and ipso facto, you lessen the burden of National Treasury, where money comes from, to say this self-sufficiency is going to make it possible for capacity building for cooperatives, but also to generate their own capacity, where NYDA will be overseeing many of these activities, to source things on their own, to coordinate and to share knowledge amongst themselves. And that's how the finances of the NYDA and obviously the finances of the nation are going to be responsive to problems of young people so that you don't always run and always take out a clarion call for more finance. And that is another problem because the NYDA has been turned into a finance agency instead of a development agency. But by shifting away from isolated funding mechanisms and creating a coherent mechanism, we're going to, in the short run, there will never be a cry for more funding, whereas results are not seen. Because one is funded, few months down the line, they are nowhere to be seen. They go where? Back to employment. And then it becomes a counterproductive measure. Thanks.
Honorable Mpisi, I wanted to make a follow-up, but you can ask the question.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually also going to do a follow-up on your original question, if you will allow me. Thank you, Mr. Sikake, on the act. Yes. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sikake, you had said in your response to the chairperson's question on the amendment of the act and what you would feel needs to be amended. Yes. And your response was that you feel that the act only provides for entrepreneurs and not for other sectors of society like literature and the arts. And so in looking at the NYDA Act, I want to take you to Section 3, Section 8, and the last section that I also think is important here is Section 18. Okay. So when you look at those particular sections of the NYDA Act, they actually do not prescribe how the organization or how the entity should spend its money and what sectors it needs to spend. So I wanted to just ask for clarity. Are you saying that the amendment to the NYDA Act must be that it must focus on all sectors? Because there's no reference as to what the NYDA
Yeah. Okay. Can I respond? Exactly. I think there is the problem once there is either a policy or a legislative ambiguity, anything goes. You get the point? So once there is clarity in the act, we provide specifics which are not going to be dependent on the discretion of the board members, but which are going to be a element. It makes it possible, one, to make the accountability mechanism of the board members possible, but also to track them on specifics that are quantifiable and that can be, located in the act. So you are correct in saying it has to specify. It doesn't have to be generic, because in the context of being general, ambiguities prevail, and when ambiguities prevail, anything can happen, and anyone can always seek solace in abstractions and general policy frameworks.
Chair, just quickly before we continue, so I just want to give clarity here, because you are speaking about ambiguities and that may exist within the act.
Yes.
The act itself is speaking to the regulations that the NYDA should be governed by, rather than what the NYDA's program should be. There must be a distinction between those two.
Yes.
And so when you speak about sectors that need to be focused on, that is the role of an annual plan, for example.
Yes.
When the NYDA decides what are the sectors that we are going to be able to work on. But the act in itself, to include something like that, would not make sense, in my view. I don't know what.
Yeah. No, I think thanks for posing that question and for seeking clarity. Of course, the purpose of the act is to offer a guiding framework but it should make it possible for policy maneuvers so that the act or whatever it validates and legitimizes, it's responsive to what has to happen as far as youth development is concerned. I think we're on the same page. We may be wording it in a different manner. So once we have an act, that act must make it possible for certain things to occur. And in this case, we are being specific in a sense of youth development that can be provided by the act. Ambiguity, yes.
Sure. Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Sukake, I want to describe your understanding of the presidential youth employment intervention.
Okay.
If you can describe for us your
Okay.
understanding.
Okay. Thanks very much. I think you are asking a very important question. This question is a prominent expression, particularly in the State of the Nation address, in relation to the key priorities on youth development. And one specific item that I can refer to is the Youth Employment Service, which is part of those priorities. So the understanding is that it is part and parcel of mainstreaming youth development into every sector of society, access to employment opportunities, access to labor market, but particularly access that is going to be responsive to young people's developmental challenges. So basically, it is part and parcel of what the president spoke about, State of the Nation address, which has to find expression in almost every sector of society, even in government. So basically, that's it.
I may make a follow-up on the same question. How, if you are appointed as a board member, how are you going to assist NYDA, Department of Youth, Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability in collaborating all those interventions or programs together, so that it may produce desired outcomes.
Yes. Yeah. One of the most important thing that has ever happened in the trajectory of youth development has been youth employment accords. We need to work on youth employment accords, which can happen between the NYDA and departments, as well as with the private sector. We need to say this is the line of march. This is what finds expression in the National Youth Development Policy. Of course, it's under review. This is what finds expression in the National Youth Development Agency, and this is what finds expression in the State of the Nation address. We hammer accords on the basis of that, but also continued assessment over time. And we can have targets to say on a quarterly basis, we will evaluate as to whether these accords are making an impact or not, or on whatever basis we can agree on. But youth employment accords are very important to monitor the progress, but also to institutionalize youth development-based programs that will have to come about as a result of all these youth development imperatives that are outlined in all these documents.
Okay. Honorable Makaula.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable, ngabizika isibongo sakho kanti.
Yeah, honorable.
Yeah. Thank you for welcome.
Yeah. No, owami umbuzo nje uzoba mfishane. Khona lana oveze khona ukuthi othinte khona i-art nama entertainment e-youth.
Yes.
Bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi njengoba i-youth yala eSouth Africa iningi layo igcina singene shi kwidakamizwa, lelo ngeke siye ukuli-repeat kwidakamizwa nasetshwaleni, iwuvanze enye iyafa enye iyareyishwa. Wena yini ongayisiza ngayo ngoba ekugcineni bagcina sebesuka le mhlawumbe especially province ko KZN befuduka uthola ukuthi beze eGoli mabenama-talent. Yini osithembisa yona ukuthi kulama province wonke if mangabe wena uyakhetha uyangena kule board uzokwenza sure ukuthi i-youth lena enama-talent uyakwazi ukuthi nayo uyitholele iminyango yokuthi ikwazi ukuthi igcine nayo isingabaculi, angaba abaculi, angaba abadansi noma ama-poet, ngoba into esiyitholayo baze bafe laba bantu ekugcineni ukuthi masuthi uyalandela ayikho into bebeyithola bebengathuthuki ozashintsha indawo mhlawumbe uyoza umuntu usezowaya ngisho phesheya. Wena-ke uma ungena kuleli bhodi yini osithembisayo ukuthi intsha yethu yala eSouth Africa ekhubazekile nabakhubazekile banawo amathalente. I-youth edlala ibhola iningi mhlawumbe njengoba uthi uphuma e-KZN uyubone nalapha mango-June 16 eNanda Newtown. Kuba nenqwaba yabantu abasuke bezobukela ibhola. Yini ongayenza ukuthi laba abantu abadlala ibhola i-youth yakhona siyibone nayo sivelele emabholeni abadansayo kanjalo sibabona bephumelela? Uma ungasitshela lokho siqedile ngoba lesikhathele ukuthi labo fish abakhulu sibabona bedla abancane. Yini ozosiza ngayo ubalekelele bayeke ukugxila ey'dakamizweni because ukuthi abanayo into abayenzayo? Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga mamkhawula ngalo mbuzo ubuzile, kubaluleke kakhulu. You know, that is why in my introduction I spoke about broadening the notion of youth development, because we believe that youth development is about finance-based. Youth development includes so many things. In fact, it's a psychological, emotional, spiritual, and cultural reality. When it's very broad, it's comprehensive. Now, what we can do is that all throughout the country, we have youth clubs. We have young people who are already organized. We have Ipupo in Joburg. We have Sounds of the South in Cape Town. We have many youth art and literature initiatives and organizations that are already in existence. The only thing we need to do is to prioritize them. And how do we prioritize them? We lobby and advocate for access to theaters. These young people who are in art and literature can't access theaters. And some don't even need money, by the way. They just need equipment, saxophones, flutes, guitars. So it's not a question of money sometimes, it's a question of giving them space. If we say, for example, Playhouse, you know, Playhouse, a pet center, we say, look, NYDA is lobbying that young people who are organized in an art and literature form are going to get access to these things. While you are in Soweto, young people should not be expected to pay exorbitant fees to access Soweto theater. Why? Young people who are writers, who are authors, who are writing in our own languages. There is no reason for us now to have Shakespeare and Conrad, proponent of colonialism. filling up our libraries. So we have young who are right. It's not like we're going to unearth and go to do all those things. We can use those people to say, look, because some of these skills that you are referring to, it is not because of lack of talent. It is lack of access to spaces that are needed. And sometimes not because of finance. We just need to showcase our talent. We mobilize funding, we buy guitars, we buy all these things, they are fine. That is the only, in fact, if there is any other sector among the youth population that can organize young people without any hesitation, is the art and literature aspect of our society. I have attended so many shows at the center, at the Soweto Theatre, Joburg Theatre in Cape Town. They come without any demand. They just want access to space. And these are the spaces we must democratize so that they get access to them. By so doing, you will see even the Nyaupe boys and girls will be able to showcase their talent. Thank you.
So, the manner in which you are presenting your response to the question of Mam Kaula, the manner in which you are explaining to us, can that assist in promoting social cohesion?
Exactly, very much. Because social cohesion is not a matter of protocols or declaration. It's a matter of creating programs that are going to showcase that you are a human being with the ability to express our own talents. So we must not fit young people into one category. If you are a singer, we allow you, give you space to express yourself. If you are a writer, an author, I can tell you there is evidence that there are young people who are sitting with their novels and manuscripts, they are gathering dust, written in our own vernacular languages. So by so doing, it's easy to say, look, out of your talent, instead of saying social question abstractly, we can say, look, out of your talent, this is how we can contribute to, and we are the society. In by so doing, build youth development institutions, not out of declarations, protocols coming from above, but on the basis of what young people are capable of. And by so social cohesion won't be declared. In fact, if the word social cohesion dissipate from our vocabulary, but there will be social cohesion in practice. Instead of talking about it and not seeing it, it is better to see it and not talk about it. Thanks.
Okay.
Angaze ngibe ne-follow-up question.
Yeah, Mam Kaula, you can
Ngiyabonga.
make it follow up because this was a question I was making follow up on.
Shefasin, angisho ukuthi kunjani, but kunento lana mhlawumbe oyijwayele othola ukuthi iy'ngane zizegcine sezi-abuseka, especially lezi zamantombazane, ngenxa yamathalent azo. Uthola ukuthi umuntu lo okulowo mnyango onalezo emalini ukuthi uyithole kanjani, noma kusuke kuyiyona NYDA ikhiphile, kodwa ukuthola ukuthi lo muntu ingane nethalente ifika nayo lezi zinto sizenzile, yena ithatha azagcina sekuba umuntu wakhe alale naye, hayi ngoba elala naye ema-abuse. Sinamakhesi amaningi owaziyo kulezi zinto zemidlalo. KZN ama-culture amaningi. Yingakho engifuna ukwazi ukuthi uma ngabe ngempela siyakuthatha-ke wena uyangena kule yini ozoyenza ukuthi kulama-province, sengiyeka-ke i-KZN yodwa, kulama-province wonke, ngoba uma ubheka kulama-province wonke engathi aphumelele i-Johannesburg,
yes,
neLimpopo esiyibona manje siqala ukuvela. Nizokwenza kanjani? Uzosilekelela kanjani lama-province wonke nawo siwabone ama-artist akhona, ngabe ushaya ingoma, ngabe wenzani? Ngoba nje ubusho indaba yeNyawupe, inkinga ilele lapho, ngoba iy'ngane zinakho ukuthi ziyakwazi ukubhala, zikwazi ukwenza into, even labantu abenza kuthiwa yini amalokhuzana, ziningi izinto ezikhona zangamathalenta kubona, kodwa manje ugcina bengasakwazi ukuthi bazokwenza kufuneka bezasuke eze la eJoburg la eJoburg kufuneka mayizolala athola umuntu azolala naye ahlale yini wena uqiniseka ngawo kulama province wonke uzowalekela ngoba phela iJoburg red akekho ngazi ukuthi uma ufuna nje ukuphumelela ngokwezomculo shona eJoburg iLimpopo iyavela manje vela manje nayo ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think your question adds more value to what we have already said, and we need to come up with countermeasures of is likely to hinder our development logic. One of the things that we need to do is to sensitize youth development issues. This is what the National Youth Development Board will have to do, is to say we must prove our mental in the battlefield. If we are saying we are for young people, and particularly that which appears also in the National Youth Development Act, which is a gender inclusive approach to development. And this inclusive approach includes questions of sensitivity and also includes questions of knowing what kind of constituency are we servicing, the LGBTIQ community and all those things. So it includes all those. So we say, if we go to the ground, this is what we need to open our ears against in defense of the youth development process, which we have committed ourselves to. And also, we must really be open about the abuses of women, particularly of people who claim to offer opportunities for them. So this then calls into question the idea of moral integrity of the board members of National Youth Development Agency. If then we cannot, if our cause for development cannot stand the test, then we may as well close shop. And we must ensure that where NYDA is, either in the form of satellite offices, we are able to pick up these things and to say, this is what we represent, and this cannot happen in our presence. That is what we can do. And therefore, that is part of strengthening youth development institutions, because the cases that we are talking about, I cannot lie, I know for sure they are happening, and they are leading depression, mental related illnesses for young people who are talented, and they end up giving up. Thanks.
Yeah. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Sikake. Mr. Sikake, I think you would generally agree with me when I'm saying that we are living under the new normal.
Yeah.
In your view, what are the challenges that are faced by young people during the era of COVID-19?
Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Masiko. To shoot straight, young people who are semi-skilled and unskilled are hardest hit because of this pandemic. The other impact is that young people who are in rural areas do not have access to what we have access to in the urban areas, in the cities. They cannot have access to Wi-Fi, they don't have internet, they don't have, so there's no movement, there's no communication. So these are the challenges that we are facing. So what we need to do, we take advantage of technology. How do we take advantage of technology? We create digital villages. Digital villages is to say in every community, there must be a digital village that helps young people to create app factories where applications are developed, software development, and the capacity for connection. But also, the NYDA having the capacity to lobby. It must lobby ICASA to say, look, ICASA recently talked about access to broadband spectrum during the COVID-19. temporarily. Lobby to say, look, what you have offered us during this pandemic must continue because it enables access to every young person in rural areas, in the townships, and that is the only way we can be able to tap into the potential of young people and, of course, for their own development. Thanks very much.
Honorable Mpiti, you want to do a follow-up?
Yeah, it's not a follow-up, it's my own question, because my previous one was a follow-up to your question. Mr. Sikake,
let's check by Masiko first whether she's done with
apologies. Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine. Oh, okay. No follow-up, ne? Okay, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question, Mr. Sikake, is related to just your experience. I see that you served as the spokesperson of the Young Communist League. And so my question is, there's a particular ideological subscription that I would imagine you would have, having served as a spokesperson of the Communist League. And so my question is, when it comes to youth development, particularly when we look at the economy, what views are you going to bring should you be appointed to the board when it comes to an economic approach to providing young people with opportunities in South Africa?
Okay. No.
Repeat your question again.
Chair, my question is, noting the fact that Mr. Sikake is coming from serving as the spokesperson of the Young Communist League, I'm asking from an ideological standpoint, when looking at economic measures to assist young people in this country, what ideological framework will you be bringing to the board, particularly to economic opportunities and lobbying government as well as the private sector on matters of economic opportunities for young people, ideologically speaking?
Oh, okay. No, thanks. Whether Comrade Mpeti, it's I'm going to give you an ideologically satisfactory answer. I'm not sure. But this is what I can say, which is in line with industrial policy action plan. In terms of economically, I am going to push for the implementation of the industrial policy action plan. Why? Because it is labor absorptive. And therefore, if it is labor absorptive, it will reduce the levels of employment that we have as young people. But the other thing that we are going to consider, and I'm happy you're talking about the economy, is that there must be fairness and transparency in the capitalist, in the capital markets, in a sense that young entrepreneurs, for example, as opposed to raising money through traditional finance institutions, which get money from treasury itself, raise money through capital markets. That is where you go for what is called initial public offering. Once you go initial public offering, when you own a company, the share value of your company is evaluated, it's assessed in order to be involved. People who assess the share value of your company, truth be spoken, are white males. Then if they devalue the share value of your company assets, then you are under siege because you are not going to be able to continue or to sustain your project. So what we need to do is that capital markets are a thing that is happening now where money is raised. So it has to be transformed, it has to be made transparent and accessible to everyone else. Lastly, it is the question of closing the pay gap between black people and white people, closing the gap between women and men, which is still a major problem that we face. That is what to do. As to whether that answer is ideologically satisfactory, But I am talking about what finds expression in the NDP as far as the notion of inclusive economy is concerned. And I'm also talking about what finds expression in the National Youth Development Agency Act. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me make the question more simpler. Will you, as an appointed board member of the NYDA, advocate for communist policies on the NYDA board? Yes or no?
No, but that's an unfair question of on it, honestly. I'm offering. I don't come as a missionary to the National Youth Development Agency. I come as a young person to make a contribution in accordance with the existing policy and legislative framework. I'm not going to monopoly anything. So the question of yes or no basically is unfair to me. I'm saying to you, me and you as an honorable member, I'm sure you know there is a policy, there is a goal of new growth path. It's there in the end. I'm giving you an example of industrial policy action plan. The industrial policy action plan, the first one failed. We will discuss the reasons why it failed at some other point. The industrial policy action 2 is the one that we're working on. I'm saying to you, we can use industrial policy for productive activities in the economy that are going to be labor absorptive. Then as to how to find this ideological, it's for everyone to decide. But I'm saying I'm giving you what is there, what does not solely include me, but is there in policy documents, it finds expression. And the other thing is, I have worked with a lot of young people who are ideologically heterogeneous, who are not subscribed to one ideology. I have worked in civil society formations, which are committed to development. So who will tell you that no, the color of the cat does not matter as long as it catches mice, as long as you develop young people, it's fine. So the issue of wanting to prescribe ideological paradigms, which will make it difficult for us even to realize certain things which are contained in these policies and documents, is a bit unfair, honorable.
Chair, no, Chair, but I have to be given the opportunity to clarify my point. I have a right as a member of the community to ask my point and to get the clarification that I need.
No, Chairperson.
I have the right, Chair, to ask my point and my question and get clarification.
No.
Honorable members, I think Honorable PT has asked a question, and then you ask again a follow-up question. So it will be unfair for me not to give other members an opportunity to ask questions. Because remember,
must be clarified. He has said that it's unfair, so I need to explain that because you cannot leave that on record without explanation.
No.
I have to be given that point because now it's on record and it has to be clarified.
It's dialoguing.
It's not a dialogue.
It is.
Honorable Masigo, what were you saying?
If a member of the committee is
okay, wait, honorable members.
That their question is
I'm giving.
Unfair.
Okay,
it must be clarified.
I want to hear what is Honorable Masigo saying?
Chair, we had set out rules of engagement. We said that each member will be asking a question for 2 minutes. We said that each member is entitled to a follow-up question. And we said that each member having asked that follow-up question will be 2 minutes. Each member will not engage in dialogue with a candidate. Now, Honorable Mpiti has engaged in numerous follow-up questions with this individual candidate numerous times, and we have kept quiet. Now he is engaging in dialogue. Chairperson, can you protect the candidate?
The candidate is protected. Honorable Njabile?
Chairperson.
Let's allow ask this question. And when there's another member who wants to ask a question, they can ask that question and then answer them. That we were able to save time. At least, I don't know.
Honorable Parker.
Chairperson, before Honorable Parker,
for the whole day in a fair manner. And I see no reason, if there's a point that he wants to raise to the member, he must be allowed to raise it. Because I don't see why we should be blocking him from raising an issue that he's raising. Because I think that for me, it's more about engagement that is happening between the two of them. And I think that the only thing that Chair you can do now is to give Mbiti the last chance that he wants to make a point to the member. I don't think that kind of cuts off the member from consideration. I think it's just engagement that is happening between the two of them, which we are all interested in. But I don't think it kind of takes him off the entire process. So I would suggest or propose that you allow him to raise the point that he wants to raise, and then we move on.
It's a dialogue. Okay, honorable members, rather than us debating for the whole night, Honorable Mpiti, you've got 50 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. The question is fair because if I had worked at an anti-abortion agency and it was my history, Mr. Sikake, and I had now applied for a new job, and I think it would be a fair question to ask that candidate, is your view an anti-abortion view because you have worked there? And it's not to put you in a corner, but it's to receive clarity whether that view is something that you are continuing or that you believe in because you've represented an organization. And so it is a fair question to say, if you've represented
we are left with 3 seconds.
A communist organization or an organization that has a particular ideological framework, would you continue to advocate that particular ideological framework going forward on this particular board? That's all I'm asking. Based on your own experience, because you've served in the Communist League based on experience.
Time is up.
TV that we are considering.
Time is up, Mr. Sikake.
Can I humbly and quickly respond? It actually surprises me because in the introduction, I spoke about my participation in many youth structures. And I'm not apologetic to have participated in the Young Communist League, in Center for Civil Society at UKZN, Society of Commons, Ubuntu Babasha, IPUPO, and all those things. But I'm saying we must distinguish between you wanting an answer or you wanting a specific answer. I'm giving you a broader framework. I'm saying I'm not a missionary. I'm a young people. I'm a young person committed to the development of young people. I'm giving you a framework. Molaodi Sekake won't come with an overhaul, messianic figure coming to overhaul the entire policy framework and legislative framework. I'm saying to you, this is what we have, and this is what our developmental trajectory will have to accord with. And I'm giving you examples. I'm moving away from abstraction. Specific examples. What? Industrial Policy Action Plan. I'm very, I don't know. You are at a level of abstraction. I answered you. I'm running away from abstraction. I'm giving you a programmatic answer that can use Industrial Policy Action Plan, which is labor absorptive. You asked about economic policy. And I gave of capital markets. I did not want to expand more because of time, but there's a lot that can be said. I really don't know why do you want to prescribe so that now in the entire vibrancy and dynamism which I reflected in my introduction, it is now going to be toned down to just one and one aspect which on its own cannot fulfill the developmental imperatives which find expression in the documents that me and you are supposed to embody and amplify. Thanks, Chair.
No, you have answered. The only thing is that's why I wanted to give you a chance. I wanted PT to ask you because in terms of the way you have answered, in terms of the framework that is there, policies that are there, that and you even went into detail to say there's no way that you'll come from outside and introduce things that are not there, because there is an NDP policy that is guiding the program of government on how.
It's not a scientific figure.
So I was listening to you. So that's why I wanted Mpiti to ask you the question so that you can repeat what you have said. Thank you very much. Let's go to another. I think we're done, honorable members. Yeah, it's fair enough. With all the questions that we posed to you, I think it's fair. We have made follow-up questions.
Many.
And you have answered us. And Honorable Chair, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Kilian, do you want to say something?
Chairperson, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Am I audible, Chairperson?
What are you about? What is the chair saying now?
Chairperson, let me take the opportunity to thank Mr. Sikake for. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me that side, Chairperson?
Chair, I can't even hear you. You see, now I'm talking with my baritone voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Chairperson. I just want to thank Mr. Sikake for the very insightful interview. And I want to thank him for honoring the invitation and to wish him well. And Chairperson, I just hope that we won't have a repeat of what happened now. And let me also say thank you to all our members for the questions and wish Mr. Sikake. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Mr. Sikake. Have a good evening. We wish you well. Wish you enjoy your travel at KZN.
Hayi ngila around.
Ungile now uyafana nabo bonke. Kodwa discretionary okay.
Hey, my
Okay,
26 of education, ma'am.
ikhona into ofuna ukuyisho kithi mhlawumbe?
No, just one thing.
Okay.
Which I could not say in my presentation because of time. How is the committee going to assist National Youth Development Agency in terms of patent rights? Because I think now all of us are aware the battle for IR is around patent. Companies are filing portfolio patent portfolios. Meaning whatever innovation or invention we do technologically is likely to be patented by big companies which are going to commercialize and license it to our. Is the portfolio committee going to be part of any call to reform the South African patent legislation?
Can I get a response from honorable members? I've been responding to most of the questions from the candidates. Ntate Nthabeleng?
Thanks, Chairperson. The question of patents and intellectual properties, it's a very dicey one.
Yeah.
You may also know that some of the things that we call ours are actually not ours. Some of the plants that grow in this country and that we use as our indigenous food, they're actually patented by other countries, by other people who are not actually South Africans. And the same happens with things like rooibos tea, rooibos tea, and many other things that you know. So there is need, for instance, by trade and industry, to look into those. Look what the French did with the champagne. We don't have what is called champagne in South Africa. You can't make anything, even if it tastes like champagne or it's champagne, you can't call it champagne if it's made in South Africa.
Exactly.
You can only call it sparkling wine.
Why?
Yeah.
Because it's patented.
Patent rights.
It can only be used by the French. If we produce it under their license. I need to be corrected in some of these things. But there are a lot of things related to patents and intellectual properties,
including
that are
software.
quite a challenge in this country. And if we don't deal with them, we'll end up being a country that produces things, our things, but paying other people for cooking pap. We cook our pap, but to call it pap, we need to get a license from Americans. Maybe we should call it porridge. And not pap. So I'm just saying this is just a but I'm saying it is an important issue, but we need to refer it to. We need to refer it to relevant portfolios. It doesn't belong to this portfolio.
Okay,
we
need to look.
So DTI,
development and others,
Department of Trade and
jointly
Industry.
with them, we could work out those. Thanks for now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That means you have given us a homework.
Thanks, Chair.
As honorable members to look at that. We are going to finish with our interviews on Friday.
Okay.
And then we'll be deliberating on our report next week. And then we'll then go present our report to the House. In fact, both houses, NSOP and the National Assembly. And thereafter, those recommendations will be taken to the President, because the President is the one that appoints board members.
Okay.
And I'm sure you know that after we have adopted and voted for our report, and then the Speaker will then take the report to the President, and the President will then appoint. And so that's where all successful candidates will know that they are being appointed.
Okay.
So it's another process.
Okay.
And then, but I don't think it will take long. I think all those things, they will happen somewhere in early September, because now I carry we are going for recess. And then, so that's why I'm saying maybe those things will be finalized somewhere in September, due to the schedule of Parliament and recess.
Okay. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But thank you very much, Mr. Skake.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ngalala ngahamba siyabonga. Ubani olandelayo?
Namba isusegoli nje umlethe izwe lezimpi kade ikhenzeni siyadinga.
Yekubuhedeni wena. Ayekubuhedeni.
Chair, I just need to raise something that I find very problematic, particularly to Honorable Gillian. With all due respect, Honorable Gideon, I maybe didn't understand your point when you said you hope that what happened in this interview doesn't happen again. I just want to understand, because if someone has put a CV in front of us, we must be given an opportunity to fully engage with that CV and ask the questions that we need to ask. So I'm not sure what was meant when you said that what happened in this committee must not happen again. I just need some clarity.
Who said that?
Honorable Gillian.
Said what?
That what happened in the interview must not happen again. So I'm trying to understand what it
What
means.
is that? No. Let's talk. Let's bring another candidate, please.
Chair, Honorable Gillian was correct.
Check. I asked.
What happened?
Can we bring another candidate? Because this.
Yeah, Masiko.
Honorable Gillian was correct, Chairperson. She said that she felt that what happened in the last interview must not happen again. And I'm of the same feeling, because I felt that Honorable PT had started to engage in a dialogue.
Yeah, so
with
let's
the candidates.
can we just leave it to have another candidate coming in, please?
Okay.
Chairperson.
Kima.
Chairperson.
Yakabulela. Kimang is Daisy. So, sorry? Elsie. Mangai. Chairperson. Chair. I feel the problem here.
Leon.
Yeah, good evening, Miss Mangani. My name is Nonhlanhla Ngubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm co-chairing with the chairperson of Ms. Gillian, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Health and Social Services in the NCOP. I will now allow honorable members to introduce themselves. Over to you, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Luo Lompiti, and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Kamalam Ngufigile Masiko, member of the committee.
Thank you very much.
Sakubona sisi igama ngumbulelo Bharha olilungu lale committee.
Feel free, Ms. Manganye, if you feel ukuthi ngathi uthuke kakhulu, ivele uyiphuzela amanzi nje. Ngoba ukwazi ukuhlafuna ichapisi ngayaphuza nje amanzi. Yeah, feel free.
Yeah.
Ema ngabe khona umbuzo ongawuzwanga kahle, uzophinde futhi ubuze amalunga weParliament ukuthi bekathini, so that bazokwazi ukuthi uzwe kahle umbuzo. Over to you.
My name is Elegant Chabele. I belong to this committee. Thank you.
Afternoon, my name is Audrey Malika, member of subcommittee.
Honorable Kaula.
Okay. Ngibonga sihlalo. Ngikubingelele Mhlonishwa. Mina igama lami nguSipungile Khawula, member le committee ngibonga.
Thanks, Sihlalo. And good evening, Mangani. Telly Somgweba, member yale committee.
Chairperson, can you hear us? Chair? Okay, we can continue, no problem. Ms. Mangani, you've got only 45 minutes with us. My honorable members are going to ask you questions, and you'll respond to their questions. But also, the chair that site on visual platform will also ask you question. But the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself, and why do you think you are a suitable candidate for us to recommend you to be appointed as a board member to serve in the NYDA board?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Dalsi Mangani. I was born in the province, Venda to be specific, but bred in the city of Johannesburg, in the dusty state of Imzimhlophe Hostel. I feel it is important that I highlight that I was bred in a hostel because it is the same environment that birthed my undying love for development. I joined a hostel-based Ekukanyeni Youth Empowerment Club at a very tender age. At that age, I was hoping that I would be an actress or a model. So I had aspirations. But I later developed love for facilitating some of the activities that were keeping kids off the streets. Activities such as drama, music, poetry, and also beauty pageants. It is the same environment, Imzimhlophe Hostel, the same environment that elected me as what committee member, where I headed an environment and infrastructure committee. After matriculating, I went to the University of South Africa, where I obtained a BA degree in computer sciences. As a student at UNIS, I was part of the student leadership, where I joined for South African Democratic Student Movement. It was a student wing. I served all structures of Sadismo from branch level to national level. Also, as the student at UNISA, I joined an NGO that dealt with the career guidance and also helping the student register in UNISA, which I still do today. Even if it's 10 years later after being a student. But currently, I have registered. In fact, I registered last year, so I'm currently pursuing an honors degree in integrated organizational communication with UNISA also. I am also currently an active member of Mzimhlophe Youth Development. I do go there sometimes for motivational talks, and I also go there sometimes to guide young women that are up in the hostel. That's where I grew up, motivating them that you can be anything in this world, even if you are from an environment who will take advantage of kids that are going there. Also, current politically, I am an IFP Youth Brigade Gauteng chairperson.
And you must not be apologetic.
Yes, I am not apologetic, Chair. Also, my professional work experience include working as a public sector officer at Envirotel. Envirotel is the subdivision of Voltex. We were a small company where everyone had pensionship. I basically was involved in every part of the department. At some point, I helped prepare tenders, EVT, also became part of the HR, shared with the MD because it was a small company, so everyone had contributed in growing it. Also worked at Nedbank Limited in 3 different departments. Basically, my work experience consists of moving from one job, from one role to another. I think professionally, also, my motivation. I'll answer your second question. My motivation for applying for the NYDA board is twofold. Firstly, because of our common unrivaled value that the NYDA places upon youth development. And secondly, because I want to advocate, and I genuinely advocate for inclusive youth development. Also, I'm determined, I am decisive. I'm a problem solver, and also I am a strong negotiator. And above them all, I am dedicated to youth development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manganye. I now hand over to Chair Gillian. Honorable Mkweba, Honorable Mamkaula, Baka, and Chawleng, and Madlika, in that order.
No, thanks, Chair. And thank you to Ms. Manganye. I've just perused your CV and also listened to your introduction. One must say, in terms of the NYDA, the NYDA, in fact, provides secretarial function to the National Youth Service. That is a government initiative aimed at engaging South African youth in community service delivery, in community service activities to strengthen service delivery. So, Ms. Manganye, now that I just perused your CV, my question is for effective service delivery and empowerment. How best can one, which is yourself, utilize your experience? One, the board committee, one, and two, as a youth activist, to take the NYDA to the next level from where it is now. Foster social cohesion, promote national unity, to tackle challenges that we have in our communities. For example, peer pressure, the issues of career guidance, and also always commit suicide, be it in high schools and tertiary institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member, for the question. It excites me knowing that you perused through my CV and picked one of the things that I am very passionate about, community service. And I believe that young people are the ones who should be in the forefront of ensuring that social cohesion in their communities. I, as a youth activist who has facilitating talk shows and
roadshows at some point that were happening within the community. I believe that the NYDA should reach out to the rural areas, should reach out to the informal settlements. They should be there. The NYDA should not be confined to entrepreneurship, to businesses. They should be talks with young. When we speak of the youth as the National Youth Policy has indicated, we speak of young people from the age of 16 to 35 years. There's a lot of dropout within the age of 16 to 18 years, because young people, there's nobody who wants to know how they feel, who wants to understand their background, who wants to talk about poverty with them. It's like, you understand? You go to school, the government is doing enough to provide in schools, but also peer pressure is also playing a huge role. Kids do not have school uniforms or go to school, and at the end of the day, they become discouraged. And also, these days, young people, they have gadgets, got cell phones, got social media that is been polluting the minds of young people, especially at the age of 16. I'm mentioning to 18 because those are the critical age groups. Tomorrow we will not talk about youth farm. Tomorrow we will not talk about university. We will not talk about employment if we do not sort it out from the grassroots. We keep saying something. You must mention it. And I can't anywhere else. They start from the age of 16, 15. As soon as they are teenagers and they feel good, they can't conform to the society's pressure, they end up all these wrong things. And we as young people who at least has passed the teenage age must be there. They must know business is not the end of the world. That's why I keep going back to where I grew up. I keep going back to a hostel where I grew up, because I want to tell young people, I grew up in the same environment, and this is me today. I was studying in a toilet because the room was too small. People wanted to sleep at night. I pushed and I pushed and pushed and pushed. I graduated at the end of the day. So it is important. Communication is important. If we do not communicate, I've seen that throughout community service and youth service, that communication is important. My life has changed because someone else communicated with me. Someone held my hand and said, Nelsie, you can do this. Yes, you're from this environment, you can do this. So I think communication is very important, and the NYDA should focus on that, because these are our constituencies. Our constituencies are not in Sentin. Our constituencies are not in Midrand. Our constituencies are not in Eteng. They are not in Bayando. They are right there, Hamukima. They are right there, Pretoria, Soshanguve. Our constituencies are at Diepsloot. Our constituencies are Alexandra. Our constituencies are Msiprope Hostel. So we need to reach those young people. They must see us, they must feel us, they must touch us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manganyi. The next member to ask a question is Honorable Mamkaula. Ms. Manganyi, you have 5 minutes to answer for each question. Yes. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable. Ngikubingelele mhlonishwa. Uyazi why ngibe-shock? Ngibheka le ndaba yokuthi uyayiqhenya ngento asuka kuyona. Bengifuna ukwazi esithando sami ukuthi nansi siyabona amanye ama-hostel like njengakoMashu. Yabona ikakhulukazi engizokhuluma ngawo kakhulu la kaMashu. Nalabantu abahlala kakhulu emgwaqweni esebelahla ithemba njengokuthi abanakwe muntu, futhi nangendlela abaphila ngayo abasebeyibona bengasanakiwe. Thola ukuthi abanye banawo ama-skills kodwa abaphumeleli. and into engiyibuka lana kuwena ukuqala mawubala ukuthi ugulele hostel bheka ingane ehlala kothokoza ngamanye amazwi ngikubuka kuyisibonelo ukuthi umuntu engasho ukuthi enginje nje nje hlele emgwaqweni ingoba bengigula ngenalo ekhaya ingenabo abazali khombisa ngamanye amazwi ukuthi uwazi ukuthi ufunani. Ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi if ke wena sikufaka la kwenzeka la ungena kule bhodi yini ozoyenza ukuthi uye phansi yazi khona into oyibalayo uye phansi lana kuma-province wonke lawa u-9 uyeke noma ngisabancane nje ukuthi i-IFP khombisa ukuyiqeda ngawo ukuthi asifune kugcineni umuntu ozothi basela kuleli bhodi athi usebenzela umele i-organization yakhe sifuna umuntu ozomela abantu base-South Africa i-youth yase-South Africa nabantu abakhubazekile ngoba sisenkingeni usibona nje i-NYDA bekhona bakhona kwayo ikhalo kutholakala ukuthi ayiyi phansi abantu banenkinga wena iliphi ithemba usitshela lona ukuthi no mina ngizokwenza ukuthi ngiye noma uzogcina manje njengoba usayi-advertise lapha free uzokwenza sure ukuthi uyaya kubantu phansi and ubaleka mnandi i-youth lana ababonayo ukuthi banawo ngisho amathalente okumodela yini bonke lapho uzokwazi ukuthi bathathe nabo ukuthi bathi uma bebuyela back lapho esekushiwo ukuthi yabona lo ubekade nje kodwa manisenye njengoba usho ukuthi namanje kubuyele back lapho bakhombisa ukuthi yini ozosisiza ngayo kule bhodi ukuthi ubuyele kule youth esilahle ngenxa yokuthi abanye bathi imisebenzi abayitholi abanye basebethathe iy'nqumo zokuthi
Ngiyathokoza Mamkhawula. Ngiyabonga kakhulu for umbuzo wakho. Mamkhawula ngine-advantage la. I have an advantage. Ngazalelwe eLimpopo province. Okusho ukuthi kuye Northwest ngeke kungihlule. eLimpopo sama language awu-3. KZN ngeke kungihlule. Free State ngeke kungihlule. Western Cape ngeke kungihlule. And i-advantage enginayo Mamkhawula ngiseSoweto. Abantu abahlala eSoweto banama-province basuka ku-majority yabo. Usiko lwabo ngiyalwazi ngiyazwisisa futhi. Into engizoyenza njenge-board member i-contribution yami ngizoyenza ukuthi each and every community ese-South Africa library ama-library awusanazo iy'ncwadi mama abantwana abafundela kuzo iy'ncwadi ezama-fiction ezi-encourage umntwana ukuthi afunde abe ne-interest yokufunda akusekho ema-libraries. Libraries are dysfunctional and also community halls. Ngiyaziqhenya khona talking about how I grew up facilitating activities and talk shows now. But these things are not there. The development, youth development, ekhona manje, i-revive-wayo, the one that I'm saying I'm an active member, I go back there. One of the reasons why I'm invited there is because kufuneka uku-encourage abantwana kubanjwe laba abakhona, attract abanye. So when we don't have resources in our communities, we don't have halls, asinawo ama-recreation centers. Uma singanazo lezo i-youth ayikwazi ukuba nomdla, ayikwazi ukuba active ukwenza into ezikanje. We've got young people who are not interested in soccer, young people who don't know what netball. We've got young abazezela uZizwe abazezela uZozimbi bembona le kodwa they don't know uqale kuphi. And young who don't, I'm glad that she's modeling. People think modeling is just a woman carrying NIC and probably it's not about that. Ziningi izinto umuntu ufunda njengomuntu wesifazane ukuziphatha, ufunda ukuziphatha kahle, uhloniphe, ufunda uku-address abantu, ufunda ukuba i-role model, ufunda ukuba i-ambassador, ufunda ukuthi i-brand is important. Lokho kuyakusiza you go to another organization and you represent that, you know that you represent the brand well. The same thing applies to me being in the NYDA. I would know as a member of the community, I'm not just in the community or mhlawumbe waziwa ngokuthi ngamabhila. I am also the brand ambassador for the NYDA. Our constituency has lost hope in the NYDA, particularly young people. And it is up to us ukuthi sibonelwe esihle kubantu abasha. So, ngalawo magama nje bamkhawula, ngiyathemba ukuthi uphendulekile, ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mangani. I'm sure you're the next.
Yeah, Memangani, I just want to check with you. How come I a board member? Yeah, the NYDA. Ukaira show or perception in the country or the NYDA. I save all young people. It's about I think these are perceptions, different perceptions. How are we going to use the PFMA, let me say, to ensure that there is clean governance, one, that there is accountability for resources in the NYDA, and that the young people all young people who are interested become beneficiaries of this entity. How are you going to go about it? If you have practical examples that we can make, it would be much nicer for
Perception batho ba nang le the youth e nang le yona ka IFP. Oh, pardon. Who am missing the IFP? And the perception that young people have like NYDA, imama tsonga ke rona re sa hantle batho ba bantjha. So we go back to constituencies. We do what we need to do. We publicize the NYDA. We let young people know about the NYDA. And also, that is being publicized in a criteria how what will qualify, for instance, for funding a business. These are the certain things also immediately say. And the runa is the NYDA to for. So milao, we need to be accountable and we need to be transparent and also be open to the public. In order, with time, it does not take overnight for batho ba change perception country, but diketso tsa rona ke tsona di tla etsang gore batjha ba kgone go re tshepa. So we need to go back to the businesses that were funded by the NYDA, check the progress, the new businesses that are selling potential like NYDA. Check it, monitor, evaluate the progress, and then in the do things by them. Feelings and therefore it means we deserve a person. We must give a young people equal opportunities, irrespective of what guy.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Mangani, for your responses. I want to get your views on the blessee phenomenon. I'm sure that you are aware and familiar about it. And I'm sure that you also know that it's also a biggest contributor to the HIV and AIDS rate of young people, as well as the pregnancy rate of the teenagers. What, in your view, should be the programs that should be implemented by the National Youth Development Agency for young women to ensure that they are able to move out of that continuous vicious cycle of that relationship of the blessee, a relationship whereby you are finding that the older men are enticing them with, nice things that they don't really ordinarily have access to.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. As you were asking me that question, I just unfortunately thought of the gender-based violence. That one of the most contributing factors of gender-based violence are the blessee and the blesser phenomena. For an example, when a young woman, I don't know if I can use this language, but when a young woman reaches a certain stage, we normally have an elder who sits them down. Here we going back to the values of Ubuntu.
Yeah, we are right.
So there's a young woman, there's a woman, an elderly woman, normally will sit her down and say, "Wanaka, you have reached this stage, and this is what is going to happen to your body. Should you do this, this is what is going to happen." But this is not always the case, especially communities. It's still a taboo in rural areas, particularly, to speak to a young child about this. To speak to a girl child about menstruation is still a taboo. Also, same with abafana. Umazibonela uzozibonela. A society assumes that a boy child knows that when they sleep with a woman, there's going to be a baby. They don't. In instances where a woman is told, the boy child is not told. In instances the woman is told to be independent, the boy child is told that we don't die. When these two people they clash, it's obvious. Whether the other one is older than the other one or it, but these things are taught at an early age. So my suggestion recommendations would be that as a country, we are very fortunate that we have an advantage. We've got LO. LO is meant for such topics. Let's focus on boy child as much as we focus on a girl child. Let's speak about these issues openly. Teachers must speak about this thing. Community members we must not shy away. So it goes back to education. I know that our elders don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about mental health. They want to say Lomtan. They don't want to understand issues that are being faced by young people. It is our responsibility as young people probably who knows how we feel and how we want to be treated, to change the society so that for the future generation. Otherwise, our kids are going to blame us for not championing the courses that are going to better their lives in the nearer future. So the focus needs to be on your women under or this one. No. It should be both, irrespective of age. But at the end of the day, we need to grow young men and women who are responsible and then user and will be able to deal with gender-based violence at the end of the day. Thank you.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is related to the National Youth Policy. I want to know, how do you think the NYDA, or you being appointed onto the NYDA, can make ways in which you can make the National Youth Policy more alive to young people in this country?
Thank you, Honorable Mpiti. You know, I went through the NYDA's policy, the National Youth Policy, and also the Integrated Development Strategy, with aligning it with the NYDA Act. And looking at it, the framework does not include the LGBT community. One would think that there are a lot of loopholes in addressing issues that LGBTQ community faces. So I think that that should be included in the National Youth Policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is just a simple part where I want to understand as to what can be done to change the negative perception by young people in South Africa about how they see the role and the good that can be brought to their lives by NYDA.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I don't know, but I'm convinced that I answered the question through an honorable member, unless if it's rephrased and there's a certain part that you want me to specify.
You see, what you've tried to deal with all aspects as they were coming up.
Yes.
And now I want you to focus on the role that can be put together in saying this is what we are selling, this is the NYDA, this is what it's going to do for you as a young person in South Africa.
Okay, yes. I think the NYDA must lobby and advocate for partnership between art and culture to revive art and culture activities in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Telsia. Honorable Malika.
Ismanganya. Effective governance in the public services encourages good governance, better decision making, and the efficient use of resources. If you can be recommended for appointment to the board, how would you ensure good governance in the NYDA?
Thank you. I believe that in any governance, one must monitor, evaluate. One must monitor and evaluate monitor and evaluate the policies of the NYDA in order to ensure that everything that we said we will do for young people, we do it. So the most important thing, more than anything else, is to be transparent to the constituencies that we serve. We must also be open to the constituency that we must be able to account. We must respond to the call for the NYDA to help young people from our constituencies. Thank you.
What about monitoring the mainstreaming of young people's issues in all the government departments, entities and entities.
Yes, yes. Also monitor NGOs that the implementation of development strategies that are in NGOs, also in organs of state, and also in private sectors. Also monitor to ensure that there are youth development strategies within their ranks.
Honorable Gillian, do you want to say something? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mangani. If there's nothing else, but I think I have given all members the opportunity to speak. We are now going to allow you to ask any question if there's anything that you want to ask the honorable members. Is there anything that you want to ask the honorable members?
Nothing. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and for honoring our invitation. And we know that you've been here for a very long time. And we wish you well. Good luck. We are finalizing our interviews we'll be finishing our interviews on Friday. And then we'll be deliberating on our report next week. And then we'll present the report to the House in both houses, NCOP and National Assembly. Thereafter, the Speaker will take the report to the President, because those recommendations will be then taken to the President. The President is the one who will take the final decision of appointing board members to serve in the NYDA board. So we wish you good luck. But thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have a good night's sleep. I'm sure we are tired. You've been waiting for us for a very long time.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can call the last candidate. Sorry. Yeah, let's finish with this candidate.
Hello, Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Now it's 11, eh? Huh? 11:08.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Saying what? Saying what?
What were you saying?
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. Sokaka is our last candidate. It's been a long day. I was worried that they've been calling you and they were not finding you. So they even thought that maybe your number is not working because they were trying to call you for a very long time. But thank you very much for coming. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I am co-chairing with the chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Environmental Services from the NCOP. And then you have 45 minutes with us, and each members will ask you questions, and then you will have to respond. What is going to happen is that there are other follow-up questions that will be raised by members, but all of them will be related to NYDA. And then I will now hand over to members to introduce themselves. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good evening to you, Ms. Sokaka. My name is Fikile Masiko, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mbulelo Baha, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
President Chablin.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Otter Malika. I'm a member of the subcommittee.
I'm Kaula. Ma'am Kaula.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Bingelele Mhlonishwa. Igama lami nguSibongile Khawula, member del committee. Siyabonga ukuba nawe.
Honorable Mkweba.
Thank you, Chair. And good evening to Ms. Sokaka. I'm Teliswa Mkweba, the member of this committee.
Mr. Rice.
And thank you, Chairperson. I am Maluleke Tumelu, member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you, Chair.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I had a slight problem with my connection, but I'm online again, Chairperson.
Yes, I saw it.
Yeah. Okay, must I lead the questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Sokaka. I'm on virtual. If you watch the camera, you can see me. My name is Maricha Gillian, co-chair of the subcommittee dealing with the process of the NYDA board. I'm also the chairperson of the select committee of health and social services in the NCOP. I hope you are relaxed. I'm going to ask you to give us an introduction of yourself and also why you are here and interested to serve at the NYDA board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you all, and thank you for this opportunity today. I'm known as Nomampondo Mise, but as per my ID, Dingo Akon. I am from an area called Rosettenville, that is in the south of Johannesburg. born and bred in Johannesburg. I am number 6 out of a single woman-headed household. I am passionate about women, the community, education, and science. I'm here because of those passions. I'm here today because I believe I can drive a change in the youth, and I'd like to become a voice for the youth.
So, Paga, are you finished with your introduction?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also answer why do you think you are the suitable candidate? You also answered that one.
Yes. I'll further elaborate on why I believe I'm the suitable candidate. My background is mainly in science, and my 9 to 5 is making handy Andy and domestos, which are hygiene products that are ever so important in today's society. I believe I'm a suitable candidate because I bring my expertise in science, which is different to what the NYDA board has previously had. I believe my expertise in the science field will help those who are looking for assistance from the NYDA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwaka. Honorable members, can I start with Ms. Masiko, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Maleka, Honorable Parker, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Ntaweleki, in that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Sokaga, you've applied or maybe have been nominated to serve on the board of the National Youth Development Agency. Could you briefly elaborate your understanding on the functions of the National Youth Development Agency according to the Act?
The functions of the National Youth Development Agency Board is to ensure that there is equal and fair allocation and support for the youth of South Africa, to ensure that we are mitigating the challenges faced by South Africans, those including unemployment, poverty, to name a few. The board will also be The board will also be responsible in ensuring that the strategic imperatives of the organization are filtered down to ensure that its employees are able to take those out on an operational level.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to the next honorable member? Honorable we are done, Honorable Masiko. Thank you very much, Honorable Sisters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ma'am Sitaka. You know, many people have the perception that NYDA is not for all youth in our country. What can be done to change this negative narrative or perception amongst young people about NYDA? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maluleka. If I'm wrong, pin umbuzo futhi.
No, ngimzwile ma, ngiyabonga.
Okay.
Thanks, Honorable Maluleka. I believe transparency is very important. And I believe that in order for our youth to believe in a system, we need to be more visible. So from your question, what we can do to change this narrative or this belief of our youth is to become more visible, more relatable to our youth in all sorts, in all areas, including, areas where, there's rural areas where people from that side may believe that this fund or this organization only caters to people of the city. So I believe from a point of visibility, if we as the NYDA can become more visible so that the youth can believe more in the NYDA. And I say this because if you ask a young child in high school, are they aware of the NYDA, a grade 9 learner, are they aware of the opportunities that the NYDA gives? Not many will be aware of that. Most young people start, seeing or have the visibility of the NYDA post-matric. And if we are able to show these young kids from the rural areas that the NYDA is accessible to all youth of South Africa, including those from the age of 14, then we can really drive the narrative to change.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Soqaka. La eSouth Africa mhlambe yabona ukuthi isimo masikhuluma kwezomnotho siya ngokushona phansi. Amafemu amaningi ayadiliza. Ne-COVID-19 ayikhona idle lubi la. I-youth eningi ikhombisa nayo ukukhombisa ukuthi silahle ithemba ngempilo yakhe kusasa layo. Yini onongasiza ngayo ukuthi i-youth ikwazi ukuthi leli themba besililahlile. Mawungena kwibhodi ye-NYDA uzolibuyisa ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi especially kwezemnotho lakhe nje ukuthi nabo bazibone sebengobazi noma bazibone nabo sebekwazi ukuthi babe negxatha abangalibamba ekufukuleni umnotho wabo ngoba njengoba sikhuluma ngesimo esikhona but umhlaba wona ukhona usakhona. Ibona kuphela ukubafuna abantu abazobanikeza ithemba baphinde babafukule babe kuze nabo babe kusasa. Yini ongasiza ngawe noma ungena kule bhodi?
Enkosi mama, I think into ibalisayo inyani apha eSouth Africa. I think ithemba ebantwini abasebatsha alisekho ngoba systems have failed. And so because of past experiences or because of what the youth has seen, they've decided to rather turn a blind eye. I also believe ukuthi abantu abasha have been indoctrinated to thinking ukuthi mele uye evarsity ukwazi ukuthi uphumelele. Mina into engingayizama ukuyichinja is ukuthi abantu abancane bayazi ukuthi it's possible to be an entrepreneur, you know, from high school. I think we need to teach our young people about social entrepreneurship, that it's possible to tackle the community issues while still making a profit. I believe into engingayidrive kakhulu is breaking this notion of cabanga ukuthi kumele ube ne-qualification or usebenzele ikhampani enkulu ukwazi ukuthi uphumelele empilweni. I would also drive ukuthi abantu who are disabled are not pushed to the side or deemed not fit to cater out tasks that a person that is normal would. If ngingakunika umzekelo, khona manje esimoni se-COVID sibona ukuthi ama-cases be-gender-based violence ayanyuka. And most women stay in relationships because of the financial security. And ukusaba ukuthi ngizokwenza njani uma ngisuka. Through basic practicalities of teaching women how to make sanitizers, we are uplifting the community by giving them clean sanitation, whilst also allowing these women to make profits.
Malika. In fact, I was supposed to start that discussion.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr.
No, it's fine, Chair. I can. Chair, mine is a simple question, which seeks to test your level of understanding in terms of what is required in order to fulfill the position of being one of the people that we can take onto NYDA. My question is, what do you understand to be the requirements that you have to know about NYDA in order for you to be able to pursue a role in leading NYDA?
You'd firstly need to be a South African, to be in the youth bracket, 14 to 35, to not have any criminal record, top of mind.
Can I?
Yeah.
No, what I want to understand, in order for you to be or to qualify to be a member of the board or be on the top 7 that is going to lead NYDA, what do you need to know about NYDA? What do you need to have as someone who can be entrusted by young people of South Africa, that you can lead them in a way that will make them feel that their lives are taking a particular shape? That's taking into account the fact that there's youth unemployment as we speak because of COVID-19 and some on drugs and all host of issues.
I'm not too clear on your question, but I will try and answer it to the best of my ability. I believe you must be aware what the Act is about. I believe you must be aware of the values that are within the Act. From a point of what would make South Africans believe or see you fit, they must be able to relate to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Makota,
Thanks, Chairperson.
okay, let's give the person Gideon first. Chair, you can ask the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is very simple. If you take into account the vision of the NYDA, if you will be a successful candidate to be on the board of the NYDA, how will you contribute to enhance the vision of the NYDA?
Yes. One of the requirements on the Act states that you need to ensure that there is equality. And being passionate about women and equality and the youth, I would ensure that with every strategic implementation that we make, that we are ensuring that these are unbiased, they are to the benefit of the community and uplifting our socio-economic stance.
Chair. Chairperson.
Chairperson, yes, I can hear you.
Did you hear Ms. Sokora's answer?
Right, Chairperson, I did take note.
She did. Oh, okay. Honorable Chairman.
Thanks a lot. Ms. Okad, if you look at the budget of the NYDA, it's R500 million. That's a lot of money to be overseen or monitored by only 7 people in the board as board members of the NDA. If you are appointed as a member of the board, what is this that you are going to use as a tool to ensure that this R500 million does not just disappear or it get used for the purposes that they were intended for, which is for youth development and empowerment of young people? So what are the systems that you will use to ensure that there is that accountability, both financial and one? And then and that okay, we have other systems like the treasury regulations that determines how finances are used, and what will be the others?
I definitely agree with you that it is a large sum of funding to be managed by only 7 members. But what we must appreciate is that these 7 members are accountable to the state, which is essentially the whole of South Africa. Certain measures need to be put in place to ensure that there is no misuse of funds, and those meetings with the Minister of Finance will ensure that we are accountable in meeting the reporting standards that need to be met, including the report that will be shared on a yearly basis to direct and show where exactly so holding each other accountable as board members, and also having external auditing occurring to ensure that funds are allocated to the right spaces.
Yeah, Honorable Chancellor.
No, I thought I'd hear something about the PSFA.
Sorry?
Okay, no, it's okay.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Sotaga, I'm correct to assume that you applied for the position of the board. Now, what innovation do you think you would bring to the board of the National Youth Development Agency if you would be appointed in the board? And coupled to that, what do you think should be done to change some of the negative perception amongst young people on the NYDA?
On a point of innovation, I'll relate it to current happenings, which links back to the gender-based violence. I think it's caused by depression of your surroundings and your environment. And the biggest innovation I would bring is in the sporting sector, specifically for young boys and girls who are being developed. I would instill social skills where these young people are taught social skills as part of their sports development, because these young soccer players or netball players are spending most of their time with their coaches. And we focus so much on getting the technicalities of the athletes correct that we forget to instill the social skills. That would be one of the biggest innovation. In that, I would also infiltrate the education system, specifically in life orientation, with the same adapting, because obviously not all children do sports. So I would adapt those same social skills. In how would we adapt these social skills in sports? We have a lot of unemployment in South Africa, and we have graduates who are sitting at home. Most of these graduates resolute to doing a postgraduate diploma in education. Some of the skills covered in that postgraduate diploma of education are social skills building. Those same unemployed graduates who believe that a postgraduate diploma in education will land them a teaching job can rather go and instill the social skills in their various communities.
Honorable Malika.
Ms. Sotaga, NYDA funding grant program offers both financial and non-financial support to qualifying young entrepreneurs. How are you going to monitor and the implementation of and accountability of the grant?
Sorry, I just realized I didn't come back to the previous question, the second part of the previous question. No, it's
Sorry?
fine. Bengbizu.
Honorable Masiko. Or you
I
want
want,
to respond
yes,
to?
I wanted you to repeat the second part of your question. Sorry, I realized I only answered the first part.
Chair, the second part of the question was speaking to the negative perception that people have or young people have on the NYDA. What would you do to change the negative perception that some people have on the NYDA?
Okay. At first, try to understand why is there negative perception from the youth. And once we understand why there's a negative perception, then we can fix the wrongs or the misunderstandings that we've made. So back to transparency, being visible to our youth, being more accountable so that they're fully aware what programs and what funding we are sharing.
Chair? Honorable Killian? Chair?
Chairperson, is
Are you
everybody
talking?
finished with? Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
You want to ask her something?
No, Chair, I'm satisfied with my question.
Oh, okay. Honorable Masiko, you wanted to make a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malika.
I'm fine.
Did you ask the question?
Answer it.
You
Oh,
still remember the question?
I was nodding, so you can please repeat it for me.
Okay, thank you. I was saying NYDA funding or grant programs offers both financial and non-financial support to qualifying youth entrepreneurs. How are you going to monitor the implementation and accountability of the grant or the funding?
As the board meets, we would obviously expect a report from our employees outlining how the operation of this organization has been run, apart from obviously seeing the financial reports whenever we are audited, sorry.
Are you fine? What I want to check with you, in the question that was asked by Miss Honorable Masiko, she was asking you about the negative perception about the NYDA. You try to respond to her by saying you are going to check first what are the reasons that make people to project the NYDA the way they are saying. But for me, what I want to check with you is that in your own view, how do you view NYDA? What is your perception about NYDA?
Okay.
In your own view and your own opinion.
I appreciate that it is an agency that was developed for the youth. I appreciate the different levels, provincially, locally, how the NYDA has been active.
I do believe that there is lots of room for growth, especially for the young youth, which brings me back to, are we really visible? And that's where I come back to saying that there's room for growth in certain areas.
Have you ever assess and evaluate the performance of NYDA as an individual?
I have assessed the performance, and through my assessment and evaluation, I have heard a few success stories, but I still believe that there's room for growth in that we should be having hundreds, thousands of success stories. We should be having an economy that has entrepreneurs more than employees. So through my evaluation, I believe that there's more work to be done by future fitting and developing, the next entrepreneurs that will help our economy to grow.
Okay, my last question for you is, if you are appointed as one of the board members of the NYDA, from where the level where it is now, what changes do you think you are going to bring to the NYDA? Or what value or changes are you going to bring in the NYDA after making your own analysis, assessment, and evaluation?
I'll drive more visibility in the rural areas, not just for skill upliftment, but what's next after uplifting someone to write a business plan. I would support coding in the rural areas to allow young people in the rural areas to think more than their current situation. So those are the changes that I would bring.
Okay. That concludes the questions from our side, and unless there's any other, and there's another honorable member who wants to ask any question, can we close this question session? You're fine. You're fine, honorable members. Okay. Is there any question that you want to ask us as members of the panel?
No. Thank you.
You don't have? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be finalizing our interviews on Friday, and then we'll then deliberate on our report next week. And then, most that the Parliament recommends to the President, and the President is the one who makes the final decision in the appointment of board members to the to serve in the NYDA. So everyone, a successful candidate will be informed by the presidency on who are the members that the president have appointed. But thank you very much for showing interest in serving in the board of the NYDA, and also your time for coming here, honoring our invitation. We wish you good luck, and hopefully you are booked in. Uhlala kuphi? Thank you. Miss Noqaka uhlala ngaphi?
eRosettenville, ma'am.
Yo. Niyayazi Rosettenville? Oh, khona umuntu wamalayi.
Yes.
Oh, yo, I was scared. Which no way. Yeah, no. Honorable Masiko. Yeah, you can. Sorry? You want to say what?
Yeah, but
It's 15 minutes away from this place.
Ufike late soqala kafika ngiseni. Ufike late soqala. Soqala bamfuna for isikhathi eside nangise before. So I was scared that you're going to drive alone.
No,
I
I
was not
have
going
my.
to agree on that one because you're a woman. First of all, I am a Gautengian and I know places that are not safe in Gauteng where you cannot drive this time alone as a woman, where there is whatever hijackings and so on. So it's better that you're driving with your husband.
Yes.
Because at first I checked the list, trying to understand who are the candidates who will be interviewed later. And at that time, when I was asking our staff members, they said they are not finding you. So I thought you're no longer coming at that time because I was worried. We wanted to start with yourself so that you can end up with those that are sleeping or coming from other provinces. But with those few words, our apologies for delaying you. We wish you good luck, and you must drive safe home with your husband, because also when you are driving with the husband too at night, it's not advisable. But at least we do have our permit. Ne?
Yeah.
We applied for your permit because of the rules of the regulations of a curfew that people must not drive after 9. But at least we have applied for our candidates that you are permitted to drive after 9. But thank you very much, Ms. Sokaka, for honoring our invitation. Drive safe back home and good luck.
Thank you all. Good
Thank you.
night.
Night. And Honorable Chairperson, Chair, Ms. Sokaka was our last candidate. We are done with her now. She's leaving, she's staying here in Gauteng. At least for tonight, we're done. And we'll see each other tomorrow after your sitting. And then our sitting, do we have a sitting tomorrow? And we don't have a sitting.
Chairperson, so what time are we starting?
Ayikho lento nitshela yona. NCOP inabe sitting eqala ngobani isikhathi ba? Hayi ngeke nisenze kanjalo thina. So phela you guys are killing us. Yabona nje angeke ngilale manje kuseni nephinde futhi ngilale manje kuseni bese nifuna ukuthi otherwise I won't be productive. Now I have fatigue. and even honorable members are tired. You know, when you are dealing with interviews, your brain must rest so that you'll be able to absorb and be able to listen to the question, the response of candidates, and internalize. And so we must be productive and effective. So if you are going to say you are starting at 9:30, that's not practical. Angeke. Mina bengivele nginitshelile ukuthi wasipredeni. Kanti i-NCOP ayiqali kuseni. Mina, I'm very honest to myself. Ngiyazi lento leni.
What time should we start? No, 9.
You maintain this thing like that. Let me tell you, BBC, because this thing is live, people are watching us. So I was trying to open take. When this BBC is a TV show, it's open take. Open take meaning hours that I not on it. But remember, you can't do that in these interviews because the public is watching you. Abantu bonke uye interested like so bayabheka ukuthi ibuza isikhathi esingakanani nenzani base abantu bona sekudinwe njengani njengoba sekudinwe manje sisafuna nokubuza it becomes stress bazobhala ngani so you rather start later where your body will be able to absorb and be flexible to work, to do the work. No, when you're tired, you must not think good to the institution. How are you going to analyze them? I don't know what to already the way they are following up. Switch off your minds.
Let's close the meeting. Let's come up with a time, otherwise we're going to talk like this until 1 o'clock.
No, Chair, we will. The meeting is urgent. We'll update you what time are we starting tomorrow.
Okay, Chair. Good night, everybody.
Ndimkile kaloku mdala.